You know that unwelcome guest?
I got the Eagles winning another close game, Skip. What impressed me most about the Eagles was the last time they faced, the Giants was the last time they faced the Eagles, Skip. With none of their starters playing, they played them all the way down to the wire. And with Eagles having everything on the line, they really could get no separation. I think it was 22-16 ball game.
Yep.
They ended up winning that game and winning the division and having the number one seed. But the Eagles defense over the last month and a half of the season, Skip, I haven't been impressed with it. I haven't been impressed with their special teams all season long. And I think those are some of the things the Giants can exploit. But I just think the Eagles are a better football team. And at the end of the day, I think Daniel Jones comes back down a little bit. I think he's going to play well. The Eagles, one thing they need to do, Skip, they need to count for that man's legs now. Y'all cannot let this man just run around and just pick up half 50, 70 yards running the football, because he's going to extend drives and he's going to stay on the field and put your defense at risk. But I just think the Eagles are a better team. I think Jalen Hurts having another week of rest to get that arm, that shoulder healthy. I believe he'll be a little better than what he was the last time they faced this team. And I got them winning a very, very close ball game. I'm going to say they win 27-23. I do remember what he did to the Giants in MetLife Stadium, but I also watched the Giants with my own eyes last week, what they did to Minnesota. And Daniel Jones was phenomenal. He looked like the number one pick. He looked like a guy moving forward you can build around. Those receivers that had been very, very average to mediocre all season long stepped up and played really well. Saquon was Saquon, and that defense led by Leonard Williams and Lawrence and Thibodeau, they played outstanding football. Mm-hmm. So this game is going to I believe, Skip, be a lot closer than what people think. And so I went Eagles 27, Giants 23.
I like your score, but I'm going to reverse it. I got 27-24 visiting team. I'm on the Giants bandwagon.
Let's fucking go. I'm on the Giants bandwagon too.
But I do not love what happened to Jalen Hurts down the stretch. I believe if he had not gotten hurt, he would have won the MVP. At least he should have won the MVP if he hadn't gotten hurt. It would have gone right to the wire. And I believe that you can't do it with stats, but just in overall impact on that franchise and that team this year, he was it to me. And now he's not it, because he's lost his way a little bit, because it sounds like the shoulder is still banged up. So he lost his rhythm, he lost his momentum, he lost a little bit of swag. He doesn't look quite the same. They don't look the same, because the defense actually got exposed by my Dallas Cowboys. 40 points that we scored on them. We got some short fields thanks to 4 turnovers that they basically gave to us, but 4. But still, you gave up 4 deep points, 40 points.
Yeah.
They are vulnerable. They've had some key injuries. I don't know if Lane Johnson, I guess he's going to try to go, but I don't know how well he could play, because as you keep pointing out, that's a tough one, man. That's a hard to fight through. And he's key to the protection here. And I just don't know if look, it's the oldest bromide or cliche in sports. It's not who you play, but when you play them.
Right.
Grammatically it would be whom, but I don't like that word. It just sounds like you're being holier than thou to use that word. I don't like it. But not who you play, but when you play them. You're playing the Giants at the wrong time for you and because of them.
Right.
Because I'm not saying they're on fire, but Daniel Jones has shown you his maximum sort of peak ability.
Yeah.
He's at the end of year 4. It took a while, but the little light bulb in the back of his psyche, it also went off.
Right.
Went on, I should say. But against the Colts, albeit against the Colts, he had a QBR of 97 like Dax on Monday night. Again, it's the Colts, but I'm just saying they needed this. He needed this because...
I think that was on the road too, wasn't it?
You know, I think it was. It wasn't.
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay, but the key is what you brought up. He ran 11 times for 91 yards. What? Yeah. I mean, that's like a running back. You know, okay. And he scored 2 touchdowns running along with 2 throwing. And then he turned it right around at Minnesota, where they'd almost won the game on, what was it, Christmas Eve? Yeah, Christmas Eve. And he throws for 301 at Minnesota, but more important, he ran 17 times for 78 more yards. He's their running game
He
now.
almost doubled up Saquon, because I think Saquon had 9 rushes.
Okay, so he has found himself. He's got a legitimate head coach who is a quarterback whisperer, who has made him feel comfortable being him. What can you do the best? Well, I can run with it pretty well.
Okay.
You're 6'5", 230-ish, I guess.
Well, we'll add some of those.
Okay.
We'll add some of those to the game plan then.
Okay. Maybe we'll do that.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll encourage you. Maybe I'll pat you on the back and say, you know what? You're pretty good at this.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do it some more.
One of the best things that he did, Skip, is that he's very decisive.
Grand Canyon University specializes in helping you fit a master's degree in business into your busy day. Your graduation team, led by your own GCU counselor, provides you with the personal support you need to succeed. Find your purpose. Visit gcu.edu.
Today.
Yeah.
If one wasn't there, I'm gone. He'd go 1, 2, bye. It wasn't no patting the ball and doing all this. He's like, look, make a decision. If he's not there, take off, and we'll live whatever happens after that. And he got gone, and they didn't have an answer. And it ended up costing Ed Donatel, and I know Ed Donatel because he's with me in Denver. He was the DB coach on those 2 championship teams. But it ended up costing him his job because they had no answer. They had no checks for when he started running. Like, okay, maybe we need to have a spot.
Yeah.
To keep this guy from getting 10, 11 yards every time he takes off with the ball. But I've been very impressed. Now, Dexter Lawrence has been unbelievable. He's an all-pro. But he is going against one or 2 best centers in all of football. That's Kelsey. But that offensive line is really good. Now, Lane Johnson being out, Skip, if you look at this, they started the tail back once he got injured. And he got injured in the Cowboys game.
He did.
And they haven't looked the same offensively. They can't run it with the same conviction,
No.
and they definitely don't protect with the same conviction. So that's something that bears playing out. And I can see Thibodeau lining up on that side and trying to put pressure on the backup tackle if Lane Johnson can't go. But if Lane Johnson can go, how long can he go, Skip? Because like you said, if he got to tear that abdominal, it's just the wrong move one way or another, and guess what? He coming up out of there.
So, at the end of year 4, Daniel Jones is all of 25 years of age. So he's still, I mean, it's like he hadn't even entered his prime yet in years.
Right.
So here he comes, and there they go, because they have Saquon. But to your point, Saquon's a home run hitter, but I never loved him between the tackles, and I don't know why, because he's got the stature, he's got the thigh power to obviously bring it up inside, but he's not great at that. But if you let him loose, there's once or twice a game he can hit home runs on you. So what they've started doing is do a little more read option with the 2 of them because one or the other can gash you.
Yes.
And if they make you make a choice and you leave one of them free off the edge.
You see, they made the pitch, Skip, because they want to get him in space.
Yeah.
Hey, let's get him, let him get ahead of steam, and let him pick a crate. Because, like you said, he can either hit his head on the goalpost.
Okay, as you well know from all your years winning a whole lot of playoff games, in the end, the injury gods just dictate the outcome of the tournament. And right now, they're kind of looking out a side eye at Philadelphia. But they're embracing the Giants because it looks to me like the Giants have gotten just about completely healthy right on time.
Yes.
They've played this team again and again. They know this team.
They're division rivals. They know each other.
They're not afraid of this team, and they're not afraid of that stadium. They know it. It's not like, oh, we don't know what's going to hit us between the eyes. They know exactly what's coming.
Right.
And I don't think they'll be in awe. I don't think they'll be overwhelmed. However well they can play, they will hit their max because Brian Daboll's changed their life because they believe in him, he believes in them, and it has that momentum feel where I just think they are poised to go in there and win the game. I will be the first to admit and disqualify. I keep thinking, man, I could have an NFC championship game at home if they win this game. Maybe that would be a bad thing because I just told you I don't love my team at home, but it would be the Giants at home. Could we beat the Giants a 3rd time to get to the Super Bowl? I think we could. Do I like my chances there better than going to Philly? Let's say Philly just romps and stomps the Giants, and let's say my team does manage to win the game at San Francisco. Could we go win at Philly? Well, sure we could, but I'd rather try to beat the Giants at home, right? I guess so, right?
But there's something to be said because, like, I've been very fortunate to in the playoffs twice, have to play a division opponent to advance. You know, when I was in Denver, we had to go to Kansas City. And then when I was in Baltimore, we had to go back to Tennessee.
You did.
Tennessee and Baltimore used to be in
there.
the same division before they realigned. There was a bunch of teams in that division.
In that game with Tennessee,
Jacksonville,
that was one
Pittsburgh.
of the great battles I've ever witnessed.
So you, Skip, you know what to expect. You know what they do. They know what you do. Now let's see who can just do it better.
Yeah, just
it ain't no trickery. It ain't no you got these great plays. It's line up, button up, and let's go third up.
Okay. So, in the end, I could be picking more with my heart than my head,
You are.
but I do think the Giants are going to win this game. I just have a feeling I'm going to go 27. You said 27-23 Philly. I'm going 27-24 New York Football Giants. On to the NFC Championship game.
Oh, yeah, Eagles and 49ers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eagles and 49ers.
Yeah. Cry, Eagles, cry.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's going to be a rough day.
It's going to be a rough day for you
No,
Sunday
no,
night.
it's not. Okay. I got this. Okay. I feel real good about it.
That's what you
It
feel?
feels like the Giants are getting hot at the right time. Certainly been a Cinderella season for them guys and Brian Dable. It'll be a great matchup. Thanks for watching, Undisputed fans.
I'm going to take the 49ers in a very close ball game. I think both teams have very good offenses, very good defenses. I'll give the slight edge to Dak at the quarterback position.
A slight?
Slight edge. I don't think he'll play as well on Sunday as he played on Monday night. And I think the 49ers skill position players are a little better. When you do the totality of Debo, Ayuk, Jennings, Kittle, McCaffrey, I think that group is a little better than the Cowboys group. I think the offensive lines are a push. I think the defenses are a push. Both have outstanding young players. You look at Fred Warner, who's a little older player, but he's still in his prime. You look at Diggs, you look at Parsons, you look at Bosa. So, Skip, I think the defenses are probably a push. I think the slight edge to Dak in the quarterback position, although Purdy, over the last 5 to 6 games, have played better than Dak in the totality. But I do think Dak is a better, given his body of work, think he's a little better quarterback. So I think it's going to be a very, very close ball game. I like the matchup, Kyle Shanahan, Dan Quinn. Kyle was the offensive coordinator under Dan Quinn in Atlanta. They did have some success. They went to a Super Bowl. They did go a 28-3 lead. Kyle knows him. Dan Quinn knows Kyle. So it's going to come down on that particular day. Who can come up with the one play or the one defense or the one offensive set that the other party hadn't seen and been able to exploit that and make the one big play. So I took the 49ers in a very, very close ball game. I say 23-20, 49ers prevail and move on to the NFC Championship.
23-20.
Yes.
By the way, quick comment before I launch on this.
Okay.
I just saw that video, which I hadn't seen before. You realize that's Charles Haley dapping up Mike McCarthy? I never thought I'd see the
Oh, I didn't see.
I think it was.
That is
Charles Haley. That's my man.
Yeah.
That's Charles Haley. 5 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's him.
What?
Yeah.
What are you doing, Charles? Well, I guess he's blessing him somehow, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
Charles Haley was the ultimate winner to me.
Oh, he was. Yeah, he was a hell of a player. He wasn't just a winner. He changed the dynamic
Well,
in
he
the NFC
did.
for a minute.
All right. Speaking of Charles Haley, acquired by Jerry Jones out of nowhere just before the season started in 1992, who was the catalyst and difference maker that turned a 2-young Cowboy team into a Super Bowl champion.
Right.
I'm about to tell you why my Dallas Cowboys are going to win this game at San Francisco just the way his team won at San Francisco back at the end of the 92 season by the very same score, 30-20. Those Cowboys broke through when nobody saw it coming. They went out and they beat Steve Young and Jerry Rice at their own game. They outscored them 30-20. This was at Candlestick, obviously, as opposed to Levi. But it was still at San Francisco. Nobody saw it coming. Nobody believed the Cowboys could beat the juggernaut that was the 49ers. And they shocked the NFL world that day, 30-20 on the way to a Super Bowl that they would win easily because Jimmy just announced to the team the first day they came back, we are going to beat the Buffalo Bills because it's a done deal because we're just better than they are.
Right.
Okay, well, it's possible if the Giants beat the Eagles, which I think is highly possible, we're about to talk about that in just a moment, that my Cowboys would then go on to an NFC Championship game at home over a team that they should beat to get to a Super Bowl against probably another team they shouldn't beat. But that remains to be seen. Here's the point about my Cowboys. All year long, I have told you again and again and again, this team is different because this team has legit firepower and star power. And I told you, it flexed its firepower again and again, sort of early in the season into the middle of the season, because I'm going to remind you of 40-3 at Minnesota. I'm going to remind you of 33-0 in the fourth quarter, albeit against the Colts, but 33-0 is firepower. I'm going to remind you, 40 points they hung on the Eagles defense, albeit against Gardner Minshew as the opposing quarterback, but still, he didn't play defense, and that day they scored 40 on the Eagles defense. And I'm going to remind you that my team did beat Cincinnati and did beat the Giants twice, and those are all very impressive. But my team took foot off gas down the stretch. And it was pathetic to watch. It was horrifying to watch. And it gave me pause until CD kept saying, no, watch, we're going to flip the switch. Or did they ever on Monday night? They flipped it.
Against a bad team?
Okay, I give you that. But that guy who plays quarterback for the other team is something, he's a force to be reckoned with in games like this. And we attacked him right out of the box, and we destroyed him. And we destroyed his team just the way I told you. The first words out of my mouth were, we did what we should have done. But how many times has my team not done what it should have done? How many times have they done cowboy things, as you say? How many times have they played down to the level of the competition? This was Monday Night Football against a quarterback who was 7-0 against them, a team that had not won a road playoff game in 30 freaking years. Think about that. In 30 years, wearing the navy blue jerseys in which they had never, ever won a road playoff game because they are jinxed. And trust me, I lived through the early parts of that jinx. All of that working against them, all the way down to they were 1-4 this year on grass because they can't rush the passer on grass the way they can on turf. And what happened, Mr. Sharp? A tour de force happened. It was flexing Super Bowl firepower on Monday Night Football for all the world to see, and maybe Cowboy Nation overreacted. Maybe the whole nation overreacted, but I don't think so. I think you saw what you saw, and I think you came in the next day saying, man, I don't know, that looked pretty great to me, right?
They did that against a bad team, but if they can play that way, the way they attack the quarterback, and the way they move the ball against a good, they still have an excellent chance. But I like to think that the 49ers are a better team because we saw the 49ers do a demolition job that was more severe than what the Cowboys did on the Monday night.
They're a juggernaut. They are a juggernaut. They are loaded. And I will give you, if you start breaking it down position by position, you say, oh, God, the 49ers this and the 49ers that. Dak Prescott, you have said it, has been middle-of-the-pack Dak for most of his career. He is now at the end of his 7th season in this league. And you keep saying body of work. What does it tell you? It tells you he's a little above average, right? He had the game of his life at GOAT on Monday night. It felt like, weirdly, he came of age late in his career. Like at the end of year 7, he did what Matt Stafford did last year. I'm going to remind you, Matt Stafford a year ago was at the end of year 13. Think about that, 13.
Yeah.
Where had he been all those years? He'd been lost in Detroit.
Yes.
What had he been in Detroit? A turnover machine. He could spin it. He could wing it. He had a sensational arm. In fact, some people thought he had the best arm in all of pro football, including Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and all their arms. And yet what happened last year? I don't know. The little light went off in the back of the psyche. Maybe thanks to Sean McVay, putting him in his comfort zone, and all of a sudden, Matt Stafford did lead the league in interceptions last year. So did our guy, right? Tied for the lead.
Yep.
And had 15 in only 12 games.
Right.
Pretty horrifying. Bad signs everywhere. But all of a sudden, Matt Stafford in the playoffs took off last year and played just cleanly enough, albeit throwing the potential interception to Tart that hit him right in the hands. He's no longer 49.
All they had to do is catch it.
All he had to do is catch it. He's no longer 49.
Right.
Dak played not only the game of his life, but he played the kind of game that can launch a quarterback through the tournament, right?
Yeah.
And I love that about it, and I'm going to cling to that, and I'm going to believe that he will play close to that. He had a QBR of 97 in that game, for those who know 0 to 100. It's just off the charts great.
If you think about it, Skip, if you look at the difference in the game on Monday night, when Tom Brady made that mistake, Curse could have easily dropped it. And now you get another opportunity.
I agree.
Which is they made him pay the ultimate price. What Tart, you mentioned in the championship game, he didn't make Stafford pay the ultimate price because if he makes that pick, it's over. The game's over. There's no more time to go. And so now all of a sudden the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl instead of the Rams.
I got it. You're right. And if Brady gets like one more ounce on the ball and it barely is off his fingertips out of bounds off the end line, okay, we might be having a different conversation because they were about to go up 7-6 because of, I'm going to get to my kicker in just a minute. Hope he doesn't kick me right in the stomach. But the point is, I've told you this all along. In the biggest of games, I like my team a little better on the road than at home. The home scares me because it's Jerry world. It's Jerry's palace. It belongs to Jerry more than the team. It belongs to the world more than the Dallas Cowboys. It doesn't have a great home field advantage feeling to me. It's not like a place, we dread going there, because nobody dreads going there because everybody goes there to play college championship games and Final Fours and fights and concerts, right? They have it all there. So it's the world stage, and it's not really theirs. And it will scare me a little bit if they do wind up playing a home playoff game for the NFC Championship game. But I'm ahead of myself. I'm just telling you, I'm very content this game is at San Francisco because that game was at Tampa. And we went down there and didn't bat an eye. And this game is at a place where we have a long history of playing very well. I know we lost the catch game there, but we won this game in 1992, and we've won other big games there. My point is, I don't dread this at all. In fact, I look forward to the opportunity to go to play them at their place. All right, now, here's my biggest points to you. A year ago, in the first round of the playoffs, this team, with Jimmy G at quarterback, came to my place. And my team was not ready to play because my coach is the opposite of a motivator. Lately, he's not been getting in the way, and they've been motivating themselves. They need external motivation. They need pressure. They need fear factor of, oh, my God, we're on Monday Night Football. We might get embarrassed by the GOAT who's 7-0 against us. That's what motivates my team. This is an oh, my God game. We're going to San Francisco. They've won, what's in a row? I've lost track. Are they 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've won 11 straight games, and they got, you talk about firepower, they got it, to your points, they have it everywhere except quarterback, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. But last year it was Garoppolo, who has a history of playing pretty big in big games. Well, he played pretty well in this game. But here's who didn't play well. Everybody I needed to play well did not. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you the blueprint here, the metallic blueprint for how you go beat San Francisco at San Francisco. What happened against San Francisco a year ago? Well, I look up and we're down 23-7. What? We didn't show up. We went into the fourth quarter. Heck, with 9 minutes left in the game, we were still down 23-7. And we managed to fight back to, what was it, 23-16. Yeah, 16 it ended. Okay. But here's what happened. As usual, they tried to blast Zeke up the middle. So he tries 12 times and gets a grand total of 31 yards. If they keep trying to do that, we're going to lose this game because the star has emerged, and that is Tony Pollard. And I told you yesterday, and we can fight about this, and we'll see because the proof will be in the pudding on Sunday. But I believe that Tony Pollard is a little better than Christian McCaffrey just because he's a little more explosive, because he's a little bit faster. So what did he do last year? Help me out. He was non-existent in the offense. He got four carries for 14 yards. Well, you can't do that or you're going to lose. And he caught, where's Tony Pollard? He caught 2 balls for a grand total of 12 yards. You can't do that or you're going to lose. What happened to CeeDee Lamb last year? Well, if you can explain this to me, you're way ahead of me because they threw him 5 balls, but they only got him 1 catch. It did go for 21 yards, but that's it. He got 1 ball for 21 yards in that game last year. Okay, but the point is, Dalton Schultz, he's the security blanket. He did what he usually does. He caught 7 balls for 89 yards, so that was good, but that's when in doubt, Dak just goes to 86, right? Yes. Okay, so then Micah, 11 from heaven. What did he do in this game last year? Again, he was a raw rookie, but it was his first playoff game. He did have 9 tackles, I'll give him that, but he had 0 sacks, 0 pressures, 0 hits on the quarterback. okay, you're going to lose, right? That's it for
As long
me.
as he's not tackling the quarterback or the running back in the backfield, we're fine. He can have 20 tackles.
You can
as long
have
as they're down the field.
I agree. Dak's QBR for this game was 32. So 97 at Tampa, 32 in this game. What's going to happen? You're going to be behind 23-7 because your stars didn't star. Nobody flexed. Nobody. There's nothing in here that shows you that anybody I needed to rise and shine this Sunday rose and shone last year. None of them did. And yet it still came down to a late, you can call it empty calorie rally. You can call it a garbage time rally. But all of a sudden, Dak just sort of heaved a sigh and started heaving footballs to the right people at the right time. And here they came. And you remember how it ended. Dak took off on a 17-yard run. If we could please see this. He goes for 17 up the middle, but you got to get down faster because it's tick, 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 tick. And they just, I'm not going to blast for
What's up, Belgium, bro?
No, he's umpire.
He's the umpire.
What you think about Belgium?
Get there and
Your fucking coffee that you fucking making? What?
5 yards too far. That's the problem, and he couldn't get
You
through
fucking fake fucking posing ass.
So we got the ball down to the 24.
Well, that's a flop. That's going to be a disaster for us pretty much every time.
That's what I'm saying. You would have a shot.
Am I supposed to be able to get away from that
The
one?
umpire can't quite get through to get set, and it was very close. It was like a split second.
Bottom of the range open with King 6 suited again.
So he didn't get
Everything on ECR is bottom of the range. I had 9s, 12.5 bigs under the gun, bottom of the range.
You would have stole that because
Every hand they deal me is bottom of the range.
Okay, so Tony Pollard has to be put in the position of
This hand is actually not bottom of the range, but we have a 1 big blind jamming range, so
remember, big targets last year.
it's nice of Phil to deal me a hand I know what to do with this time. This King Queen with 1 big is definitely a jam.
So now it has to be
Appreciate the easy spot.
and Dalton Schultz and T.Y. Hill. I've called him a godsend. Maybe I overstated it. Maybe I put too much pressure on him. But he's made 4 Pro Bowls. Dak already trusts him because you know and I know he's going to be where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there.
But I think the biggest
Did they just all fold to me?
He does a great job of putting.
What the fuck?
Diggs doesn't like to tackle. Well, that's going to be a problem when you got Debo. That's going to be a problem when you play the 49ers because what do they do, Skip? They're so good run after the catch. Every last one of their receivers is outstanding at run after the catch. Debo might be.
Why the fuck did that happen?
Run after the catch. All right. You look at the running game, the way they do it schematically. They put a lot of people in space. They do a lot of movement, and they're not afraid to hand the ball to Debo, Ayuk, Jennings. It does not matter.
I agree.
They'll even run the tight end around. They'll hand the ball to Kittle. Okay. Kittle is an extra offensive lineman when he's not going out for a pass. He's outstanding.
He is.
Check. It's unbelievable.
This guy has an ability rating of 90. J-Chu, the guy who just folded to my 1 big blind jam.
Up and down the line. But I know one place he's not going to stop is on the right.
Somebody explain it to me.
The offensive left side, and that's Big Trent.
Although he said 2 days ago, I welcome the challenge.
I'm sure. That's why Trent's the highest paid offensive lineman in football is because his job is to neutralize whoever that it may be it Myles Garrett, be it Khalil Mack, be it Michael Parsons. Okay. So I think the thing.
Let's go. I'm not fucking going anywhere.
How does Dan Quinn? What does he do to neutralize what Cal is trying to do, which is to get his playmakers in space, knowing that some of his guys are not outstanding tacklers or do not want to tackle in certain situations. So that's going to be the key.
Sylvania's headlight experts want to demonstrate just how much visibility your car's headlight bulbs can lose before burnout. So we've taken away 50 feet of visibility from this walk home. Don't wait until burnout. Let an auto parts.
You better get them down, Skip. When they catch the ball for 6 yards, it better be 6 yards, and not 16.
All right. Last year at Jerry World, they rushed for 169 yards to our 77. Right. They more than doubled our rush total. You're going to lose if that happens again. That's the formula for disaster is that getting doubled in rush yards, and some of them are run after contact yards because they're hard to get on the ground. Right. Last year the turnovers were 1-to-1 on an interception by each quarterback. Well, you can live with that, okay? But the time of possession last year was 34 minutes for Jimmy G's offense to 26 minutes for Dak. You're going to lose. You have to flip that script. Right. We have to control the ball 34 minutes by, if you want to do it by possession passes, converting on third down, a lot of Tony Pollard, maybe a little bit of Zeke here and there to convert third downs, You have to keep the ball away from them because they are too explosive.
Well, third down conversion is going to be key. I think that's going to be the biggest key in the game, Skip. You look who has the 50% or close to the 50% or higher, that's who's going to win the game, because now you keep the opposing team's offense off the field. Because I think the thing is, you don't want either offense to get into a rhythm, because they can get on the roll on you and go get you 35. Because we saw what the Cowboys did, and we saw what the 49ers did against Seattle once they got going, Skip. They just, boom. The game was still like Seattle had a lead, and the next thing you know, boom, 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 and it's 41-17 at one point.
I got it. Now to the biggest X factor in this game for me. As beautifully, brilliantly as he's played so far, Brock Purdy is still the last pick in the draft, and he's still playing in his first year, and he's played 6 games, and he's 6-0, and he's been Joe Montana Jr., but he's only played 6 games. And as Micah keeps saying all week, he hasn't seen us yet. And I love that, because that's the God's truth. He hasn't seen this defense, and he hasn't felt this kind of heat, because they will bring some heat and maybe some pain to him that he has not experienced. And what I've told you, I watched him for 4 years at Iowa State. He's not careful. He's a gunslinger, and it's a scary combination to have a rookie gunslinger. He's not a game manager. He doesn't know how to manage a game, because it's not in his DNA to manage. It's in his DNA to be cocky, have some swag, and to fling it. And sometimes it's a pass and a prayer, and he's going to throw you 2 or 3 that you can catch if you're ready to. It's almost like the old Brett Favre syndrome, but he's not obviously Brett Favre. But that's how he plays football. And Kyle and John Lynch have encouraged that. Just go, because they say he's unfazed. Well, yeah, he's unfazed until he gets phased. And then if he throws it to you 2 or 3 times, let's see how phased he starts to look.
I think the thing is, Skip, the comparable offense that I can see, but I think this offense is a little better, is Jacksonville. And you see how Jacksonville, once they got their rhythm, they went up and down the field on your team. Now, obviously, the quarterback is a lot different, but you look at the skill position. You look at ATN, the success he had. Now you got Christian McCaffrey. You look at those receivers. Zay Jones had a monster day against him. Marvin Jones, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. That's a very similar as far as weaponry. Now, I think obviously the quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. But you see, once they got their rhythm, they went up and down the field on your team, because you had a 27-10 lead.
We did.
And they went and got you.
But I'm hanging on to the 27-10 because that was Super Bowl-style firepower against a good team at their place.
But you do realize that. Now, how did it end up coming back if you got a Super Bowl team? Your defense. They went and got what, 20 points against your defense.
But my defense led the NFL in takeaways, and I believe it will take it away. I believe that Brock Purdy is good for at least 2 turnovers, and I believe my defense is good for 3. I believe Dak's offense is good for only 1 turnover. I think he'll play a relatively clean. I'll give Dak 1 interception.
Oh, that's it.
Okay, 3 to 1. That's the formula.
That's it.
3
just
to
1 pick.
30 to 20.
I was pretty high up on that turnover meter also.
He was until Monday night.
Okay. That's
we
what
just took off.
Is that an aberration? Because I saw 7 straight games where he had at least 1.
Nope. This is going to be a trend through this tournament. And by the way, my kicker obviously did kick me in the...
Yeah, what about your kicker?
They said that yesterday he became Money Maher again and started nailing kicks. Again, nobody's out there. It's practice.
There you go again with practice. Remember that walkthrough y'all had?
No.
You remember that walkthrough?
Okay, but they said he did get it back a little bit, and I'm going to trust that, and I don't want to see Tristan Vizcaíno in the game on Sunday at San Francisco. I still don't know why.
The Cowboys are so fucking doomed.
Money Maher didn't have a good year. He had a great year. I believe he will get it back, and I believe he will be dependable enough to make extra points and a couple of field goals, because we will need them, but we will slowly but surely show you we're just that good. I think my team is still being underrated and underestimated. That's what I believe, and I think you will come in here Monday and tell me.
Because everyone knows they're gonna fucking turn into the Dallas Cowboys soon.
And then when you lose, you go blame Mike McCarthy. You go ask for Jerry to
well, it depends how I lose.
Nah, it don't depend. Lose.
I don't even want to talk about it because it's not going to happen.
It is going to happen.
We got this. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Monday morning is going to be an awful lot of fun for 2 of us, and absolutely miserable for 1 of us. I agree. Can Purdy keep his poise, and which defense gets takeaways? I think that's what this game comes down to. Thanks for watching, Undisputed Fans. Who walks away with the victory?
Man, it's going to be a really good game. This might be the game of the weekend, although I think all the games will be really,
You know what? This is really good.
Yeah,
Like all of them are good to me. Go ahead.
Skip, I think the thing is this game has the potential to be probably the highest scoring of the two. I got Buffalo winning a game, even though Josh Allen scares me at times.
Yeah.
Because for whatever reason, Skip, he's got the bug where he once he turns it over, he feels he got to turn it over a second and a third.
I mean, I guess J2 would be a better guy to jam on the most, wouldn't he?
And the one thing that you don't want to do against this Cincinnati Bengals team is
since he might fucking fold to me.
Do a pretty good job of catching in your mistakes. You saw what they did against Tampa. Brady got careless with the football in the second half of the ball game, and a game that they were clearly in control of. It goes boom, 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 and the next thing you know, you're like, damn, what happened?
Yep.
Well, you turn it over, they make you pay the ultimate price for those mistakes.
Yep.
I'm going to take the Bills in a close ball game. I would like it a lot better if Von Miller was in this game, especially with all the linemen that's out. They're going to have a guy, I think, that started only 2 games in the starting lineup. They lost Lyle Collins, so they're probably going to be potentially down 3 offensive line starters going up against Buffalo in that building. And it gets crazy loud in Buffalo. I think they play really well. Now, you got to get your hands full because that 3-headed monster outside with Chase, Higgins, and Boyd, although Boyd hadn't shown a whole lot lately, don't underestimate him because on third down, he can be big. But those 2 outside guys, Higgins and Chase has, 9 straight games of at least 7 receptions, the 5th longest streak since the merger. Diggs, it's just the firepower because they got great receivers on both sides. They got great quarterback play on both sides. The question is, what defense will make the one play that gives their team the extra possession and be the difference in the ball game? I say it's Buffalo. I say they win a very high-scoring game. I'm going 34-30.
Are you really?
Yeah.
I disagree with your conclusion and with your size of score.
Okay.
I'm going lower scoring. I'm going 23-20, but I'm going visiting team.
You don't think they ought to go get 20? Those two
Come on,
I
10-9.
just don't. I think it's going to be one of those cold, hard-fought, down-to-the-wire type games, and it's going to be lower scoring than you think. If Von Miller were healthy and wreaking havoc,
Holy shit.
I would have to go with the Bills. To your point,
We have come back from one big blind.
Offensive line starter each of the last 3 games. 1-1-1. And all
Still need more chips,
you're
though.
down to 2/5 of your starting offensive line that, as you recall, was completely rebuilt after last year when Joe Burrow was sacked. By far the most in the regular season and by far the most in the postseason.
Yep.
Here we go again. But do they have other firepower enough to rise up the way Von did? Listen, Von Miller, I'll be the first to admit, I did not see him coming out of college because I watched him a lot at Texas A&M, and I never saw that.
Right.
And John Elway, to his credit, did see that.
Yes.
John couldn't pick quarterbacks, but he picked that guy, and that guy was something to behold.
Yes.
Because there are 2 things operating with Von Miller. Not only is he gifted with all the spins and all the moves, but the bigger the game, the bigger he plays.
Yes.
It's just wherever
he's a big game hunter.
Hey, he's just a big game hunter, and the bigger the better. All the way to the Super Bowl last year. I mean, he put them over the top.
Go back and look at the AFC Championship game against New England. Look at the NFC Championship game last against San Francisco. Look at the Super Bowl against the Carolina Panthers. Look at the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
That's what he does. In big games, he will show up.
Yeah. And when I watch him play, he plays small to me. He looks smaller, but I ran into him at the golf course. It's been a couple months ago. He's a big man.
From waist down, he's done. Yeah, he got a trunk. And to skip the thing that makes him, I think why John fell in love with him, and I talked to John about this, he said he's the closest thing he'd ever seen to Derek Thomas. He could bend like Derek. Derek could be parallel to the line. He had this Gumby-like flexibility.
This is Gumby. This is what it is.
And so that's what you got to be able to do. You got to be able to bend.
Okay. He's not there. God bless him.
No.
Joe Burrow is something to me. You think Mahomes is the best? I think he's the best. He's a magician to me. And weirdly enough, no matter how little protection he has, he still manages to pull it off. And I don't know how, because it's close to magical to me. It's miraculous, because I would say he's the closest thing of the young quarterbacks to Brady.
Right.
But he's the opposite of Brady, because if you put Brady behind a bad offensive line, you see what happens.
Brady would have played like 3 games behind Cincinnati's offensive line.
And he just hangs in there, and he takes his shots, and he almost relishes the shots. It's like he's told that story. He saw Brady, this is a long time when he was a kid, you know, he watched Brady get rocked and jump right back up. Because one thing, Brady, you have to jump up.
Yeah.
You have to show him, I'm bloody but unbowed, right?
Yeah.
I'm ready to go again. Let's call another play. And that's what Joe Burrow does. And he's not afraid of the Bills at Buffalo. And I don't believe if it comes to this, he's not going to be afraid of Mahomes at Mahomes, because he went there last year in the AFC Championship game and beat him.
Right.
And he's 3-0 against Mahomes. And I think he savors the opportunity to beat Josh Allen at his own game at his house. And then if it comes to it, Mahomes at his house. So to your point, he does have 3 weapons that are in concert. They're just when it's like putting fingers in the dam, you know, like you think, I plugged that one. Oh, wait, there's another. Oh, he found another one.
And Hayden Hurst is a solid tight end.
He's a solid tight end. And that little Trent, what's his name, from Stanford.
Yeah.
He's not bad either. So the point is.
It's okay. Breathe. We're going to get out of this.
They have weapons. They have a 3-headed monster at receiver, and they have a 2-headed monster at running back, because both of them can crush you.
Yes.
They can pound and punish you. And I just like the mix of this, and I like Cincinnati's defense because it's opportunistic. You saw what happened.
Yeah.
Tyler Huntley tries to go up over the top, and all of a sudden Sam Hubbard has the football, and he's running the length of the field. So that's what they do. They make plays like that. And Josh Allen, to your point, against Miami, he made some sensational off-the-charts throws that nobody else can make this side of Patrick Mahomes.
He kept Miami in the game, but ultimately he ended up finding a way to win it.
He found a way to win it, but he threw 2 picks, and you're like, what?
And then he fumbled and became a touchdown.
He fumbled 3 times, and one of them got returned for a touchdown. I'm pretty sure he's going to give the Bengals those sort of opportunities. Can they cash? Can they catch the ball when it's thrown to them? I believe they will. I believe they'll win the turnover battle. And I believe that Jamar Chase is a big game stud.
Yeah, he is.
And again, he's been saying all week, he says, look, I'm a humble guy, but if you ask me the question, I am the best. And it was a hell yeah, I'm the best.
Right.
Okay, you love Justin Jefferson. I don't know why. I love Justin Jefferson's ability, and when he gets going, he gets going. You want to talk, when he gets some momentum in a game, he becomes unstoppable. But there are so many games, I wrote down 3 from this year, where he just sort of disappears if he doesn't get an early catch.
Well, that's on the quarterback. If you notice one thing, Joe Burrow's going to get Jamar Chase the ball.
He just did.
Those top receivers, and Kirk Cousins, and Kurt had an unbelievable season.
Kurt, because he is.
Yeah. He ain't 5 chains. He ain't First Cousins.
Thank you.
But it seems to me, Skip, like with other guys, they're like, oh, that's my guy. I'm going to get him the ball.
Yeah.
I don't care if they got 2 guys on him. Cousins will look at like, oh, let me go to the check down. Like the last play of the game. On a 4th and 8, you check it down to a 3-yard route. The man told you to throw the ball to Justin Jefferson. And if Jefferson was triple covered, Osborne or somebody else, or Thielen, had to be single covered.
Okay.
But you take the check down.
So
like you in week 3.
That's the guy. That's 33rd Cousins. That's what he does.
It's terrible.
I got it. But there are many times when in doubt, he just threw it to 18 somewhere out there.
Well, he did in Buffalo.
I know. He just
Skip,
threw
you
it.
that 4th down.
Okay.
Do I?
I look at these games. Remember Dallas.
What's up, Eric McClellan?
40-3. He got 5 targets and caught 3 balls for 33, and I couldn't remember one of them.
Yeah,
The game was
I'm pretty
over.
sure they do, Eric.
Green Bay, when they got blown away, he had 5 targets and caught 1 for 15 yards. That was a big game for them, remember? Bigger game for Green Bay. But then against the Giants in the playoff game, he got 9 targets but caught 7 for 47, and it was a quiet 47 that didn't seem to have that much impact on the game. Jamar Chase has impact because Joe Burrow knows he's the man.
Yes.
The other 2 are really good, but the solar system.
The other 2 are really good, but Burrow's the fucking man.
He's going to come up big. He's going to
It's a good way to put it.
People to make catches. I just like his intangibles as well as his tangibles.
Skip, let's not sell the Bills receiver.
No, I'm not.
With
Because
Diggs and
listen,
Davis.
Hey, Stephon Diggs.
And
I
that
just love
tight end,
his.
Dawson Knox.
Yeah, I know. I got it. I see it. I do think Cincinnati's running game
is a lot better.
It's a little. I was just going to say.
Well, the running game, the Buffalo's running game is Josh Allen.
Yeah.
That's their running game.
Yeah. Well, sometimes to a fault, but I hear what you're saying. But I just think it's going to be lower scoring, in that Joe Burrow is magical enough that he will make 2 or 3 throws to put them in position to win this game 23-20. Whatever the score is, I'm not betting against Joe Burrow. You're betting on Josh Allen against Joe Burrow, and I think that's a mistake.
Well, I didn't factor in the weather, so hopefully it's going to be cold, but hopefully it's not any precipitation, rain, or sleet.
Guys,
like
Kings.
If it's not, the number's going to be up there, Skip. Because I don't think either one of these teams has outstanding defense. I think they both have opportunistic defense. But I like Gabe Davis and I like Stephon Diggs against Eli Apple and Taylor Britt. Okay, I do like that matchup.
Okay, last point I'll remind you of. Before DeMar Hamlin so unfortunately went down, and that game was obviously correctly stopped and ended, Cincinnati was starting to have its way. That was at Cincinnati with Buffalo, but it was just a few weeks back.
Yeah.
They were up 7-3. Each team had a possession. They were up 7-3. It was 5:58 left in the first, and they were driving because obviously he had just completed a pass to T. Higgins. So I think you saw another little taste of that Cincinnati's just a little better than Buffalo. And I think they would have gone on and prevailed.
I think Josh Allen's legs might be the difference in the ball game.
Could be. If
so Skip, they gonna have at least 3 design runs.
Yeah.
And then he escapes the pocket. And he's as big a man as he is, he be moving. For a man his size, he's got to be like 6'6", 6'5", 6'6", but he's huge. He's got to be 250, 255.
I was going to say 250. Sure. He's big boned.
Yeah,
he's a big man.
He's a big
No,
man.
he's very athletic for his size.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Okay, I got Joe Burrow, and you're betting against Joe Burrow, and that's a mistake.
I'm betting with the Bills. I'm not betting against Joe Burrow because I know what Joe Cool can do.
Okay, good luck to you. Okay.
These two teams are a combined 17-2 since October, guys. Pretty impressive. I will say the Bengals have a +7 turnover differential. That could be a difference maker come this weekend. Thanks for watching, Undisputed fans. Subscribe here to get the very latest from Skip and Shannon.
Hi, Alan Kill. What's up? Thanks, dude. What's up, Tinka? Muster up the patience. I don't think it has anything to do with patience. I'm not sure what you mean. I should be impatient because I'm playing a $2 buy-in. I can turn $200 into $264. That's an exciting opportunity to me, even though there may have been times where I've been playing bigger. $200 is a lot of money to play a fucking $2 shitter poker game on the internet and turn it into $200. I don't think that's a reason to be impatient. I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with patience. You gotta love what you do, man. I'm interested in learning how to play better, you know? I'm interested in what plays are gonna work and what plays aren't gonna work, and that applies for all the different buy-ins. Just because I played that big for a period of time doesn't mean that that's gonna be my best strategy going forward. I've been doing a lot of exploring and experimenting with this poker over the last 7 years, and just because we're doing something for a period of time doesn't mean we're going to always be doing it. This guy's got 2 bigs, 5 off the money. I have to call him. I'm pretty sure. Damn. I mean, he had less than 3 bigs, so I don't think I can fold. Plus, my hand wasn't like terrible. It was Jack 8. It's a lot better than like 2-8. But yeah, another tough spot, and it puts us more at risk, and we lose the run out. So we wish it went better. This guy's sitting out. We'll just take that down. Queen 10 against 6s. No good. Ace Queen here. We got him. Got him with the Ace Queen. This one's actually kind of close to the ITM already. I wonder why this one is and the rest aren't. What about the structure? It's 12-minute blinds, 6 max. It's already kind of small field. Are there overlay? Not much. There is overlay, but not much overlay. 3 off the money here. Should I raise the Jack 9? Probably. It's my cutoff. How did I miss episode 450 of the Chris Sims podcast? But I saw episode 451, or maybe I did watch 450, but it was in bits and pieces. I don't know. Jack 9 min raise. This guy calls. Wow. C-bet gets through. Damn, these dogs are barking like crazy outside, huh? Queen 9 suited here? Shit. I mean, I'm really short on chips. He's jamming 11 bigs. Oh. I don't know. It's a close spot. I don't know, man. 4 bigs, Queen 9 suited. I'm in my small blind. He's jamming, like... I think we're supposed to take the spot with Queen 9 suited, but I'm really not sure. It's fucking close. Holy fuck. Put the dog inside, man. God dang. Come on, ace queen. Dude. I mean, holy fuck. We're in the money now. In the money here. I don't want to late reg these when I feel like I can just buy into another flight here soon. I'd rather chill out, focus on this, buy in at the earlier flight. Oh fuck. I guess I got a call, right? Almost missed the fucking spot. Yeah. Let's go. Hi, T-Shep. How's it going? It's been going okay, man. Hope you're doing well. All about the journey. It's a journey type place. We're on the journey. We're journeying. I'm just chilling T-Shep, trying to spin up my ACR bot refund money like any good DGen would do. We got an average stack, final 100 players, $2 buy-in for 264. Holy shit, that'd be tight. Just bought into the 1650 15K. We got these multi-day tourneys starting up soon. The Sunday Squeeze and the Dime. Actually have a 250 ticket somehow on ECR, so we can just use that on the Dime.
Donatell came to Minnesota to be the defensive coordinator. They shifted the base look from 4-3 to 3-4. He's out after one season. Not a surprise. Took a couple of days. Kevin O'Connell and the organization making the decision to move on. A point I made in a post that I published before the show started today, Shireen. What are the Vikings going to do conceptually? Are they sticking with the 3-4? Are they going back to a 4-3? You know, one of the reasons the defense struggled, you've got 4-3 personnel. You've got to get 3-4 personnel. They had to bring in Jordan Hicks to play inside linebacker along with Eric Kendricks. They got rid of Anthony Barr, who ended up with the Cowboys, because that specific type of outside linebacker didn't fit in a 3-4 defense. Period.
It's the hypest.
So are you going to continue?
Right, TM. We're on our way.
Change the personnel needed?
We want a hand with Ace 10.
Or are you going to hire somebody who's going to go back to a 4-3, and then you have to undo what you did last year and reconfigure your defense again, just as they were learning the 3-4. It's a real challenge, and I think a lot needs to be done defensively. And again, it's attractive because the offense is so good. The defense doesn't have to be much better, but the Vikings have to decide what they're looking for by way of how their defense is going to present itself on the field.
Yeah, there's just certain teams, Mike, that you think of as 4-3 defenses, 3-4 defense, because they've been that way their entire history. And the Vikings were a 4-3 team for their entire history, I think, aside from 1 year before this past season. And then they try to come in without the personnel and say, we're switching to the 3-4. And they drafted players to fit the 3-4, and they got very little out of their draft class in 2022. They're old, they're slow, and they still don't have the personnel to fit the 3-4, which is why they ended up 31st in yards and 28 in points. They were horrible, and it's why they're sitting at home today rather than getting ready to play in a playoff game this weekend. So it's a huge question for Kevin O'Connell. Do we go back to the 4-3 where we have more of that personnel, or do we stick with the 3-4? But either way, those players are now going to be learning a new defense and a new defensive coordinator in the second year of Kevin O'Connell's tenure. So this was a monstrous failure by the Vikings. And, you know, I blame more the decision to go to the 3-4, which was Kevin O'Connell's decision, then I blame the defensive coordinator, because he got 1 year without any kind of personnel to try to make this change, and it wasn't going to work out. It was disastrous and a disastrous decision from the start.
Well, and the whole idea of getting Ed Donatell is they wanted somebody who would run Vic Fangio's defense, and Fangio had just gotten fired by the Broncos. Fangio's interviewing now, and he's been linked to Sean Payton. Yeah. Why not just call Fangio? If you're going to continue this path, if you wanted Fangio's defense, get Fangio. That would be a win for the Vikings if they could pull that off. I think Brian Flores, a guy who could maybe come in and continue this 3-4 base front that they're trying to do. And I know that defenses are multiple and they do a bunch of different things. Whatever the Vikings were doing last year, it didn't work, especially in the playoffs when that defense was exposed for what it is, and it dragged down the offense and it dragged down the team. So it's a huge decision for the Vikings, and it's a huge move to try to elevate this team to balance out the offense that it has. It's just out of whack. They should have been 13-4. They gave up more points than they scored. They need balance.
Hi, I'm
balance. They need balance. What are we doing with this hand?
Ever wonder why they call it the American Dream?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's just bottom of the range day on ACR every day, right? And obviously, like, oh, you can fold it, ship don't die. You can fold, you know. I mean, I don't know whether I'm supposed to or not. That's how close of a fucking spot it is. That's why it's annoying me.
Get to the game that gets things started.
Like, if it's king-queen suited, we're all in. If it's queen-8 suited, I'm folding. And I had queen-9 suited, so I just have to throw my hands up in the air again.
Jaguars Chiefs, and let's hear from
I don't know why every hand on ECR has got to feel like some fucking test. It's like a fucking Ben CB quiz or some shit I'm taking on ECR every fucking time I'm playing here. I just want the nuts.
And here's part of the conversation that Sims and Reed had.
the adjustments he's made to his game this year. I mean, just for a guy, you know, I used to play a little bit and watching it. I mean, or last year there was the, you know, leaving the pocket, maybe too aggressive at times, looking for the big play. Just what you've seen this year, are you kind of amazed how he can kind of just flip a switch and then play it by the book maybe more to a degree?
Yeah, well, he's found the value in checkdowns. So if it's not there, I can work down.
He's found the value.
If you have that, then a guy that works down to up, because you're going to get a lot of downs, and that's hard to score in this league. So if
you'd rather have to rein a guy in,
willing to
just like poker.
Top down.
You'd rather have an aggressive guy that you got to rein in than some big fucking pussy ass bitch you got to teach to fucking play some hands.
Well,
that's for sure. That's for fucking sure.
Snow globe and all this.
We're trying to rein it in too, Andy Reid.
I know you've talked about this before, but you know, just kind of talk about the.
We're trying to rein in our Queen 9 suiteds.
How those things materialize.
Maybe I should have went with the check down there.
Yeah, again, those come from everybody.
They do, really.
Yeah, and nobody claims them. That's what's so cool about it. They'll throw an idea out and then it'll evolve from there. And it's not to embarrass the other team. We're doing it to have something different in this league that you can score with.
Sure,
and that's,
create an advantage.
Yeah.
Right.
And so that's why we do it. And then
I mean, look at this shit.
Things impossible to do if you can just kind of think that way.
You know, like it's silly.
Let's try it. I mean, let's try it and see what's possible.
It's fucking so close. Like, it's the worst hand you go all in with, or it's the best hand you fold, man. Every time on ACR, it's a freaking quiz. I'm being quizzed. I don't know what to do with this hand either. How many hands in a row can I get dealt to me where I'm not sure what to do with it? It's fucking crazy. I have him beat. Now we're drawn dead on the turn.
He's been talking about it
but whatever.
For years now. At some point, he's got to deliver, just like the NFL has to deliver with a franchise in London. You can't say it's coming for 20 years. At some point between 0 and 20, it's got to happen. At some point, sooner than later, Mahomes has to do the behind-the-back pass. And who knows? Who knows? If they're up comfortably in this one, since it quite possibly is the last time he'll be at Arrowhead Stadium this year, because if the Bills win,
this guy's jamming 11 bigs here.
In Atlanta, maybe we'll get
fuck.
My Mike, have we ever seen anybody like Patrick Mahomes? Like, I can't think, as long as you and I have watched this game dating back to the 1970s,
I fucking don't know what to do here either.
Like Patrick Mahomes, who could do so many unique things. It's almost like a point guard.
I fucking don't know.
Who does all this stuff?
What's Shubunkin's range there? God, how do I keep getting dealt the worst hand I could possibly be dealt? Can anyone explain this to me? Is this that hard for me on any other site? It's just ACR where I'm sitting here going, fuck!
The funny arm angles, that's all from being a shortstop, because there is no form when you're a shortstop. You get the ball, you get it out to the first baseman.
He has 11 big, small blind, and I have King Jack suited under the gun +1.
How it all looks goes out the window. It's just, does it work? And
he's jamming 27 bigs. What the fuck is this guy's problem?
And athletes at lower levels as well, who think they can do more.
Why am I going to take the close King Jack suited spot against a guy who might be good at poker when I got this guy fucking jamming 30 bigs and shit? What's up, Whale? Good morning. How are you?
A hell of a lot. It's easy to stay within the lines when there's a ton of space within the lines, and he can do things that we just have never seen, and we will eventually. And I know Sims and I have been saying this for years, and it drives him crazy because his kids out there running around trying to throw passes like Patrick Mahomes. There's going to be a generation of kids trying to play that way, and inevitably someone or two or more will bubble up through the ranks of high school, college, and the NFL, and we'll find others who can do this.
This guy's just
Patrick Mahomes is the only individual who ever
fucking doing this thing here.
He kind of shows the way, like Michael Jordan transformed the way basketball was played. The way
King 6, cool, man.
The way they attacked.
What's up, Caitlin Rutherford?
I feel like it's just a matter of time.
Not much, chilling, hitting the 3-ball on this kid, you know, spinning up some ACR refund bot money. We're hoping the ACR bot refund money is being spun as we speak.
Well, you make a great point about baseball too, Mike, because he did play shortstop, and of course his dad was a baseball player here with the Rangers for many years and in Major League Baseball for many years. But I think kids today, they don't play as many 2 sports, 3 sports, and I think that's important, and I think his baseball does help him playing football, and that does pay off. Like you said, at shortstop, you just got to get the ball out and get it to first base, however you have to do that, and there are the different arm angles that you use. So I think that's important too for these kids to play some other sports, and I think it shows in football when they have played other sports, when they have been a point guard, when they have played some shortstop and done some other things. I do think that translates over, and I think it has with Patrick Mahomes.
Playing 3 sports, however, I must say, is not the end-all, be-all. I am a product of someone who played 3 sports, and I played all of them very poorly. So it doesn't help.
It didn't help
everyone, but it does for certain people with a natural amount of talent. It does maximize in certain areas. I can remember, Shireen, transitioning from basketball season to baseball season and having in my head I should be dribbling while I'm out running around on a baseball field. I mean, you're wired to dribble, especially because it took a lot of effort for me and focus to, you know, bounce the ball. You're out there with your glove, and you're like, I should be bouncing something. So anyway, that's, again, one man's very miserable experience. Will it be a miserable experience, though, for the Jaguars? Let's do this. Fill in the blank. And we could be very literal here. The Chiefs will win the game if they, well, score more points than the Jaguars. That's the easy answer. Let's go for something a little deeper. Shireen, you believe the Chiefs will win on Saturday against Jacksonville if they what?
If they simply don't beat themselves, Mike. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is 4-0 in the divisional round. That hasn't been hard for them to win in the divisional round. They're the better team in this, obviously. I don't think anybody would argue that, not even Jaguars fans. They just can't beat themselves. They can't turn the ball over. They can't make stupid mistakes. They can't give up special teams touchdowns or pick sixes or like the Cowboys did when they played Jacksonville. You just can't beat yourself. And if they don't beat themselves, I just don't know how Jacksonville's going to win this game. I just think they need a lot of help to win this one. If the Chiefs just show up and are themselves, coming off a bye week, I think they win this and win this pretty easily.
Yeah, and similarly, I'll say if they remain patient. We saw it in the wild card round last year against the Steelers where they were down. Because I picked Pittsburgh to win that game. Everybody thought I was nuts, and the Steelers were up. There was a fumble return for a touchdown, but they didn't freak out. They didn't panic, and the Chiefs ultimately obliterated the Steelers as they were supposed to do. But then what happened? They got impatient late in the first half in the AFC Championship against the Bengals. They didn't score a touchdown when they should have. They left the door open for the Bengals to come back and win the game. So they just have to remain patient in all things, in all phases of the game. If the Jaguars would happen to get a quick touchdown, don't freak out. Don't feel like your season is flashing before your eyes. We've seen many 1 seeds over the years. I think under that weight of that pressure of having a great regular season that gave them the coveted 1 seed, in comes an upstart that catches them with an uppercut when they weren't ready for it. And the next thing you know, they're in a game, and they're wondering what the hell's going on. And before you know it, they're out. We've seen it. We know that it's out there. It's capable of occurring. The Chiefs need to be ready for it. They need to weather that. They need to stay patient, because at the end of the day, if they can run their offense, they will emerge with, again, to literally answer the question, they will win if they score more points than the Jaguars.
They'll win if they score more points than the Jaguars.
I think
that is true.
Trevor Lawrence plays an error-free football game and can get the ball down the field, and I think that's something they can do if they protect.
Come on,
him.
AC.
Jacksonville was 10th in passing.
Dead man's hand, getting it done.
18th against the
Oh baby,
during the regular season.
There it is. Chop the river.
Like
Chop the turn, really.
Second half of
yep,
week's
we
game.
chop it,
I
you know. Got the best hand, we chop.
Keeping up with
right,
the Chiefs, and
right.
I do think they're going to have some breaks go their way.
Yep.
But if he can play some error-free
we know.
they can get the ball down the field. They can score the
we
points,
know.
get in the red zone. Those have got to field goals, because you're going to have to score, I think, a lot of points in this game to hang with the Chiefs and to beat the Chiefs. But that's the way to do it. And they're going to have to take some chances, be aggressive, go for it on 4th down, maybe do some things that you wouldn't ordinarily do. You're playing with house money. Nobody expects you to win. Nobody expects you to be close. Go out, be free, play free, and maybe they have a chance, Mike. We've seen stranger things happen in this game.
Sure have.
A simple app that makes
My answer is similar to yours, but a phrase that I really liked, it doesn't get used enough. They will win if they throw caution to the wind. I'm still not quite sure what it means to throw caution to the wind, but you need to be crazy. You need to be different. You need to be selectively aggressive. You need to be willing to do things that aren't conventional. And we know Doug Peterson, one of the coaches at the forefront of the analytics revolution, going for two unpredictably.
Doug Peterson's all about this analytics.
He's not unpredictable in going for two. He's too predictable. You need to be unpredictable, and that's what the Jaguars need to do. Unpredictable things. They started the game when they played in the regular season with an onside kick. Now, it would be incredibly unpredictable if they would do it again. They're never going to see it coming the second time around, right? But that's the kind of stuff that they're going to need to do. And you need to do it well. You can't just be reckless. When you throw caution to the wind, you better be ready to catch it when it swings back at your face. That's going to be the key. And you just have to go for it. This is an opportunity that comes rarely, especially for the Jaguars. It's been 5 years since they were in position to play for a berth in the
conference you're in a different account or whatever.
No one expected it from them this year. They started 3-6.
There's someone else in someone's account.
I hadn't really thought about it. They're the first
but I
team
still don't know who you are. So
after starting the year
either way, it doesn't matter. I can call you Caitlin or I can call you Arrows. It's still some random person on the internet. Either way, you scratch it, right?
They actually won it.
I don't know who you
are. Jaguars did. The Washington football team did not win in the wild card round, but
so it's just like we don't have to go over this every time.
They got nothing.
I'm speaking to who's here right now. Caitlin Rutherford's here.
We'll see if they can get it done. I think they can keep it close. Shireen and Sims and I have made our selections in the Picks podcast. I was tempted to pick the Jaguars to win just because we've seen it happen.
Your girl's here more than you are usually, man. You know, so why wouldn't I just assume it was her?
Against it. We've seen it too many times to not expect it to happen again. But at the end of the day, I picked the Chiefs to win. But I think the Jaguars can cover. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, we have seen it before, but we haven't seen it before with the Chiefs.
I was just talking to her last night.
Been in the championship game. This is the 6th time that Andy Reid's been the number
Figured
one
it was
seed.
her.
And they've never won
Right,
as
it's
a
you.
top seed,
Whatever.
Mike, but it's been that championship game that's always got.
I mean, this is a close spot, man. Get the fuck off me.
So I don't think.
Why do I get at the bottom of the range every time, you guys? Why can't I get dealt aces here, ace jack or something? Why is it gotta be me sitting here having to think?
Again, the Jaguars are
I
going
don't
to
want
have
to
to be
think.
aggressive and throw it, as you said.
I just want a ball.
Win to try to keep this thing close.
I wouldn't throw caution to the wind, but I think being aggressive is a good
They
idea.
have a chance, and that's all you want is to be close in the fourth quarter.
King 7. Oh, he's got the aces. Yeah. See, that's the hand I'm looking for, but I don't have it. They have it. Brazilian bros got aces. Yeah. Totally not a rigged setup.
They have taken a step with Doug Peterson. And
It's totally not a rigged setup.
This is going to be a good team to contend with over the next few years, Mike.
Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe for the latest news and analysis from Pro Football Talk.
Pocket 10s in the final 85. This could be good. This could be good.
Played twice this season. The second one doesn't really count to me because it was the
Get it
Giants
through.
JV squad. They deliberately rested guys week 18 in advance of the wild card win, and it was a smart move. But Shireen, let's do the same thing. The Eagles will win this game against their arch rivals from up the road in New York / New Jersey if they what?
I think if Jalen Hurts plays like we've seen him play this year, and I don't think we saw that in Week 18.
He's not going to be back to. He's not going to be able to play that way. He's hurt.
His shoulder was still bothering him, but he's fully healthy now, Mike. And this is a team that needs to get back.
He's fully healthy now? Did she just say that?
Bothering him, but he's fully healthy now, Mike. And
Is he?
this is a team that needs
Is
to
she
get
just
back
making
to
this shit
playing
up?
Like they did with Jalen Hurts.
When have we heard that he's fully healthy?
He only lost one game in that stretch, and we haven't seen that really since Week 15 when he got hurt against the Bears.
I didn't know he was fully healthy.
Maybe it was Week 14, that first game against the Giants when they won 48-22, when they really looked like themselves, when we were talking about the Eagles as the best team in football. It's been a long time, I think, since we've said that. But to see Jalen Hurts, I think, play like he played earlier in the season when he was an MVP candidate, they get that. They're, again, the favorites in the NFC.
I think the Eagles win, and obviously there's many ingredients go into it. We're overly simplifying it, but one of the things they need to do is properly respect Daniel Jones and Isaiah Hodgins. One of the things that I believe Sims and I were talking about in the Picks podcast, Hodgins is kind of in that mode where opposing defenses, out of a matter of pride / arrogance, just assume this guy can't keep doing it. We're not going to double team Isaiah Hodgins. He's not Justin Jefferson. He's not Tyreek Hill. He's not Jerry Rice. He's yet to prove himself. Well, he's proving himself 1 week at a time, and if you don't take him seriously, he's going to prove himself against you. And then Daniel Jones, I saw a quote from Patrick Peterson, the Vikings cornerback. Well, he came out and played like Mike Vick. We didn't expect that. Well, maybe you should have expected it because the guy's been around for a while, hiding in plain sight, showing his running ability. Back at the scene of the spot where he tripped over the 5-yard line, the guy can run, the guy can pass. You have to take them seriously. You have to plan for them as if you're planning for Steve Young in his prime, because he will do this to you repeatedly. He had 17 carries last week. Peter said he'll definitely have more than 4 because that's what he had against the Vikings on Christmas Eve. Yeah, he had 4 times 4 plus 1. That's how many times Daniel Jones ran the ball. You've got to take him seriously. You can't look down your nose at the opponent. We know that happens in the NFL. We know there is an amount of institutional arrogance. Oh, it's just Daniel Jones. Oh, it's just Isaiah Hodgins. They better take these guys seriously, or they will match them point for point, drive for drive, and put a ton of pressure on the Eagles' offense to match. And we saw that the Vikings ultimately couldn't do it because Dexter Lawrence was a one-man wrecking crew. So, take the Giants' offense seriously. Not just Saquon Barkley, but everyone else, Shireen.
Yeah, and they're going to have to worry about Daniel Jones running too, Mike. I mean, that's a serious concern with him, when you're a defense, the Eagles get after the quarterback. They're really good at sacking the quarterback. Led the NFL with 70 sacks this season. They do that really well. But with Daniel Jones, I mean, you better be careful getting to him and letting him step up and take off, because he can do it, and he can run a long way, as we know, and he did it all year long. So he's, to me, is probably the key for the Giants. Mike, if he can play like we saw him play, I thought Dak Prescott was really good. I thought Daniel Jones was the best player we saw in any postseason game last week. He just, again, kind of like Trevor Lawrence, saying, he's taken that next step. And to me, the Giants have an interesting, it's not really a dilemma, because a dilemma, both are bad, but an interesting problem to have, and a fun problem, frankly, to figure out if he's their guy or not. And I think they're figuring out he's the guy. He can get this done. They can win with Daniel Jones, Mike, and he's shown that all year long, and I thought he really showed it last week.
He's their guy, and he's making more and more money every week, and they're going to happily give it to him. And I think he falls into that category of guy. We set a narrative on a player early in his career, and we get lazy, and I include myself in that. Some of the times that I criticize the media, I don't include myself. I do include myself in this one. We just want to be able to say, okay, we know who this guy is. Let's move on to somebody else, or somebody else. We have to figure out who they are. We know who he is. We're not going to worry about him. We're not going to revisit that. We already have come to a conclusion as to who and what he is. Well, he has become him, as they now like to say. He's getting better and better all the time. And for some folks, you're not going to take him seriously until his fingerprints are on a Lombardi trophy, and then it's like, Daniel Jones. Well, the Eagles had better be looking at Daniel Jones differently than everyone has, because if you didn't notice it already, you should have seen it last week against the Vikings. All right, so the Giants will win this game if they what, Shireen?
If they figure out how to win in Philly, Mike. It's been a long time. Week 8 of 2013 was the last time the Giants won in Philly. They just can't seem to win there for whatever reason. The last time they won there, Tom Coughlin and Chip Kelly were the head coaches. Eli Manning and Michael Vick were the quarterbacks. So it's just been a really long time since they've figured out the Eagles on the road. So we'll see if they can do it this week. But it's a tough place to play. As we all know, it's going to be a really tough place for them to play this year. They've already lost to the Eagles twice. As you said, that Week 18 game doesn't really matter because they did play their JV in that game. But Week 14, they got spanked pretty good, 48-22. So they've got to figure out the Philly matrix, as it were, how to win on the road in Philly.
I think they'll win if they can make Jalen Hurts one-dimensional. What makes him so great is he runs and passes well. He keeps you on your heels. When you think he's going to throw it, he runs it. When you think he's going to run it, he throws it. He can do both effectively. Dexter Lawrence, I think, a key to that. And Jason Kelce, a key. That's a guy that Jalen Hurts mentioned. Kelce decided to come back for another year. They're going to need Kelce plus help. I wouldn't dare try to neutralize Dexter Lawrence with only one guy. I don't care who it is. Dexter Lawrence was incredible. When you watch some of the clips of what he did and how he was busting through the Vikings line, it's like they weren't even there. So if the Giants can find a way to take away the run threat from Jalen Hurts, that makes it a lot easier to win. Take away the pass threat, just disrupt him enough. It reminds me a lot about what happened in Minnesota. You know the Vikings are going to score in the 20s. You've just got to break serve. It's like tennis. You're a big tennis player, Shireen. You just got to break serve once or twice. And we saw the Giants break serve at the very end of the game. That's the key. That Giants defense doesn't have to dominate. It just needs to supplement an offense that is going to do well enough on its own. It really is amazing how we've seen these Giants, both the Giants and the Jaguars, just mature and get better throughout the course of the season. And that's one of the things that I always say in September. What we see in the first couple of weeks doesn't matter because teams will get worse and teams will get better. Very few stay exactly where they are the first few weeks. And to their credit, the Giants have gotten a lot better. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe for the latest news and analysis from Pro. That's fundamentally the difference between Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes is
I think I'm just going to call this guy, and then I'm just going to jam the river whether I hit or not.
Josh Allen from time to time becomes
I'm just
so
going to bluff now.
intoxicated by his own skills, and for good reason. For good reason. The throw that he mentioned, when you watch it, it's an incredible cannon shot.
Calls me with pocket fours.
Classic. There's only one guy on the planet can throw the ball that way. The only problem is it comes down in the hands of the wrong player. So when you have that high-end skill set, it does become very tempting to utilize it. Look at this throw.
Wow, he wouldn't fold fours on a 5-9-5 10 queen board when I pot jam the river. Can you fucking even believe that? We didn't get that bluff through. Like, I come up with a plan like that, and because of all the reasons why it's a good plan, and then it looks like he does have a hand that should fold, but he calls anyway. Isn't that sickening? Like, I was gonna donkly jam the river if I hit. I said I'm jamming this river whether I hit or not, right? So if I river to flush or river to pair or whatever, I was gonna go all in, and he was gonna call me, and I was gonna win. It's so crazy.
Well, Mike, and that's the whole key for the Bills in this game. 9 times this season, they've had multiple turnovers.
How do they do
in
it?
the game. They've only played mistake-free, having no giveaways in 3 games this year. So that's the key for them. And Josh Allen, over the last 3 games, he's thrown 5 interceptions. You just can't do that and expect to win games against good teams. The Dolphins weren't a good team, and they hung with them, and they barely beat the Dolphins. Now, sometimes when I look at these divisional matchups and I think about what the Bengals did last week and sticking close, sometimes those divisional matchups can go differently, can go sideways because these teams know each other so well. I get that. But they have not really played well in a while because of the turnovers, and they have to play mistake-free against this good Bengals team, because if they don't, Mike, this could get out of hand for them. And it's just what you said. You talked about the patience that the Chiefs need to show. It's the same thing with the Bills. They've got to be patient. Josh Allen can't have that mentality that you're talking about. I'm just trying to make something happen. He's got to say, hey, we got 4 quarters.
No
here.
bot
We're
refunds.
down
Need to
early.
play
We got
more.
4 quarters. Let's just don't turn this ball over. Sometimes a punt is not a bad thing.
And when you're up 17-0, as they were against the Dolphins, you've got to have that killer instinct. We see so many teams come back from these big deficits in part because the team that establishes the lead kind of eases off a little bit. Keep going, keep pushing, keep doing what you do. No lead is safe, as we've seen time and again this year in the NFL. So the Bills will win this game if they what, Shireen?
Well, I think that's just it. If Josh Allen protects the football, to me, that's the whole key. They're going to get an emotional lift if DeMar Hamlin shows up to this game. I do think the home field advantage plays a huge part. I don't think this game should be in Buffalo, but it is in Buffalo. I think that's going to be a huge edge for them. So I think if they come out and don't turn the ball over, they're going to win this game against the Bengals.
Yeah, I worry about them being too emotional because they have been off the past couple of games they've played. They've won them both. Yeah. The Patriots gave them a better fight than I ever dreamed they would. The Dolphins, my God, were ahead in the 3rd quarter.
Too emotional. I agree. Josh Allen's going to be too emotional. He's going to do something stupid. He's going to throw his helmet. And he's going to get a penalty and this and that and the other. And Joe Cool is just going to walk in there and fucking win the game.
Other than Stephon Diggs. It's too much on him. That's one of the things Sim says all the time. Last year in the divisional round, Gabriel Davis had 4 touchdown catches. It still wasn't enough to win the game. But they took full advantage of all the attention that's paid to Diggs, and somebody else has to do something big. Not just, hey, I made 1 catch on 3rd down. Or
What's up, Dorian? Am I going to WSOP? WSOP? When's that? The summer?
Whether it's Gabe Davis, whether it's Cole Beasley,
I don't know. Maybe.
Are
you going?
10 times.
Are you going? Is that where the good tournaments are at? WSOP?
Come on, Ken Dorsey, draw up some plays for Nyheim Hines. He's earned it. He deserves it. The fans want to see it. He's shown what he can do. I was amazed he only had 1 touch last week, 2 targets, 10 plays offensively for Nyheim Hines. So, I mean, that's why they got him. They traded Zach Moss for the guy. They traded part of their running back rotation to get Nyheim Hines, and they barely use him. So somebody's got to step up. Somebody's got, and I think this is what happens, Shareem, to teams that have a superstar talent like Josh Allen. I think, and I'm oversimplifying it, but that's okay. At least I say it's okay, so it's okay. you get a lot of guys that just kind of wait around for Josh Allen to do something rather than being the ones who step up and do something. Somebody's got to take it on himself to step up and be the other part of the Josh Allen equation. It can't just be Josh Allen doing things alone. Somebody's got to lend a hand and help Josh Allen.
Well, that's exactly right, Mike, and it just can't be Diggs every single time. And they do need a Gabriel Davis or Cole Beasley, whoever it is, to step up and make some plays and make some big plays. And
all in here, Queen 8 suited.
It's time for them to do that. And
in the dime!
Get to the
Queen ball!
goal, then they're going to have that. I think, Mike, one thing that's really interesting on the other side of the ball in this game is you go back to that Bills-Chiefs game,
Cush Fest.
and they couldn't get a stop on the Chiefs.
I'm going to three bet you, whatever it's called. I'm going to 3-bet you Cush Fest.
Pass rush. We need one guy to make a difference. They signed Von Miller. He got hurt, is out for the year.
Cush Fest. Cush Fest.
They said, well, we
what you got, Cush Fest?
Because we couldn't protect Joe Burrow. We're going to go out and improve our offense.
Anything good?
And guess what?
Cushy boy?
Now had 3 injuries.
He's saying yes.
Line over the past few weeks, so they're without probably 3 offensive.
You're the cushiest.
This week. So you've had things where you tried to fix deficiencies from last season to get you to that next step. The Bills are there right now. The Bengals are a couple games away from that if they can get back to that point. But it ends up that the deficiencies that they had last year are still there. It's the Bills trying to make a stop, and it's the Bengals trying to protect Joe Burrow.
And it's kind of a wash. The Bills don't have Von Miller. The Bengals are going to be without multiple offensive linemen, it appears. So let's flip it to the Bengals. The Bengals will win this game if they what, Shireen?
Well, I think that's it, Mike. If they can protect Joe Burrow, I do think the Bengals are playing better right now than the Bills are. I was a little disappointed with the way they played last week. I didn't think that was their best effort of the season, and they had kind of been on a roll, and I just didn't think they played very well. But you go back to last season, postseason, 19 sacks in 4 games for Joe Burrow. He had 9 against the Titans and 7 against the Rams, and it was just disastrous for them. So they go out and they spend $74 million to get those 3 offensive linemen and improve. For 15 games they were there, they played great, and then Alex Kappa gets hurt, La'el Collins gets hurt, now Jonah Williams is hurt. So now you're having these second teamers play as your starters, and that's not good. I do think Joe Burrow is better this year than last year at escaping that pressure, at moving around and knowing how to deal with it, but still, if he doesn't have time, then I think it's going to be a different game. If the Bills can get after him, then I think the Bills are going to win this game. But they've got to protect him, give him at least some time. He's got the weapons. If he has the time, Mike, they're going to score a lot of points in this game.
We moved our Show Me Something draft from Friday to Thursday this week, if only to allow Peter King to once again say, "Show me something, Daniel Jones." But in that process, I pegged Joe Mixon as the guy who needs to show us all something, because he needs to be able to move the chains without 60% of the starting offensive line, because that's the way you open up the passing game, specifically play action. If Joe Mixon is getting past the first level and into the second level and gashing the Buffalo defense, that's how you can set up Joe Burrow to have a big day throwing the ball if you're not going to have the kind of protection that you're accustomed to. So that's the key. I think Joe Mixon needs to have a big day. And also, let's not overlook the time-honored value in keeping Josh Allen on the sideline. Because the longer he's on the sideline, long sustained drives, he's more inclined maybe to try to do something special over the top, just trying to make a play, coach, throwing that beautiful pass 70 yards in the air that gets caught by a member of the other team. The longer he's waiting, the more difficult it will be for him to play within himself. So that's why Joe Mixon, I think, is such a critical part of this game. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube.
A simple
that 49ers offense with Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle, and an offensive line that buys Brock Purdy enough time to distribute the ball, and how he's managed to play unaffected by being thrust into this machine that just keeps rolling. Just
5-5 scares you because I feel like it's too much. What do you mean? Like you want to bet?
As long as they keep that nucleus.
You want to bet Bills, but you're worried about you want to bet Bills, but you're worried about them not being able to cover. Yeah, I'd be worried about that too. Oh, and Cherokee? Oh, probably not. Probably not going.
Sometimes doesn't matter, and I think that was the case. You think about all the quarterbacks the 49ers have gone through to get to this point. They lost to the Bears early in the season, and you're thinking, man, this team's horrible. Then they go make the trade for Christian McCaffrey, and now they have all these parts, and you're looking at this team going, how in the world are we going to stop this offense? Even with a rookie quarterback, we're not even talking about, hey, rookie quarterbacks have never done this, never done that. He's 6-0. We've kind of shifted that conversation to this team's so good that it doesn't matter that he's a rookie quarterback, and he's shown that, and he's just been so good with this offense. I don't think he would be this good with the Bears offense or some other offenses in the NFL, but he's doing great with this offense, Mike, and so we're not even thinking of him as a rookie quarterback anymore.
No, we aren't, and we never really have. Once he showed the ability to hold it together when he was thrust into service in the first quarter of the game against the Dolphins, there were not many questions about Brock Purdy. And last
what the
week,
fuck do I do now?
Early in the rain against the Seahawks, he settled down and he kept it going. And it's easy to do when it's not all on you, when you don't have to go out and try to.
I guess I'm just gonna bluff. Bet here, he calls me with ace high, right? Boom, and then I go all in on the river and he folds ace high, right? Isn't that what's supposed to fucking happen?
And those weapons on offense, it becomes a lot easier to get it done and to win football games. So the Cowboys will win.
I have fucking quads.
What, Shireen?
I think if they get after Brock Purdy and rattle him, we have.
Oh my God, man.
Rattled Mike, and I think that's going to be the key: is to get him, hit him.
Aces for
early,
them.
Hit him often. He's been really good at not turning the ball over. He's only had 2 games this year since he's been the starter.
Shit is unbelievable.
He's turned it over in the 6 games now.
Now he's donkly jamming the turn on an ace turn.
For him, so you've got to get after him.
After just calling me on the flop.
Seen that from anybody they've faced. The Cowboys can do that. The Cowboys
seems like a bluff, honestly.
Players who can get to the quarterback, who can sack the quarterback, who can hit the quarterback, and I think that's what it's going to take.
Seems like a bluff.
Is to really get after him early.
It's not a bluff. Okay, now I have aces.
Dak Prescott plays like he did on Monday night, and I know that was.
This is fucking good shit.
But that's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to require to go into Santa Clara and beat this 49ers team. Great, Dak. Hey, you may have wasted the best game of your career on a night when you didn't really need it, because they probably would have beaten the Buccaneers easily, even if Dak wasn't as spectacular as he was. So we'll see if he can string 2 together. I hope he does. I hope he does.
And they're all going to fold to my aces.
A much better defense than the one that they just faced, and it requires
lit. And now we have aces over here.
Game, so Dak can do what he's capable
3-way pot.
Had that easy touchdown roll into the end zone on the bootleg because they take the running game seriously and they focused. They went all in on the handoff on the inside, and it busted it open for Dak to run around the edge. That's the kind of stuff that you need. A full effort by the offense.
And he's going to raise me on a 9-7 deuce.
It would also help to make your kicks.
And then I'm going to fucking go all in and hope that he has king 9 and not a set.
Kicking more than 6 times.
Okay, he's going to raise and then he's going to fold. I mean, I don't really get it. He's just running a bluff sandwiched in a 3-way pot. I didn't really expect that.
I said these the other day, and I was 100% serious. He should be at all times kicking amid the deafening roar.
Why would I think that guy would have any bluffs sandwiched randomly on a 9-7 deuce?
That's what he's going to hear on Sunday.
I just wanted him to have pocket 10s or ace 9 or king 9 suited or something.
They're going to be inside his head. They're going to be chanting.
But he somehow has a fold. I wish I would have just called now that I see that he folded, but I just didn't think he'd be doing that.
Him to that because he's going to be subjected to it on Sunday night.
He sure is, Mike, and I think it's going to be important for him to make his kicks this week. It didn't matter last week. And you go back and you think about how few plays decide a game. You think about you talked about those touchdowns, 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns, including the one you alluded to when Dak did the bootleg around the corner and there's nobody there except Dalton Schultz to block for him, who had no one to block. So I had 2 fourth down. They had 2 fourth down touchdowns. Tom Brady threw an interception trying to throw the ball away. And you think if those plays had gone differently, this would have been a closer game and those extra points would have mattered. But as it turned out, they didn't. But in this game, you figure that extra points are going to matter. And field goals, if he has to kick those, are going to matter. So absolutely, he's got to be better than he was in a big part of this game. Because if you're missing kicks, Mike, in this game, Cowboys aren't going to win this game.
Well, no, and when you miss your first 4 extra points and the game's 24-0 instead of 25, 6, 7, or 8, what happens? It's a 3-score game.
Yeah.
And I felt like the door remained open for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And it wasn't until they scored a touchdown and didn't get the 2-point conversion that I thought maybe this is too much to expect the Buccaneers to do. But 8-8 and 8 is 24. That would have been a huge mess for the Cowboys if they had lost that game simply because Brett Maher couldn't make the extra points. And it is going to be in his head. It's unavoidable. And the 49ers
bottom of the range again
can to be in his head when it's time for him to go kick. So, look,
bottom of the range, 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 bottom of the range.
I think if their defense plays as they've played all season,
if you want practice with your bottom of the range of your range hands, just go play on WPN for a few hours. You will get dealt the bottom of the range in every spot every time. It's like the bots are just testing us. They're like, what parts of King Queen's game are we not sure about yet? Let's give him this hand. Let's see what he does. It's like, seriously, like I'm a lab rat. I'm a fucking lab rat. Used and abused. Ace-6, ace-jack. Yeah, fucking right. I don't know why I would ever hit a 6 or anything either. Like, that should just never happen.
Where the coach of the year gets something more than satisfaction, all because Mike Vrabel asked for something. One thing led to another, and we sent him a ham. Brian Daboll got a box of cigars. I don't know. Maybe we should be offering something like something of I gotta be careful. You never know what they're going to choose. Could be something that we can't fit into the budget. But you have me feeling guilty that we only give the coach of the year something. Maybe Nick Bosa needs something too. But you're right. Defensive Player of the Year. He may get some MVP votes now that it's expanded to 5. I may have had him as 5th, frankly, on my 1 through 5 list of MVP candidates. But he's another one. You keep these guys healthy. And I said this yesterday, and I don't want to jinx anybody. But it's one thing for them to be healthy when the game starts. They got to be there when the game ends. And the way these guys play, it's particularly relevant to the 49ers. They jump out of bed and run through a wall. They play without hesitation. They have compiled, and it's been a great balance between Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, because I think John Lynch has a knack for finding guys who were wired like he was. And in an age where there's limited tackling to the ground in practice, limited padded practices, you need guys who are at any given moment ready to go. And they have an endless selection of guys who at any given moment are ready to go. The problem is you get injured if you're too ready to go. Sometimes the wall wins. That's the problem. So if they can keep these guys healthy all game long, Nick Bosa keeps going all game long, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Eric Armstead, who's looked spectacular now that he's back in the fold healthy again. It's just going to be too much for the Cowboys. I know we want to have a great game, and it's going to be a huge audience, whatever the final score. It's going to be 40 to 50 million people tuning in Sunday night. Look at what the Cowboys drew on Monday against the Bucs. I mean, this is a real game. It should be a great game. We want a great game. We want it to come down to the wire. I just think the 49ers, if they keep doing what they've done all year, it's going to be very difficult for the Cowboys to keep up with them. So just keep being who you've been, 49ers, and you'll win this game. Doesn't matter that it's the Cowboys. Doesn't matter who it is. The 49ers, right now, in my view, the best team in the NFL. They keep it together. Yeah. They're going to keep winning and ultimately win their first Super Bowl since 1994. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe.
Ever wonder why they call it the American dream and not the American goal or plan? Maybe it's because in dreams, you can do anything with your eyes wide open.
What the Ravens want now is a new offensive coordinator. Greg Roman is out. The next offensive coordinator of the Ravens, Shireen, will be the 7th one under John Harbaugh, which is a testament to his durability. But every 2 or 3 years, out with the old, in with the new. Harbaugh said yesterday, very stridently, it's going to be a highly sought-after job. I ain't so sure about that. For the points you were making earlier, we don't know who the quarterback's going to be. We don't know if he's going to be here. Good luck coordinating an offense without the most important player in the offense here for the offseason program.
No question, Mike. And I looked up those coordinators that he has: Cam Cameron, Jim Caldwell, Gary Kubiak, Mark Trestman, Marty Morningwig, and Greg Roman. So, yeah, who's going to be interested in that job, not knowing who the quarterback's going to be? And if it's going to be Lamar Jackson, he's not going to be there for your entire offseason program. So how much you're going to be able to change the offense is probably going to be the coordinator adapting to the offense, using the same terminology as what was already there if Lamar Jackson is your quarterback, because you're not going to have
flipping in the Sunday squeeze, hit the 8 ball.
Learn your offense in the offseason, not being there every day. So, yeah, if you have a better job offer, I think other coordinators are going to go other places. So I'm not sure it is a highly coveted job that John Harbaugh thinks it is.
I remember when Greg Roman arrived as assistant head coach and tight ends coach in the last year of Marty Morningweg, the handwriting was on the wall that they're going to throw the keys to Roman for what he did with Colin Kaepernick and the 49ers offense years earlier, working with Jim Harbaugh. Okay, so who's out there that you're going to point to and say, this is the guy who's already proven that he can properly coordinate a quarterback run-centric offense? I mean, who's really out there? It's such a rarity that there aren't a catalog of guys you can flip through and say, we want this one to come run our offense. And Harbaugh made it clear yesterday they're not changing their identity offensively, which tells me it's either going to be Lamar Jackson or Tyler Huntley at quarterback for the Ravens in 2023. You're not making wholesale changes. You're not going to make a dramatic overhaul to the attack. You've got to find somebody who can run that attack. You've got to find somebody with the flexibility to basically construct a system that fits the identity that the Ravens are trying to craft. It's not going to be easy. And as you said, Shireen, and we see this dynamic play out. We see what the Chargers are going to struggle with trying to get a coordinator. Oh, it should be a desirable job because of Justin Herbert. Yeah, but you know what? Everybody's getting fired if it doesn't work this year. So good luck with that. That's part of what causes guys who have choices to choose to avoid certain situations, and the Ravens may be dealing with that, especially without Lamar Jackson's contract status resolved. But even if you know Lamar is going to be the guy, you got to find somebody who can come in and do what they've been doing and do it better than Greg Roman did it, Shireen. And that's a tall order. That's a very tall order for John Harbaugh and company.
I think Gary Kubiak's probably done coaching, but I think he'd be my first phone call, Mike, if I'm the Ravens, to call and try to get him to come back to
Gary
and run that
Kubiak.
offense, because I think he can do that. He's worked with those types of quarterbacks before, and he's been a great offensive coordinator, as we all know, and a great head coach, won a Super Bowl. That would be my first phone call to see if I could entice him to come back.
But he's retired. How many times is he going to retire until he's actually officially retired? And maybe Clint Kubiak, who was the offensive coordinator of the Vikings, although it was a very different approach in Minnesota when you have the slow-footed Kirk Cousins. But you just need somebody who can put together a system that meshes with the identity that the Ravens have made it clear they intend to keep. And that is not going to be attractive to a coordinator who has a system that he wants to run. He doesn't want to go to a place where he's got to ditch his system and start drawing up plays from scratch to fit the player that they are trying to continue to build their offense around. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe for the latest news and analysis from Pro Football Talk.
This is the truck that helps keep families.
He really just has a fucking 3. Are you serious? It's the first time I gave up on the bluff, right? It's the first time that I gave up on the bluff. And the guy has the perfect fucking hand for me to bluff. He has the 3x. Anything else, I'm not going to be able to bluff him off. So fucking crazy that these guys are going to sit here and play perfectly against me. Every hand is impossible to win on ACR. Just watch it. I mean, it's really fucking whack. If I click this, I should have clicked that. It's almost like their cards appear depending on what I'm clicking, you know? Like, if I would have clicked all in there, then he would have called and he would have had a set, or trips. But when I check, then he's got ace 3. It's almost like it's just so rigged or something, you know? He's got the ace 3 combo there. I could have bluffed the river. Oh, okay. My bad. The one time I fucking gave up on a hand today is the time I could have successfully bluffed. Just wow. Fucking get me out of here. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to not give a fucking shit, and I'm just like ready to be done with these tournaments. I mean, I've been doing this for how long now? 2 hours now. Has anything gone my way? One hand. Has any hand gone my way? Well, this might be the one. I have a full house. Holy shit. This might be the hand that goes my way. Right when I'm bitching about it. So you're gonna call me, right? I just didn't bluff when a bluff would have worked, and now I'm all in, so now you gotta call me. Yeah, ace jack. Okay, so that hand went my way, right when I was at my wit's end about it. Right when I was at my wit's end is when they gave me the hand. It's like it's like a perfectly simmed sim. I feel like I'm trapped in a video game sim, and I'm being tested by the fucking website to fucking play perfect poker. And I better do it, because if I don't, then I'm gonna lose. And if I do, I'm gonna lose too. So it's just agonizing. It's like I'm being fucking tortured.
Hilton for the stay.
If you're not going to comment at all on whether or not you entertain trade rumors, that means there's a possibility, or trade talks, that means there's a possibility you will entertain trade talks. So there is a reason why he wouldn't be. What they're doing here, Shireen, this is very simple. And to me, it's obvious. I could be obviously wrong, but I think what they're doing is they're being very careful in what they say because they know Lamar Jackson is listening, and they don't want to say anything to inflame the situation. They're already having a hard enough time negotiating with him without him being pissed off. And I think he's a little pissed off about everything that happened last week when there were voices and rumors and whispers that he was not trying hard enough to come back and play because of his contract. And he has every right to say, I'm not going to put myself at further risk if I'm not 100% because I don't have the contract I've earned. I got no problem with that. I got a problem with him not having a contract. I got a problem with him not having an agent who would have gotten him a contract by now or gotten him to a team that would have given him the contract. He shouldn't have had to say, I'm not playing at less than 100%. The contract should be there, so he'd be willing to play at less than 100% because he's got the financial security that he's earned. That said, Shireen, I do think there's a chance he's not there. And it's a very simple process. Negotiate a long-term deal. If you don't get a long-term deal done by March 7, and there's no reason to think that somebody's suddenly going to have an epiphany and do a long-term deal when they haven't gotten one done yet, by March 7, they have to decide exclusive or non-exclusive franchise tag. You go non-exclusive, and that sets the process in motion for Lamar Jackson possibly leaving if there's a team out there that will give him what he wants and that will compensate the Ravens, either with 2 first-round picks or whatever less than that is negotiated through a trade.
Mike, I don't know what lends anybody to think that they're going to get a deal done. They've talked for 2 years. They gave them their best offer, and I don't
You
know
like the
that they'll
Bengals,
go
but you don't
up
think...
on that offer. I don't know. I mean...
Oh, you feel like you might be missing something they're actually going to lose, so now you're worried about, like, in the... Yeah, I know what you mean now. You like the Bengals, but since it's a bigger spread than you thought initially, you're worried that there's something you're missing, or maybe... I'll tell you what, man, I mean...
lose in the first round of the playoffs, and frankly, I think they would have won.
At least last year, this is what I think could be kind of the missing thing here, right? With the offensive lineman getting hurt, right? I think it's more important than we realize. Like, if I can think of any situation, okay, remember the Chiefs in the Super Bowl against the Buccaneers? When Tom Brady won with the Buccaneers against Mahomes and the Chiefs? The Chiefs had injuries to their offensive line towards the end of the year, right? And Mahomes was like on his ass the whole Super Bowl. Like, last year, Burrow didn't have a good offensive line. Okay, well, he played with a bad offensive line the whole year, though. So at least he knew it was coming. They had the play calls called. He knew how to adjust, this and that and the other. They went to the Super Bowl with a bad offensive line. This year, he had an improved offensive line. They've been working together all year. They didn't do so good in the first couple games. Then they started getting better and better. And now, at the very end of the fucking year, now these guys are just getting hurt. And I think that's kind of a problem, you know? Like, at least last year, it was a bad offensive line, but it was the guys who had been playing together all year. Joe Burrow knew what to do. They knew what to do, whatever. Now you're throwing some new guys in there. It could be a problem. Like, Joe Burrow is just going to get sacked the whole game. Might be what Vegas is worried about, I think.
Won that game on
potentially.
Sunday if they had Lamar Jackson. It was way closer than I thought it was going to be. And if they had him, I think they win that game. So, you know, you've talked and talked and talked. It's now been 4 months since they said, hey, the team announced we didn't get a deal done. Move on. We'll talk again once the season's over. I don't think they're going to get a deal done before you reach that point where you're going to have to tag him. And I think you're right on, Mike. I think if you use that tag, not the exclusive tag, if you use the other tag, it'll give you an opportunity to go out and see, for him to go out and see what offer he can get. Would you, right now, would you take, if I'm the Ravens, I would, 2 first-round draft picks for Lamar Jackson and let him walk away, depending, of course, on what that contract is?
Well, I would take them if March 7 comes and goes without a long-term deal. I would still hold out hope that between now and then, Lamar Jackson will have some sort of an awakening, some sort of a realization that he needs to either hire an agent or step away from his expectation that he gets a 5-year fully guaranteed contract. That belief has been kind of baked in to the narrative, and no one has pushed back against it. Eric DeCosta had a chance to do it yesterday. He declined. He says we've taken great pride in keeping all details private. He did mention the NFLPA leaked some stuff at one point early in the 2022 season. But I think if I get to March 7 without him having that moment where he says, okay, I'll take the best offer the Ravens make, then it's no different than moving on from a guy who can't run anymore, a guy who can't throw anymore, a guy who makes bad decisions to the point where it hurts the team. It's just an issue that becomes an impediment to the ongoing relationship. The stubbornness of the quarterback to fail to realize how an agent would help him understand the situation.
Yeah, they're done with him. He's a bum. Why aren't we criticizing him more for holding out? Oh, he deserved a contract. For what? He's hurt all the time. He's hurt right now. People don't want to pay these fucking quarterbacks that are unproven, that use their legs more than their arms, $100 million bajillion fucking dollars out their assholes. Some of these teams are actually smart. And they're going to be like, all right, let's trade this motherfucker, and then let's draft a fucking pocket passer, and let's win some Super Bowls. Let's draft Trent Dilfer and Joe Flacco and win some Super Bowls. We're tired of this bum. We're tired of this Lamar Jackson bum who's never done anything, who's representing himself or whatever the fuck. It's just all ridiculous. Get him out of here.
And that may take some time. The anger denial bargaining.
He's never going to win anything.
Transformation may take weeks.
Ravens aren't stupid.
I've made the point that you got to keep an eye on the Dolphins because after the draft, they fall back into one of the teams being eligible to sign.
That's the best formula right now, you know? You get the young quarterback who's on the rookie contract, you don't pay him, and then you fucking realize that he's good, and he's young, and he's talented, and he's good. And then you fucking build around him, and you try to win the Super Bowl then, and then when it doesn't happen, you just get rid of the quarterback, and you do it again. Do it all over again. It's a good strategy.
They could come into play later in the cycle, so this could just take a while. And all the while, the Ravens are going to be wondering who's our quarterback. So this, I think, has the potential to get even more awkward and clunky than it's been, depending upon what Lamar Jackson does once he has a chance to go see what else is out there or what else isn't out there. Here's something else for you. John Harbaugh, the coach of the team, he, in my view, has tried to craft this niche of bystander to the process. I'm not involved. I'm just watching and waiting. Yeah. I'm waiting for updates like everyone else. I'm not negotiating this deal. Here he is talking about his faith, his belief that Lamar Jackson will continue to be a member of the Ravens.
A simple app.
You know, 200%. There's no question about it. Lamar Jackson is our quarterback. I mean, he's been our quarterback. Everything we've done in terms of building our offense and building our team, how we think in terms of put people and put people around him, is based on this incredible young man and his talent, his ability, and his competitiveness. You know, he and I were talking today too, and the things about Lamar that to me stands out. He's an incredible competitor. I mean, Lamar Jackson, all he wants to do is win at everything he does. You know, yeah, he's got a lot of talent. He's a very bright guy. He's got a big heart, but he's just a massive competitor. And that's the kind of guys we want to build this team around, guys that love football and guys that love to compete. So hasn't changed. It'll never change. I've loved Lamar. Eric loves Lamar. And it's not going to change.
You're in love with Lamar.
You know, I don't know anything about the details of the whole thing, but I know one thing. I'm like all the fans out there and everybody else. You know, I'll have my fingers crossed and my toes crossed, and I'll be saying prayers. And I have every faith that it's going to get done. And we've got the best people in the world doing it. I mean, Eric DeCosta is nobody better. And Eric wants him here. I want him here. Steve wants him here. And Lamar wants to be here. So it's going to work out.
I'm troubled by Harbaugh saying, I don't know much about the details. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, my toes crossed, and I'm praying like everyone else. You're the coach of the team. John, at some point, and we know how John and Jim Harbaugh are, they're intensely competitive. They want things to go a certain way. How are you sitting back? How can John Harbaugh, I mean, think about that. We've seen John Harbaugh enough since he became the head coach of the Ravens in 2008 to have an assessment as to whether or not he would just kind of sit back like he's watching a movie, or whether he would be yelling at the screen. He's going to be yelling at the screen. He's going to be punching through the screen. What are you guys doing? Hey, Lamar, come on. Let me try to work this out. Lamar, come on. We have to have a conversation here. Lamar, here's how this is going to go. This is just further evidence to me of, number one, they're tiptoeing on eggshells around Lamar Jackson. And number two, they're
What's up, Jake? Good luck.
The fact that he's not going to be
Yep, they gave me some cash.
Harbaugh, in his
They
own
did.
way, is trying
You got
to
some money
stake
too?
out a
Good luck.
corner that he can sit in and
Let's
say,
win.
Don't blame me if you're upset that Lamar Jackson isn't here.
It's the ACR bot refund grind of January 2023.
Bad spot, Mike, because if they're hanging on the fact that they're going to try to get Lamar signed, let's say they use the non-exclusive tag on him, whatever, even if they use the exclusive tag, whatever they do.
Final 40 players of this one in the upper left, so we're going to be jamming here.
He missed the entire offseason program last year. He's going to miss the
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
This year. You haven't seen him in 6 weeks.
Oh, look at this
by the
fucking
way, guess
turn
what?
card.
New offensive
Fuck.
coordinator who's going to come in here. So they're going to have to try to
Fuck.
find a quarterback. It's not Lamar Jackson. Like, you're going to have to be looking for a quarterback right away. I don't think it's Tyler Huntley.
What do I do
He
here?
played much better
Jack 8.
this past
I mean,
weekend than he did earlier in the season.
Shit.
But I
I
don't
have an
think
8.
Tyler Huntley is who you want as your franchise quarterback to replace Lamar Jackson. So to me, they're just between a rock and a hard place right now in these negotiations with Lamar. And if they are going to move on, trying to find somebody to come in to replace Lamar Jackson, it's a very difficult spot that they're in right now, Mike. And I
What's
don't
the
envy
bot
where they
think
are
about
trying
that?
to figure all of this out.
We got some more clues regarding the delicate
I broke the bot.
nature of this process of trying to negotiate a long-term deal with Lamar Jackson when Eric DeCosta commented on the duality of Lamar the player and Lamar the agent. Have a listen to DeCosta on that dynamic.
Our relationship with Lamar, I think, is fantastic every single day. Now, you can say, well, what's it like negotiating? That's a challenge, you know, because that's a business relationship.
Because Lamar Jackson's basically being this butthead who's like, give me $100 million, and he's got no agent. It's annoying as fuck, and we're a bunch of like actual businessmen who are like, hey, you get hurt all the time, dipshit. You're actually hurt right now, so we're not paying you.
That's the challenge, really, for a player to represent himself.
Too bad, so sad, man.
And we have to keep those two personalities separate.
We're too smart to fucking pay you out, and we think it's a terrible idea to pay you out. We're businessmen and businesswomen here.
The player is somebody who I hold in regard.
I mean, do I do this?
One of the most infectious
Jesus.
personalities you'll ever see. One of the most talented players in the league.
I don't
a truly
fucking
wonderful
know.
person in the community
I'm one of the
and everything
shortest
else that he
stacks.
does.
Why do I keep getting these tough
that hasn't changed.
spots?
That won't change.
I would fold ace-2 off here, you know? I would fold ace-2 off. They're going to keep dealing me these bottom-of-the-range spots, just over and over again, into infinity.
You know, but when this thing is over, we are going to feel like $1 million.
Oh, man. I mean, look at the spot, though. Like, it's so dumb. I think it's a good jam with 12.5% annies, probably. It's fucking close, though. It's, like, literally right on the line. And it's been like that for us the whole day in every one of these fucking tournaments. We have not seen anything easy. It's been such a test. It's out of control how we're just sitting here with literally the hand that's on the line constantly. Constantly.
The agent. That's where the exasperation comes from. Again, I think he's fully justified.
It's fucking crazy how often we're getting dealt the hand that's the toughest hand for us to fucking deal with.
Because he's in
out of all the hands that we could be dealt, we get the one that's the toughest hand to play. So often on here.
And if he comes out of that
It doesn't feel right.
with a wrecked and ruined knee, he's never getting the financial reward.
It feels
The
wrong.
problem is Lamar Jackson, the agent, has failed to secure the bag, has failed to get him paid, has failed to properly advise.
They don't want to pay him
on what you need to do, and it's very simple. And it's funny. People think that
they don't want to pay a bum a fucking $100 million contract.
Pockets of agents. This is a legitimate.
Is that okay with you, Mike Florio?
that I appreciate, and I encourage people to be cynical about everything, always be on the lookout for bullcrap. But this is a very basic reality. Players like Richard Sherman just want to save the money. They don't see the value in giving 3%, 2%, 1% to an agent for what they view as a very simple process of exchanging proposals, sending emails, and that's the end of it.
He just has kings.
That's the beginning of it. That's the culmination.
That's all he's got. Kings.
Of the advice, the counsel, the understanding,
King.
the experience that an agent brings to the table.
That's cool. Let's just fucking go all in with this hand now. Let's run into the Kings again.
Structure of an NFL team. You can't just walk
This is
through the
great.
door and say, I want Deshaun Watson's contract. You have to have somebody
Bottom of the range, Ace Jack.
how he got the contract and why you can't get it right now and what you may need to do to try to get it, what your options are, what your path should be. And also, through all the crap of the last week where he's had to deal with this not so subtle effort by some to paint him as a villain, a good agent pushes back against guys like Mike Vick who say, put a brace on it and go play. A good agent pushes back against anyone in the media who is saying anything remotely negative about Lamar Jackson. You don't have that if you don't have an agent. And the fact that Lamar Jackson doesn't have an agent, Shireen, is the main reason why he doesn't have a contract. I'm convinced he would have a contract. He would understand. And look, the contract would either be with the Ravens or he would say to the Ravens what Deshaun Watson said to the Texans. I'm never playing for you again. Trade me to another team, and the other team would be the one that had given him the contract. Either way, he'd have it.
Oh, no question, Mike. And let's just assume that they apply the non-exclusive tag to him. And does Lamar Jackson even know who to call? Do you just sit back and wait for teams to call you? How does that even work without an agent? It's going to be really interesting if it gets to that point. He's trying to handle that. No, by the way, he's still working out and throwing and doing all the things he needs to do. There's not enough hours in the day, Mike, for him to do what he needs to do as Lamar Jackson, the agent, and Lamar Jackson, the player. Even in the offseason, there's not enough hours in the day to do that.
I vividly recall hearing 5 years ago in the run-up to the draft where Lamar Jackson was the last pick of round one, that teams were having a difficult time tracking him down to set up visits because you're not calling the agent, you're calling the player directly. What if teams that are ready to negotiate with him can't get in touch with him?
Then it's his own stupid ass fucking fault. Who gives a fuck? Let that bum be jobless. Who cares? Why are we speculating on top of speculating on top of speculating? What is this show? What would happen to Lamar Jackson then? Who gives a fuck? Does he know he could call and fucking hire an agent? Did somebody tell that dumb idiot that? The guy who's writing all the fucking homophobic slurs all over his Twitter but still has an account somehow? I give a fuck about that bum. Guy couldn't play for me. He couldn't play one down for me, that guy.
The guy who doesn't have a good agent is the one
I ain't paying him shit. I'd rather him be on a different team. I'd want to play against him.
That's just another reason why. Don't get caught up in resenting the fact that you have to pay 1, 2, or 3% to an agent who you think didn't do anything to earn the money. Good agents earn their money every single day, and he would have been drafted higher than 32nd, I guarantee you, if he had an agent back then. And it's going to be hard for him to get that offer he's looking for. 5 years fully guaranteed. See, I just think he's had this attitude. I was an MVP. I'm one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I shouldn't have to do anything more than that. The money should just fall out of the sky. The contract should just magically appear on my desk. It doesn't work that way. No matter how good you are, it's a process. It is a money-driven process, and you've got to work your leverage to get what you want, and even then you may not get it.
So what's the best hand we've had so far? 2.5 hours in. Does anyone remember what the best hand was? I don't remember anything. There was like one hand we sucked out, like ace jack to ace queen or something. That was pretty good. There was like one good hand over the last 3 hours and like 20 bottom of the range jams that didn't go our way.
Our Hillshire farm craft.
So, like, alright. I'm all in.
Changes coming. Changes coming to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Okay.
Byron Leftwich, as expected, is out.
Okay.
Assistant coaches also
there
gone.
it goes. All right,
Big
yeah.
changes
It's a
to
fun
that Todd
game.
Bowles coaching
Jesse
staff
West
end of
has
year
it this
two.
time.
This wasn't how it was supposed to
Give it to
go
Jesse.
for the Bucs this year when Bruce Arians handed the reins to Todd Bowles, doing
This is
him
great.
a favor. Thanks for nothing, coach. It was a bad year for the Bucs. Yeah, they made it to the playoffs, but it was still a disappointment. And Shereen, my big takeaway, there's no way Tom Brady's coming back to the Buccaneers. Not with that much overhaul of the coaching staff. Not unless they hire Bill O'Brien to be the offensive coordinator.
No, I don't see any way that Tom Brady's back on this team, and I think this was a signal of that, Mike. And you know, it is unfortunate with what's transpired because this was supposed to be the handoff to something great, and they finished with a losing record. And Todd Bowles probably is going to get one more year, and I don't know how this team comes back and wins with all the salary cap issues they're going to have, and with Tom Brady being gone, now you've got to go out and find another quarterback to come in and take over this team. So, yeah, this is, to me, is a team in transition. At this point, you tear it down and build it back up, and I guess that's what he's trying to do.
Why are all these guys showing me their fucking cards and shit?
It's not a very good offense.
It's like, let's show them our cards and make them as tilted as possible. Like, I'm playing against house players. Why are they always showing me their fucking cards? Like, I don't give a fuck what you have. Stop showing me. I don't see them showing each other. It's just me. They're like, oh, and I made this fold.
They had a great year in 2020.
Like, okay. I mean, why are they always paying attention to me? I don't even play on this fucking site, but I hop on here, and every time these guys fold, they're like, haha. Like, who the fuck are these people?
It's just time. And who knows what the Buccaneers are going to be moving forward, who the quarterback's going to be, who the offensive coordinator is going to be, and how long Todd Bowles is going to last.
That might work for you, Eric. Good luck out there. Yo, Eric, thanks for the money you threw me on ECR, by the way, man. Forgot to thank you for that, dude. I saw it in the account a couple days ago. Appreciate it, man.
My God. I think it's easier to list the teams that aren't looking for an offensive coordinator. Ravens, Bucks, Chargers, Commanders, Titans, Rams, Jets, Patriots, Colts, and Cardinals. Well, and I guess any team that, you've got the Texans as well, and the Broncos and the Panthers, since they don't have head coaches. So which one would be the most attractive to you?
You know, when you look at all of those, they mostly have quarterback issues. In fact, I guess if you want to include the Rams in that, I mean, we know who their quarterback's going to be, but do you want to go there with Matthew Stafford? To me, there are issues with almost every one of these teams. The one team I think where you don't have the quarterback issue is the Chargers with Justin Herbert. And if I'm an offensive coordinator, I would love to go there and work with Justin Herbert. The obvious disadvantage of going there is it going to be Brandon Staley's last year? And maybe you think, well, I can go in there, I can fix Justin Herbert. We either win, or if we don't win, it's not going to be my fault because our offense is going to be so good, and maybe I get a shot at the head coaching job if Brandon Staley is out next year. So I guess I would have to say the Chargers among that group of teams. The other ones, I just don't know about the quarterback situations well enough. Even the Cardinals, you look at Kyler Murray's not going to be there for the start of the season, and do you want to work with Kyler Murray? I think that's a big question. So every single one of those teams that we're talking about has a quarterback issue aside from the Chargers, so that's why I'm going to pick the Chargers.
And we've seen how offensive coordinator becomes the springboard to head coaching consideration. Ben Johnson with 1 year in Detroit, of having Jared Goff look better than anyone expected. All of a sudden, Ben Johnson is on the short list of head coaching candidates. It really is the key piece of the pipeline, and it's an accelerator to becoming a head coaching candidate, but you got to be in a good spot with a good quarterback. That's the key. Who's my quarterback going to be? Because great players make great coaches. Dick Vermeil said at his Hall of Fame induction speech, and I've said this earlier in the week, and I'm repeating myself, but it's true. Marshall Faulk made me a hell of a lot smarter coach. You're a lot better coach when you have better players. So I want to know who the quarterback is. And the Chargers, in theory, is attractive, but it just feels like it's a dysfunctional mess. And everybody could be gone after the 2023 season if things don't work the way that they need to. But if it works well, I've laid the foundation to be a head coach somewhere else, because look at what I've done with Justin Herbert, and I'm going to get the credit, I'm going to get the interviews, and I may get a head coaching job. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe for the latest news and analysis from Pro Football Talk.
Are we still on for 3?
Get cable-free live TV with no hidden fees and watch whenever you want with unlimited DVR space. YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Hyundai Santa Fe versus Honda Passport. Hyundai Santa Fe wins every time. Right now, get 2.9% APR on the 2023 Santa Fe or up to $750 bonus cash. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Colin Cowherd, who has Sean Payton on his show all the time, so we know where Colin Cowherd is getting his information, said Thursday that Russell Wilson has reached out to Sean Payton, wants him as the Broncos coach. Sean Payton interviewed for the job on Tuesday. Payton has also been connected to the Cardinals, the Panthers, and the Texans. I don't know how I'd feel about this if I'm Greg Penner, the CEO of the Broncos, thinking that there's a media campaign being waged to try to get me that Broncos job. And I don't know that Payton really wants that job. I don't know that deep down he believes in Russell Wilson. But if what Colin Cowherd is saying is true, and I don't know how big of an if that is, but if it's true, Russell Wilson realizes that, number one, he needs to be fixed, and number two, Sean Payton's the guy to fix it.
Yeah, I think I'm encouraged by him doing that, Mike, that he sees a need to get help, and he turns to the guy who we all think is one of the best guys in the NFL at offense, and that's Sean Payton, and he's proved it over and over and over again. I guess the question is, what does Sean Payton think of Russell Wilson? Does he think he's fixable? We've heard rumors that he does think that Russell Wilson is fixable, and if he does, then that makes sense, because you have ownership that's going to be willing to dole out that money. There's going to be excitement with the Broncos and with their fans again, thinking that Sean Payton can fix Russell Wilson, and they know they have the defense capable of contending. So if I'm Payton, though, I don't know if I want to go play in that division, Mike. You're going to have to face Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs year after year after year to try to win that division. It just seems like an awfully tall task. And, by the way, you've got Justin Herbert in there as well. It's just, to me, it's a tall task to try to win that division. And I don't know if that would be, for that reason, the place that I would want to go.
It's a no-lose proposition for Payton, because if he goes to Denver and Russell Wilson isn't fixed, it's not Payton's fault. Russell Wilson is just broken.
Good point.
And can't be fixed.
Yeah.
That would be the narrative. That would be the end result. And when Payton first addressed Denver on Fox a couple of weeks ago and was asked the quarterback question, he didn't come right out and say, I can deal with a bad quarterback situation. But he said when he went to New Orleans, he had no quarterback situation. Remember, they tried to get Tony Romo.
That's right. Yeah.
Peyton and Mickey Loomis did. And Bill Parcells said, no way in hell. So they get Drew Brees after the Dolphins rejected him on a physical, and it all worked out. So what Peyton said is, I'm more concerned about ownership and front office, which kind of implied I'm not worried about a bad quarterback. So, look, I don't know what Peyton wants to do. Peyton is still in the process of interviewing. He was supposed to interview today with the Panthers. That's been put on hold because of the death of a player for the Charlotte team in the MLS, because David Tepper, the owner of the Panthers, also owns that franchise. You've got 5 jobs open. The Colts have yet to show any interest in Peyton. The other 4 have, although I think
I went all in 3x pot on the river and got called.
Once they hired a GM, I think
Let's
comes down to
go.
Broncos, Panthers, Texans
That's cool.
in this cycle.
That was a cool pot.
Which one makes the most sense to you?
To be honest, the Panthers does, simply
Yes, she wants him to go to the Panthers too.
They have the running game in place. They have the offensive line in place. You need the quarterback. You can go out and find your quarterback. And like he said, I'm not really worried about the quarterback because he feels like he can bring a quarterback in. And in fact, he did that in his last season in New Orleans. He won with Jameis Winston, who was in and out of the lineup because of injuries. And what did they play? 3 quarterbacks, I think, last year, including Ian Book, and still managed to contend in that division. So that is the best division to go to.
We just rivered a straight.
Where you can step in right now and win year after year
Thanks,
after
Eric.
year.
It's nice of you, man.
So to me, that makes the most sense. And they would be willing to step up and pay the $20 to $25 million that he reportedly wants. So the Panthers, to me, make the most sense. Even though they don't have the quarterback, you can get that quarterback in that you want, Mike.
Yeah, I saw people treating 20 to 25 million per year as news. It's not news, it's a given.
No.
The Dolphins were going to pay him 20 to 25 million a year last year. The best coaches are making more than we realize. This is something we've been talking about for a while. And I've had people who I would think know better try to reach out to me and say that's not true. It is true. I know it's true. I trust the people I've spoken to about it. Because there's no salary cap for coaches, coaches get their official pay and then they get funneled other amounts from owners that are off the books. Not like they're not paying taxes on it, but it's not part of the official compensation because that holds everything down officially. That happens. So you've got Belichick probably at 25 million already. You've got others north of 20. Peyton will be between 20 and 25 million, especially if David Tepper decides after their interview, I got to have this guy. Now, look, there's also a chance you get a couple of type A positive personalities in the same room, and they just decide they hate each other. That's possible. Yeah.
Out of Broncos, Panthers, Texans, Colts, and Cardinals, a lot of people are saying it makes more sense for him to go to the Panthers.
Thinking, well, what the hell,
God, that'd be so cool.
I want to talk, and he tries
Queen
to
Jack offsuit.
And Sean Payton says, well, what the hell, man? I want to come in and take charge. I don't want to have to deal with this guy that won't shut up. I don't want to be here. Tepper doesn't want him there. I mean, it could all fall apart. We don't know. But I'm fascinated by it because Sean Payton, Tom Brady. If it's going to happen, ever, it's going to happen in Carolina. It ain't going to happen in Houston. That's the only other spot of the available jobs with interest in Peyton where it could happen. It could happen in Indy, but the Colts are showing no interest in him. Carolina. And I was talking to somebody about that yesterday. They said, I can't imagine Tom Brady in a Panthers uniform. And my response was,
a simple app that makes trading a breeze.
He called me with Queen 10 high? What? The fuck was that?
Where it could happen. It could happen in Indy, but the Colts are showing no interest in him. Carolina. And I was talking to somebody about that yesterday. They said, I can't imagine Tom Brady in a Panthers uniform. And my response was, could you imagine him in a Buccaneers uniform 3 years ago? Did you do a double take week 1 of 2020 when it was Saints-Bucks? You did. And it took you 2 years. It took me 2 years to not think of him as Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. So, yeah, it'll look weird at first, and then by the end of September, we'll be used to it.
And if Sean Payton goes to Carolina, Mike, I don't care who the quarterback is, but I'm with you. I think that's the perfect landing spot as well for Tom Brady. And
yes! She's agreeing with Orlovsky. Tom Brady to the Panthers. Oh, my God. They're going to drop... Do they like teasing Panthers fans every year with this shit? We never get anybody good like that. God, I hope it's true.
There's going to be enough offense to go with that defense, which is very good. And I just think that all of a sudden, this is a team that's probably going to dominate that division for years to come.
Yeah, Panthers! Let's go! Holy shit.
That's the worst division in football, and the opening is there for the Panthers to take over. And I also get the question, well, why would the Saints trade Sean Payton within the division? Well, why would the Saints allow Sean Payton to go talk to David Tepper in the first place? They could have said no to that. The Saints are in an awkward spot here because Payton has the ultimate hammer. He could just say, I'll come back and coach you then. If you're going to make it too hard for me to go coach somewhere else, fine. I'll be back. I'm back. I got 2 years left under contract. I'm back. I don't know what you're going to do with Dennis Allen. I guess he can be the defensive coordinator, but I'm back. And that's why I think at the end of the day, once Payton decides where he wants to go, the Saints will work out a reasonable deal. They were never going to get anything more from him anyway. It's just the way it works. And I'm surprised more coaches don't do it. Coaches are reluctant to become free agents, and coaches are reluctant to do this thing where they walk away from one team.
I'm a public figure. Maybe. I mean, it sounds weird to me, man.
Whether it's this year or next year. But the one key point to remember, and then we'll take a break. If he doesn't come back this year, that's 20 to 25 million he's never going to see again anywhere. It's gone forever. I think he's inclined to come back this year. It's just a question of getting that right spot, working out that right deal, and having the right vision for what it's going to take to turn that team around. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe for the latest news and analysis from Pro Football Talk.
Everyone.
So, as the weekend approaches, let's draft the most important non-quarterbacks in the divisional round. Shireen, you're up first.
Well, we talked a little bit about him earlier, Mike, but Brett Maher, what are you going to do this week? He had the 4 extra point misses, which was an NFL record, regular season or postseason. No kicker since 1932, when they started tracking these stats, had ever missed 4 extra points in a game. Congratulations on that record, Brett. 5 in a row, by the way, Mike. Nobody talks about Week 18 on grass in Washington. He also missed that one, and guess what? You're playing on grass again this week. He misses kicks this week. Cowboys have no chance. Robbie Gould, if it comes down to a kick, I want Robbie Gould as my kicker. Perfect in the postseason in his career. 25 of 25 on field goals, 37 of 37 on extra points. If it comes down to a kicking contest, give me the 49ers.
I wonder if the Cowboys will elevate the kicker they added this week to the practice squad. I think Tristan Vizcaino is the kicker they added, and activate him on the game day roster and have 2 kickers. Because it occurred to me Monday night, has anyone ever benched a kicker? You can't bench a kicker because you only have 1 kicker. You can't go to the bullpen for another kicker during a game. Maybe the Cowboys are going to set themselves up so they can do that in lieu of just going for 2 all the time. First one for me, I mentioned him earlier, Dexter Lawrence, the Giants defensive tackle who was dominant against the Vikings. If they are going to make Jalen Hurts one-dimensional, it's going to be Dexter Lawrence wreaking havoc on that offensive line, busting through it the way that he burst through the Vikings offensive line and in Jalen Hurts' face all day long. Dexter Lawrence, the key, I think, to keeping the game close enough for the underrated Giants offense to maybe score enough points to win the game.
Well, I'm going to stick on that side of the football, Mike, with the same team. And Xavier McKinney, the Giants safety, he made that huge 4th down stop on T.J. Hawkinson when Kirk Cousins threw the ball short of the line to gain. But he, Adoree Jackson, Leonard Williams, they didn't play in that first meeting with the Eagles. I think those 3 guys are going to make a huge difference, especially Xavier McKinney. The Eagles in that game rushed for 253 yards and 4 touchdowns. With those guys back, I don't know that they're going to be able to do that, which means the Giants will be able to keep this game closer. I think Wink Martindale has done a really good job in this stretch right here. These past
the fuck is this?
Defense, past 3 games, 308 yards, 18 points a game. They've really played much, much better, and it's because they've gotten healthy.
This guy's just jamming this big of a stack?
I want to pick a 49er, and there are many non-quarterbacks to choose from, primarily because they're the one team of the final 8 whose quarterback is kind of just a passenger.
Wow, the bluff gets through.
A fast-moving train. I'm going to go with Deebo Samuel. I thought about Christian McCaffrey. First, I thought Nick Bosa, but that's a given. Then I thought Christian McCaffrey.
Going for this ace-4 jam.
I think Deebo Samuel is important because you've got this 1-2 punch. I watched the Rocky movies last week, so I keep coming back to boxing analogies. But Christian McCaffrey is the jab, the jab, the jab. And Deebo Samuel is the hook. And I think you McCaffrey is the setup man, and then you use Deebo Samuel to deliver the knockout. I think that if he's healthy, as he seems to be, by virtue of the 133 receiving yards he had on 6 catches last year, and he also, or last week, and he added 32 rushing yards. If he's healthy, and we've seen him kind of go next level in these moments in the past, this is a great opportunity for him to not necessarily have 150 yards from scrimmage, and he did have 165 last week, but just deliver that key play in the key moment to break the back of a Cowboys defense that is kind of puffing his chest out saying, well, they haven't dealt with us. Well, okay, easy to say that until you have Christian McCaffrey with the jab and then the right hook in the form of Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, and I'd also thought about picking Christian McCaffrey, Mike, because he's off the injury report for the first time since week 12, which tells me that he's way healthier than he's been.
Fives jam, we're flipping, big flip.
Games, he has 100 yards rushing. He's played really, really well. 49ers have a lot of weapons. I'm gonna go
So, of course, we lose the big flip as the aggressor in the big flip. We lose it. Big flip, lose.
With Jonah Williams out after dislocating his kneecap last week, I think it's a really important game for him at left tackle. He's their third, as we talked about, reserve that's going to be playing with
turn two pair here.
Center Ted Karras and left guard Cordell Vincent are the only starters left healthy. So they've got three big
Ace 8, this guy wants to jam.
Chiefs are going to be able,
what?
Bills are going to be able to take advantage of in that offense.
How do I evaluate this fucking shit? I mean, I guess, I don't know. Oh, this guy called me on the turn? I guess, I mean, do I fold Ace 8? I think there's just too many hands that have me beat, and then too many hands that have a ton of equity against me for me to call two people here. I go for a little value on the river, he doesn't give it to me. I mean, I could have checked it back, maybe, but... What if he's just gonna call me with his ace queen or something? Why are these spots seeming so tough? I'm the GOAT for a reason? I mean, I believe that's true, but why does it seem so tough on here? What's the reason why it seems so tough on ACR no matter what stakes you play? Just like Iggy, it seems soft no matter what stakes you play. Aren't the same people who are playing on Ignition playing on ACR? Does it just seem like they're tougher on ACR, but they're really not? And it's just, you're running good somewhere, you're running bad somewhere for periods of time, like... Doesn't it seem like that two pair there, kings and tens? I bet the turn. I didn't know where, like, if I got jammed into, I mean, like, can I really check it back? What are we doing? We have, like, a middling hand. We have a middle two pair against two players. Like, we don't really know where we're at. We felt like we had to bet the turn, and then on the river, I wasn't sure, and, like, I wasn't sure what to do. I wasn't sure what to do with the ace 8. I ended up folding. Just every spot is just seeming so difficult today.
Good job for them to have a chance this week.
I mentioned him earlier. I mentioned him yesterday on the way out the door in the Show Me Something draft. I think we need to keep pointing to Gabe Davis of the Buffalo Bills, because earlier the context was the Bills need someone other than Stephon Diggs, and last year it was Gabe Davis with 4 touchdown catches in the divisional round loss to the Chiefs. This is the time. This is the time you step up. You lay the foundation for your second contract. You convince people that you would be more than just an Alvin Harper. To go back to something we showed earlier, Alvin Harper, great with the Cowboys when he had Michael Irvin, never could stand alone anywhere else. If Gabe Davis is ever going to be that guy, this is the time to prove it again in a big spot. Step up and be the guy across from. It sounds like the Show Me Something draft all over again, but I think he's critical.
Am I hitting global today? No.
Bills firing on all cylinders and not putting Josh Allen in that spot we talked about earlier, Shireen, where he's trying to do too much.
Yeah, they've got to have somebody else step up. If they're going to get to the Super Bowl, Mike, in these next 2 games, it's got to be Gabe Davis. It's got to be somebody else on that offense. Isaiah McKinney, whoever it is, they've got to have somebody else step up and help Diggs out. It just can't be Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs the whole time.
Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching P.
Some more interviews happening today. Maria Taylor sits down with Christian Kirk, Zay Jones, and Evan Ingram.
Friends, the first thing, now we're actually talking on camera. We're being recorded. I want to start with
She's
Saturday.
like making sure they know. No more joking around, boys.
Because to be honest, I didn't really think I'd be sitting
Maria
here
Taylor seems like a fox.
Oh, we're going to Kansas City. You guys are continuing.
She's a fox.
But talk to me about, let's say, the first, like, 29-ish minutes of Saturday's game. What were you thinking as that first half went on, Christian?
I mean, in the moment, it was kind of like, can anything else, go any worse? We just offensively kind of came out and dug ourselves a hole, 4 turnovers, and just felt like one of those games where nothing was going our way. And, finally when we were able to get that score before half and kind of shift the momentum a little bit, stop the bleeding, it was almost like for us, we went in at halftime, and, that's when you start that positive reinforcement, start saying, hey, we've been in this moment before, had a couple games like this, and let's just play our brand of ball, and especially offensively, we knew we had to score every time we got the ball, and defense, get us some stops, and, we were able to kind of turn it around for us.
Yeah, I mean, we prepare all week, and, we have rules and, keys to victory, and probably every single week of our season, protect the football is one of our keys to victory, and, that wasn't happening. And, you look at the stats, 2 turnover margin, 3 turnover margin, like those, the winning and loss record is pretty tilted in a bad way. So it was just playoffs, like, dang, like we got here, and, we're kind of digging ourselves in a little bit of a hole.
We turn the wheel. We turn the second nuts.
Kept getting deeper and deeper, but I mean, we've climbed out of them before, so we just kept playing.
Against this Gandini guy who was being aggressive towards me earlier.
Kind of makes you just think like, what's going on? Situations like that can creep in to make you start questioning everything that you've done at that point. Or are you good enough to be there? Or,
no fucking like action.
Or what are we doing? But we were lucky enough to have good leadership and guys like these two, and just really hold it down and pull stuff together and say, okay, we got to hold the climb up, but it's not impossible, and we can do this. Let's rely on our preparation, the way that we've trained since August, and let's go get this thing done one play at a time.
I love that you brought that touchdown right before half, because Evan, obviously, it's something maybe that made a difference for you guys emotionally, and also with a little bit of that momentum. But walk me through the play. What happened on it?
Yeah, it was a kind of a game plan play that we were working on all week, and we got the look we wanted. Being in the red zone, these 2 guys, they draw a lot of attention. So Kirk did a really good job of pulling the safety out, a cover 4 safety, and that put me working on the linebacker that had his eyes in the backfield. So it's just kind of a double move, and Trevor, we worked it all week, and we made a play, and it was a good first step.
10s into kings now. When I have 8s, they have 10s. When I have 10s, they have kings. But we hit the set of 8s last time, right? And now we're hitting the set of 10s. So, I mean, I guess that's a way it can go.
Down 27, but
I guess that's a way it can go.
That definitely sparked us going into the half, and once we came together and got to meet as a team, and support each other, and kind of believe, come all together, it definitely led us in the right path in the second half.
Okay, show of hands. How many of you guys actually thought that down 27?
They're not going to say
that. Battle back and win the game.
They're not going to say that. They're not going to believe it.
Liars.
No chance. Listen. I'm like, I feel like we have a very present. I feel like we have a really present group, like in the moment team, and it was rough. Like the muff punt was like the punch to the gut, but it was still time. Like it was still time, and I know I was pushing myself. I know the guys were kind of going through it a little bit, but I never doubted, honestly.
I'm gonna let y'all finish, but Zay, since you told me the truth, what were you feeling down 27-0?
I first and foremost, I believe in my teammates. I have the faith and confidence in my teammates. But you can't score 27 points in one play. And so I remember looking at Christian and being like, this is going to say a lot about who we are as men and how we finish this game. What type of character do we have? What type of football players do we want to leave? So it wasn't like a lack of like, we can't come back, but that wasn't my like center focus. My focus is more like, we got to make one play. And then that came in the form of Evan, and then Marvin, and then myself, and then Christian, and then stacking that. I've seen us do that. So I think that's more where my focus was at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I just appreciate you telling the truth.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Right.
I'm like...
He's like, guys, I was with you on the sideline. What was the moment that it clicked in your head and it went from, okay, I don't think we can do this, to, oh, we can win. We're about to win this game. We can win this game.
So truthfully, I think when Evan scored, I was like, finally, we did something right. Like, we're on the board. When Marv scored it, I was more so like, okay, we're trending in the right direction. And then when I had gotten the board, I was like, okay, we can do this. And then when Christian scored, I was like, it's a wrap.
I think another part too, I mean, obviously because we're the ones scoring the touchdown, but to be honest, the way our defense came out and played in the second half, and that was one of the keys, is defense has to go out there and get a stop. And once they get a stop, offense, we got to go down there and score. We talk about manifesting and speaking it into existence. So when you come out and you do exactly
Manifest.
that, and then the defense is getting another stop and another stop and another stop, and we're getting the ball, it's like, okay, it's going the way we want to go. It'd be different if, they were, kept scoring and, kind of became a shootout and we had some breaks here and there, but the defense was lights out in the second half. And so we wouldn't even have these opportunities, field position, and, another guy, Jamal Agnew, in his returns and being able to put us and give us good field position, it was kind of like, all right, things are starting to go our way. Like, it's all starting to happen. So, yeah, the touchdowns are happening. It's easy to believe after touchdowns, but all the other, minute things that happen throughout a football game that need to come together to do that, started happening. I think that was big for us, too.
Another thing for me about the defense is if you can go and find all the sideline mic'd up footage or whatever there is of the conversations we were having, the defense was nonstop positive, just having our backs, letting us know like they're gonna go get the stop, they're gonna get us the ball back. Like everybody's like energy was believing that we were gonna come back and win, and obviously we were down 27-0, and that drive before half, like we had to make something happen, like for us to even have a shot, like that had to happen, and we put it together. And we were down, the Dallas game, we were down 17 with 20 minutes left in the game, and down 20 at halftime, like that wasn't, we didn't feel like that was impossible. So but yeah, just the energy on the sidelines, just from all the guys, like all the words and all the beliefs, like it was coming out like in audible form.
Maria Taylor is fire.
Okay, so 4 interceptions for Trevor in the first half. That's got to be tough for any quarterback to come back from, and we haven't seen it in a playoff before. So what is he saying to you guys? What is he giving off? What are you saying to him in a half like that?
Honestly, I don't remember exactly things he was saying. I know he was, taking accountability and he had good energy. Like it wasn't, he didn't shut down. Like he didn't like ball up into a corner.
Yeah,
like,
he didn't do that.
He was up and down the sideline. He was like still trying to get guys going. It was just great energy. It was just staying positive in the midst of one of the worst halves, and any quarterback can have. So that's to me that said a lot.
I feel like you can really see the focus in his eyes, and he's very present, very mature for his age, and he's able to kind of let things go. So I didn't see a whole lot of panic. There was frustration, of course. We were all frustrated, but the way that he was resilient, talking to everyone still, being positive, encouraging, and talking about the next plays, I thought was very impressive for a guy like him.
Yeah, he does a really good job with his body language, whether it's, even after a mistake. Obviously, we were all frustrated, and there's certain plays that happen where emotion can get to you, but kind of like what they were saying is he does a great job with his body language, not letting the emotion and frustrations get to him, not letting his teammates or anybody see that, come back to the sideline, taking accountability for what had happened, getting guys, rallying guys, encouraging guys, if another guy had made a mistake or, maybe missed, whatever their assignment was on that play, encouraging them, saying, hey, we got this, we're good, and we're going to get the ball, we're going to get another opportunity. And then, as we take the field and start a new series, you can just see, he's locked in, he's still focused, he's still dialed in, and nothing that happened previously mattered.
When Doug Peterson's walking off, and you guys don't get to hear his halftime interviews, but he was very calm, and he was like, here's what we did wrong, here's what we have to work on, and we just have to keep chipping. Yeah. And I was like, okay, that's cool, like in theory, yeah, let's make that happen. But what was it like in the locker room?
Okay, that's cool.
Was that the exact same message that you guys got? Was it calm? Did it sound different? I mean, how did it change the entire way that you entered or came on the field in the second half?
I remember coming into to halftime and sitting down next to Trevor and telling him, like, honestly, it doesn't get any worse than that. We can't go out there and do any worse than what we just did. So let's just go out there and play football. We got nothing to lose. We just put in on the worst half of football that anybody could probably put on in a half of football in a playoff game. So just go out there and play our ball, have fun. Let's not forget, the game that we play. Yeah, it's a big moment, it's a playoff game, but we dug ourselves in a hole. All we could do is just go out there and play. We got nothing to lose, and just trying to almost lighten up the mood. And although the mood was pretty light, guys, there's no panic. You don't see anybody going at one another or pointing fingers or focusing on what's going wrong. It's all about okay, let's flush it and let's move on to what we can do better.
I thought a lot of people were just very composed. I think it starts with Doug. I think at this stage of the season, we all trust him and the things that he preaches. And he's been here before, and he's done it. He's won. So I think we just rallied around that. The central focus was starting fast and putting points on the board and getting a stop and doing what we needed to do. So it was more so just like, what meticulously do we need to do rather than like worrying about everything that's going on. The past is the past, and we have an opportunity to play, or we're not going to be able to play anymore.
I think for me, obviously we come in and we have our process. Coaches come down, give us a plan. Defense does the same thing, and we kind of come together. And that was like our first real moment coming together as a team. Like on the sideline, it's kind of hard to gather every single body up in the midst of the half. But in halftime, we have that moment. And one of the guys stood in there and said, manifest us winning this game. Like, see it, believe it. And that really hit me. And I think that those words kind of prevailed me into, every single step I take, like, just empty the tank. And I felt that from everybody else. I felt like we all have this connected energy of believing that we're going to come back and win this game.
Flipping.
This guy's a great leader as well, too. And I mean that. Like, I think Evan really is a natural leader.
Yes.
The way that he speaks to the team, the way that he just evokes his emotion. I don't think it's disingenuous. I think when he speaks, he really means it. And a lot of people follow what he does and the type of things that he does. He leads by example. And so when someone like that speaks before the game, that's what I mean by like not seeing 27-point comeback, but it's like I got people beside me that are never going to play with me. And I think that's what truly matters.
What does it mean to hear him say that?
Means a lot. I love this dude. I try to tell him I love him all the time.
That's my guy.
Me and C. Kirk, we feed off each other too. He's a great weapon, and watching this game, I've known him for over a couple years. We trained together. Me and Zay actually did combine training and coming into the league. So we all have this connection, and we all have this belief in each other. And these guys mean a lot to me. And we all work so hard. I feel like we've all have a chip on our shoulder, and we're on a team that has a chip on their shoulder as well, and we've been put in situations to go out and prove ourselves and step up. And I love seeing these guys make plays, and I love the energy they bring to the team, and I enjoy coming to work every single day. I can't say that about my whole career, but my first.
He has a set of fours against my aces. He cracks my aces when he turns a 4.
That's a lot. I've been around the league, child. Okay. I'm gonna come back to how you guys came together, because I consider you guys like the Avengers. You know what I mean? Like, you came out of nowhere, come to the Jaguars, and back in the playoffs.
Well, who is Christian?
I don't know. I'm gonna work through that with y'all. So think about it, okay? Back in the minds. But I want to go back to a turning point I felt like in the game, and it was your long touchdown catch, and it made it 30-20. So describe the play, what you saw on it.
Okay, so fun fact, that was actually Christian's play. We had practiced that all week with Christian.
Okay.
We had got caught in a tempo, hurry up style of offense, and Trevor, or however he got the check, he checked it, and we were kind of stuck at the number 3 and number 2 spot. And I looked at Christian, and he called the play. He was like, he said the play, and I looked at him, and then in a split instant, within like 2 seconds, the ball had snapped. So I just remember the detail of how he ran the route through the week of practice. So I think that's really special, just to highlight him, the way that he did it. I saw the way he did it. I studied the way he did it. And, I just kind of took off, and then Doug, and then Trev threw a great ball, great protection from everybody to allow me to get that touchdown to kind of change the momentum of the game moving forward. So I think it's a testament to the people that I have around me, Christian, Evan, offensive line, running backs, everybody that's involved. It makes this Jags team special.
It's funny when you say that, because it looked like, so Trevor audibled at the line, right, of scrimmage. So we're like, what's going on? Is it, he's seeing something different, but part of it is just that you guys are switched.
Yeah, I mean, like Zay said, we got the call, heard Trev say the play name, and it's just we sit in our room every day, as an offense, and we go over practice, we go over game plan, install plays, and it's on everybody to be accountable for everybody else's job and to know what they have as well. So every single play, we know what we're trying to accomplish, and if you know that, when moments like that come up, you know, and we're in a different spot. You know what Zay's responsibility is, and Zay knows what my responsibility is, and you know, so we're able to do that, and it just helps, you know, kind of the dynamic, you know, ability, you know, of our offense.
Okay, so then comes your touchdown. So was there any miscommunication? What happened on your play? Now I need to know.
No, that was just a huddle play call, and it's just kind of like honestly like just clear the court, you know, one isolation, and you know, just gotta go and win on a corner. But you know, honestly, just all the plays that led up to getting us down there and getting us in that that opportunity, you know, which is big. You know, in those type of moments, I think anybody can feel some sort of pressure or some sort of, you know, sense of urgency, and you know, the moment can get really big, you know, when you know that you have an opportunity to help put us back in this situation. And I think, you know, especially all three of us and everybody else on the offense did a great job of just kind of honing in on their job and, you know, not making the moment any bigger than what it is, and just going down there and executing.
Coach calls, we're going for 2. Like, we're going to win the game.
Yeah.
You see Trevor punch it in. Your reaction?
I was supposed to get the ball.
Yeah, he was supposed to get the ball. There's a lot of.
I was supposed to get the ball.
Yeah, he was, bro. He was.
So I'm like,
what?
And then he snaps the ball and he just flies over. It was a dope play. I mean, I wasn't mad at all.
The play was to give it to Ingram, and Lawrence just took it himself.
Shut up! You did your job.
Well, it's funny too, because we were in a wrong personnel, so I lined up in a position I hadn't got a rep at that all week, and so I asked Zay, I'm like, Zay, am I blocking for Evan?
Bro, you're making it sound so like we don't know what we're doing.
And the team didn't know what play they were playing.
But that's
That's
how
the
we
one you
operate. Like if it's different, or you know, if there's something's not right, we always talk about communication, and we find a way to do it.
Well, if you have the right pieces to the puzzle, you can figure it out, right? It doesn't matter where they are. And that's what it sounds like you guys have continued to figure out no matter what, which is kind of cool. So are you watching the game-winning field goal or not? What are we doing? Do you wait for the crowd roar?
I didn't watch it.
No. I watched it. I saw them jump.
Why would you not watch?
It was gonna be bad, and then I saw the kick go in, and I was just.
You watched it?
I watched it.
Why?
Yeah. I mean, bro, I was in my feelings too, bro. Remember we was walking off the field, and I was like, we was walking.
He's watched it because he's listening to too much Drake.
Guys, I was just so proud of how we just even got to that point, and I sat down, had the nice little view. The guys doing their job, made the kick, and we're on to the next.
You better cry.
Yeah, Zay.
Shut up.
Carried me halfway around the stadium. I wasn't looking. I was facing our bench, just head down.
Wasn't gonna watch.
How did you know? How did you know?
The
it
crowd
was good?
reaction. Yeah. Just watch a couple Jags fans, see what they do, and they went nuts. So I was like, oh, he made it.
I love that you had emotions kind of walking off the field, because this is a team, I mean, you guys lost 5 games in a row in the middle of the season. You started the season 2-6. The postseason could look completely differently. Y'all could be in Cabo somewhere. But somehow you found a way to make it to a divisional game, and you're headed to Kansas City. Like, what does that say about this team? And did you believe you'd be in this situation when you're losing 5 straight?
Honestly, like, it was actually the first time we played Kansas City. When we got down to 3-7. We were 3-7, and that was a tough game. That was a tough loss. And Doug was actually in the locker room that post game speech. And he called it. He said, you know, we just gotta keep fighting, keep going. Like, this season will come down to the last game, like, for our division. And in that moment, I'm gonna be honest, like, I was hot, I was mad, like, I was just ready to just.
Yep, Doug called it.
And
old Dougie Peterson knew.
Down, you know, we went along our way, but you know, it was actually true. It just actually happened. That was our bye week. We went into our bye week, and you know, kind of came together, fixed some things, and then kind of began the run. So,
well, Doug also was like, we got 7 to get. We're gonna go 7-0. We just gotta win one at a time. I think that was like, and the overall theme was finish. I think that was pretty much what preached every single day. It was finish, finish, finish. So it's just us taking, I think, just one step at a time, and the cliche of stacking them. But I did believe in that for sure.
I think the most frustrating part about the first half of the season was, you know, we had 2 wins early in the year, you know, against Indy and against, you know, the Chargers, where we went out and we dominated. And so, everybody knew that we were a good football team. And so when we were going out there and we were losing 5 straight, it's like you're searching for, like, where did that go?
Yeah.
And then you get to a point, you know, you lose a game like in Kansas City, you lose in London, just tough losses, and you're like, how are we able to get a win at this point? Because we feel like we're doing everything, and yeah, there's some mistakes, but we're going out there. You know, there's never been a lack of, you know, toughness or guys being, you know, wanting to be out there and wanting to play for one another. So we're doing all that. We're practicing hard, but it's not showing up on Sunday. So I think also coming out of the bye week and getting a win like we did against Baltimore, that kind of broke the seal and was like, all right, you know, like we can do this, you know, and it just takes all 4 quarters coming together and playing as a team. So we got that win, and, you know, we lost to Detroit, and that was, you know, a loss that, you know, they came out, they wanted it more than us. You know, it was one of those days where we didn't show up. And, you know, everybody knew that, okay, that's not us. And so let's get back to playing our brand. And, you know, you have wins like Cowboys win and whatnot that, you know, just kind of shows, you know, what type of team that we were.
Mm-hmm. And obviously the team, we're not in this situation if you three, the Avengers, don't come together and descend on Jacksonville. I know. But for real, talk to me about the decision to come here, because from my understanding, the Jags wanted people who wanted to be in Jacksonville, that wanted to play and be a part of this team and grow it, obviously. Like, you're not showing up thinking like, oh, this is the most successful team in the NFL. You're showing up knowing you got to build something. What brought you here? Like, why did you think that this is a place that you could come? And like you said, you'd been around, you've been in the league, make a difference here.
Yeah, for me I had a rough 5 years in New York, and great organization. I was on some great good teams with good teammates, and so it was kind of hard. It was definitely, I was entering the transition. It was kind of time to, you know, fresh start somewhere. And my free agency process was kind of a whirlwind. It happened really fast, and it came down to 2 teams, and Jacksonville was one of them. And you know, I was in New York, so I was playing against Doug for 3 or 4 years, and I was a very
Doug was with Philly
player, and definitely of other tight ends in the league. And they had Zach Ertz, they had Brent Selleck, they had Dallas Goedert, Trey Burton was making plays. Like I just noticed how he put all his tight ends in positions to be successful, and their offense was a dynamic offense year in and year out. So when it came down, you know, Doug was, you know, they were interested, and so I knew that they had a plan. And if I come in, you know, be myself, buy in, you know, I can come in and kind of get a roll on with my career, and, you know, be the player that I've always felt I can be. And even as I was kind of on the phone, you know, agreeing to it, I saw these guys pop up on the NFL Network, that they were coming too. So it's kind of you know, it's been a blessing for me, just the whole process and how everything kind of happened and to where we are now. It's really cool.
Yeah, I was in Las Vegas, and a new regime had came in, and I wasn't included, I guess, in their future
The new
plans. And then
regime.
I was searching for a new home. I had a few teams interested.
This guy's just gonna
I saw
call.
the dynamic of what was being built here, kind of along the lines of what Evan was talking about. I had a couple guys who also played for Doug in the past, including like Jordan Matthews, Nelson Aguilar, Nick Foles, guys that I had reached out to, and I really just had to weigh my options about what do I want for my future. Like, what do I want?
Oh my good God.
The type of team that I want and the direction that this organization is headed. And I did see a lot of potential in Trevor as well. You know, although he was young, I knew there were things that had happened in the past, but was really looking towards the future. And I saw Christian was here.
I mean,
well,
what the
like,
fuck?
Okay, we're building something. Now I just need to know how will I fit into this. And then as I got to get more answers and kind of find my way into it, I was like, okay, this is definitely something that I want to be a part of. And it doesn't hurt to be by the beach. You know what I'm saying?
Sand never
Doesn't hurt to be in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, very similar. You know, I think for me, I was a teammate of Zach Ertz as well, and, you know, I remember before I hit free agency, he told me, he said, if you get an opportunity to go play for Doug, you know, you should really, you know, take that into account. And he had nothing but, you know, high praise for him. And so, you know, obviously when Jacksonville started coming into the picture, and, you know, they had expressed, you know, the amount of interest and, you know, coming and being a part of this, you know, having Doug here and, you know, being able to, see his goal of, the culture he's trying to put in place, and obviously his history of being a coach and success. And, as in being in Arizona last year, we came here and played Jacksonville, and it was a close game. It came down to the fourth quarter, finally able to pull away. But I remember walking away saying, that was a pretty good football team. They have some talent, and obviously Trevor. I've followed Trevor for a long time, and he's one of the young up and coming quarterbacks that you see it all. It's all there, and so those were two main factors, for me. And then just an opportunity to come and be able to prove to not only myself but to everybody else that I'm the player that I know I can be, and I know for these guys as well, and just this team, it's you mentioned it's having that chip on your shoulder, and I know for me I had a big one, especially after this offseason of just, a lot of it was proving it to myself, but I don't do a lot of things for other people, but I know the type of player that I am, and I know the type of players that these guys are, and this team, the guys that we have. So being able to be a part of something that allows you to have the opportunities to prove that is definitely enticing, and was part of the reason why I came here. And it's been nothing if not more than I've expected.
Well, congrats on your 1,000-yard season. It seems to have worked out.
Appreciate that.
Snaps. I'm gonna go with Hawkeye, Black Panther, Captain America.
Damn, I like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Is he an Avenger?
Captain America.
Well, he's a leader. He's like the leader guy. Okay, last question, because they're going to Kansas City, so.
I
Iron
kind
Man?
of wanted to be
You
Iron Man.
got Black Panther?
He got Black Panther. I mean, he's Easy-E.
Wakanda forever.
That's the accent for me. Does that work? Do you want to change it? Do we need to fix the names?
As long as I can be Iron Man.
Okay, you're Iron Man then. Forget Hawkeye. You kind of mentioned that the Kansas City game in the regular season was a little bit of a down point, but also a turning point. So what does it mean to be able to go see Kansas City here in the postseason?
We see this team as competitors, not just this year for the whole thing, but for a while to come. And obviously, Kansas City's been that team that's been doing it. So, we're kind of the up and coming newcomers, and
the up and coming newcomers.
The top dog, and
that'll be the name of the.
What we're capable
of the Avengers movie they're in.
We can do better.
The up and coming newcomers.
Team. We're totally better team. We're different.
Dude, I have 2 pair, man. I ain't playing around, y'all.
We've learned so much from that point.
Dude, you got to be kidding me. It's the best tan we've had for 3 hours.
In big pivotal moments. So, it's a division around the playoffs.
Holy fucking crap, you guys.
Watching these games, we grow up dreaming.
It doesn't seem to be a way to win.
It's here, and we went through a lot last week in the 3-hour period. So, we're still alive, and we get another opportunity to go be who we are.
Good football team we're about to play, and we got to be ready. But like we said earlier, I wouldn't want to go to battle with anybody but them. I'm excited for the opportunity to go into the road, to play in a hostile environment. This is what we live for, getting closer to our goals, and it's just one step at a time, and they're the next piece in the way of where we want to go. So we got to take care of business.
Yeah, kind of hitting off of what Evan said is, the road to the AFC Championship and even the Super Bowl has been going through Kansas City, and that's how it's been for the past couple of years. And they're a great football team, high-powered offense, with a great defense. And so, it's easy to say, maybe the last time you feel like you didn't play up to par with, how you feel like you're able to, but that's what good football teams do. And so, for us, we have to prepare to play our best, and nothing short of that. And that's what we've been preparing this week. And we're just looking forward to getting out there and displaying our brand of football and going out there and having an impact on the game.
Do me a favor, guys. Don't get down 27-0.
Yeah, no, we can't do that.
In KC.
Can't do that. We're not planning on doing that.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Mike Tirico, and thanks for watching. Make sure to hit subscribe for the latest news and highlights.
Three-headed dragon, is that just offense, defense, special?
I'm not quite sure, but I'll tell you this much, Micah Parsons, you're about to feel great. If you like when people count you out and say you got no shot, I hope he's watching right now. They're playing a juggernaut. The San Francisco 49ers, if they had an elite quarterback, would be in the discussion for the best team we've ever seen.
Wow.
And I understand.
What?
If the San Francisco 49ers had a great quarterback,
Yeah, their team is really, really good.
this team would be in the discussion
Like, really good.
as one of the all-time greatest teams.
They got to get a little further, and I think they will.
Right, of
but
course.
let's see them get a
Of
little
course.
further.
I'm talking about talent and what they would be. So what they've done over the last 3 months, I think, has been underrated. So the last 3 months, since the Chiefs went to San Francisco and put it on them, it's not only that they haven't lost, and they have annihilated their opposition. They are winning by an average of 3 scores. They have 8 double-digit wins. They are averaging more than 2 takeaways per game. And the reason they can do that is because they are the only team in the league, no one else is even close, that has a first-team All-Pro in every positional meeting. On the D-line, Nicky Bosa's there. And by the way, so are Eric Armstead and Javon Kinlaw. Linebacker room. You've got Fred Warner, the best in the league, along with Dre Greenlaw, who's awesome. Defensive backs room, the best safety in the league, Hufanga. Offensive line room, the best tackle in the league. Running backs room, arguably the best running back. Tight ends room, second best tight end, and wide receiver room, one of the best.
Five ball.
Samuel.
And we have the nuts here, too.
Every single room you go into, you have one of, if not the best in the league. And by the way, they don't have first-team All-Pro coaches, but they do have Coach of the Year awards. And I think Kyle Shanahan might win it this year. So he's certainly going to be on the very short list. So it's not me writing off the Cowboys, as some on this show have done many times, only to write them back in. It is me simply saying I think, Wild, that the Niners are a juggernaut. And the Cowboys, they're fortunate to only be 3.5-point underdogs. I think the line's too short.
So those are excellent graphics. I enjoyed all of them.
Thanks, buddy.
The reason I was able to accurately pick Cowboys over Bucks is because I looked coldly at the facts. And I said, one team is scoring, and you remember the other team is boring. Now, it's tricky because the 49ers aren't boring. They are also scoring, but just not as much as the Cowboys. So here are the cold, hard facts. We should get a Coors Light sponsorship. Ramsey, can you look into that, please? Since week 7, offensive points, the Cowboys score more. Touchdowns, the Cowboys. 400-yard games, Cowboys. Passing yards per game, Cowboys. And red zone touchdowns is the Cowboys. I understand that the 49ers have a great offense, but it feels like, just like we did when they were playing the Bucs, everyone is just going to forget about how dynamic the Cowboys offense is. And I think you're staked to your position because you're more of like a feelings over facts guy. You refuse to move.
Dreams, picks,
dreams. Yeah, you literally go on national television and you said, I had a dream about this.
Hold on, may I say something? It would be one thing if my preseason Super Bowl prediction was a bad team, as opposed to the best.
King 10, yes.
So, or like the Packers, who Brew, stayed
but you're
with
not
until they were eliminated.
Brew, however, can be swayed by facts and coaching analysis.
I can be swayed.
Yeah. No, that was.
I've lost with Queens, and I've lost with Aces over the last 3.5 hours on ACR. And the hands we've won, it's felt like we've had to move mountains to win them.
Here's the problem, though, Wiles, and I'm with Nick. I got San Francisco. I've been on Dallas. I've said 2 things about them all year.
F game.
Well, the number one was that they won't reach the Super Bowl, right? I've said that even though they got talent.
F game.
Right. Well, the reason they won't reach the Super Bowl is because I've said they are so inconsistent and just as likely to bring the F game as they are the A game, C, D game, something like that. But here's the thing, Wiles. This is a fact, though, that you're not looking at.
Go.
San Francisco is terror against the run. They give up 77 yards a game rushing. That means they make everybody look like Tampa Bay. All right, and on top of that, Dallas, I like Pollard and Zeke, but Dallas hasn't been running well, as a tandem. I like Pollard better, but as a tandem. But check this out. Dallas has a good run game, but the last 5 games, All 5, they've averaged under 4 yards per carry. That's the longest streak among the teams remaining with that. Look at that. They are not running the ball well lately. And so against San Francisco, they won't be able to run. So guess what? It's going to be in Dak's.
And Dak's going to turn it
And
over.
Dak won't, because you're going to ask Dak to carry you. He's an elite game manager, to use Nick's term. He's going to have to turn into the guy that can put you on his back and carry you. And that's when the interceptions come.
Listen, I don't think there's any shame in Dallas in going on the road and losing to the most talented team in the league. And that's what people have to wrap their minds around. San Francisco has, the whole Shanahan era, had a question mark at the most important position in the league. But everywhere else, they're fantastic. Their second best receiver is awesome. Their second best tackle is awesome. They have 3 great defensive linemen, 2 great linebackers, at least 2 great members of their secondary.
Right.
And because of that, I think, and because of Brew's point, Wilds, that you're not going to be able to run the ball consistently. I do think Dak is going to be forced to throw the ball, and he can make some big plays, but I don't think the league leader in interceptions.
When you stay at a Verbo, the host doesn't stay with you. Because without privacy in your vacation home, it isn't really a vacation, is it?
Interceptions after playing a totally clean game last week is going to do that in back-to-back weeks against this team.
Let's talk about Josh Allen. He put a bevy of points on the scoreboard last week. Bill scored 34, but his fumble and 2 interceptions led to 18 points for the Dolphins. Here's how Josh is approaching the Cincinnati game. Expecting a clean game from Josh Allen.
No.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Okay. Because in 14 of his 17 games this year, he had a turnover.
Yeah.
Whether it's an interception,
Throw
in
my
10 of
graphic
them,
up while
or a
Bruce talking,
fumble.
so yeah,
okay?
it illustrates it.
So, but yet in those 14 games, guess what? They're 11-3.
Exactly.
And they beat Nick's Chiefs. I'm not even gonna say what they did when they went into Arrowhead, because I've been saying it all week. I might say it. I'm tempted to say
Because
it.
it was 3 months ago. Can you please remind the audience that was you always do the refrigerator in the car and everything?
I like that.
That was a 4-point game. That was a 1-score game. They won the game, but that was a back and forth.
Okay,
one-score
you're
game.
gonna force me to
Okay.
say it. I was gonna let you slide, but now I'm gonna have to say it. They went into your house and they opened your refrigerator and raided it.
Yep.
They slept in your bed. They got up in the morning, used your toothbrush, and then they took your car and drove it without asking.
Did they
That's
bring
what
it
they
back?
did. No, they kept it. Oh, all right. So they also beat Baltimore with him making a turnover.
Yeah.
So look, here's the deal. You can live with 1 turnover. You know, but you can't live with multiple turnovers, and you can't live with the big pick 6 or fumble return for a touchdown. So he's gonna be scoring, and he's not gonna be boring. He is going to do his thing, and he'll make a bad play here or there. But if it's 1 turnover, I can live with that, and they can still.
All right, the weekend hasn't even started, and I have gotten my first victory because I have successfully, almost single-handedly, moved the Overton window on the Josh Allen discourse to, well, of course he's going to do at least one dumb thing. The question is, can he overcome it?
That's what he does.
Right, but for the guy who was supposed to be the best quarterback in the league and the league MVP, it just seems a little curious that we're now here. But I'm glad we're now all on the same page. And Vegas agrees he is the most likely quarterback to throw an interception this weekend. That doesn't even include fumbles. And yeah, the Bills would love if he just puts the ball in jeopardy one time, because as we can show you this year, he's put the ball in jeopardy an average of 2 times per game. It's 32 picks and fumbles over the course of the season. They've played 17 games, so just under.
He didn't lose all those fumbles.
No, but that's fumble recovery is randomness and luck. That is not a skill. There's 32 times the ball has been either picked off or dropped
element of
on the
that to
ground.
interceptions too. There are a lot of passes that are thrown that could have been picked off by all quarterbacks.
Of course, and there's a lot of Josh Allen's picks. We know this from week 1. In FH or in
he had 2 more interceptions than Burrow.
Okay,
and Mahomes.
Yes,
if
but he also
I'm
played
correct.
1 fewer game than Mahomes, and his red zone interception numbers were 80% more than anyone else in football. But this is where I want to go, because we all agree Josh Allen's careless with the ball. right?
He's
we
Brett
get it.
Favre. I told
Okay,
you. But
sure.
Brett Favre
Brett Favre
won a
without the
Super Bowl.
MVPs or the Super Bowl appearances or any of that stuff. But yes, Brett Favre.
get
The bad parts
He'll
of
get
it.
it.
I want everyone to recognize, if the Bills lose this game, what a disaster it is for this franchise and for this player.
Why?
Because it would be they are going backwards. In 2020, Josh Allen almost won league MVP. They made an AFC championship game. The next year, he did not make a Pro Bowl. They lost a classic on the road in round 2. The next year is this year. He led the league in turnovers, and he would be losing at home in round 2. For a team, that's what it would be, right?
Is Patrick Mahomes going backward? And the Chiefs, are they going backwards?
Well, I guess we'll see what they do
Because a few years ago, they won the Super Bowl.
But here's the difference.
Then they lost the Super Bowl. Then they didn't even get to the Super Bowl.
Correct.
And they lost at home.
You're absolutely right. But Mahomes' play, I think most would agree, this year went up.
Right. Some people thought last year it went down.
Yeah, of course. I agree with that entirely. But it is one thing to go backwards from the top of the mountain. It is another thing to get close to the top and be like, the next time we climb it, we're getting there. And then you only get to the first summit. And then you're like, you know what, third time's a charm. And then you don't even make it off the little lift that gets you to the beginning of the mountain. If the Bills lose this game, it is as disappointing of a season for a player and a team as we have had in recent NFL history. They were the overwhelming favorites. He was the overwhelming favorite, not just preseason, a month in, 8 weeks in. And if now, their first playoff game, they almost lose to Skylar Thompson and Josh fumbles 3 times and throws 2 picks, and their second playoff game, they lose at home, that's a big problem. It's a big, big problem for what we're supposed to believe the Bills are.
If Kansas City loses this weekend,
it's a disaster.
It's the same thing. If Cincinnati loses this weekend, they're feeling the same way. They were in the Super Bowl
But it's not
last
3
year with a
straight
young
years.
quarterback.
If Kansas City loses this weekend, it's a disaster. I want to be very clear. If the Chiefs lose this weekend, they are going backwards. It is a disaster. Luckily, they have the 1 ring to look back on, but it's a disaster.
But you're talking like, see, the windows for the Chiefs, Bills, and Bengals don't close.
I'm not saying they close.
And that's the thing. That's why they always got next year. Not that you look for
what
next
I'm
year.
saying is, for the Bills, this was, we mortgaged a bit of our future. We went out and got Von Miller. We've been obsessed with the Chiefs. We are trying to, this is our moment. And the entirety of the media and the gamblers agreed. If they, for the 2nd straight year, don't make it to the second to last weekend, much less the Super Bowl, much less win it, and it's because they lose at home, that is a massive, massive disaster for them.
All right.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe here to get more from the show and to check out clips from other shows on FS1. They've never lost in this round with Mahomes. Their only regulation loss in the playoffs ever with Mahomes was in the Super Bowl when they had 5 backup offensive linemen. Their first playoff game each year with Mahomes, they have, I have it right here.
East Queen holds in the 22.
They have won by 18, 21, and 21, and the one that was close, they were up 9 with the ball when Mahomes got knocked out of the game. Remember, against Baker Mayfield. Yep. Baker Mayfield almost got back-to-back playoff wins. What a time that was. And you also, Wilds, what do people call me?
Mr. Consistency.
Unfortunately, that might have to come to an end. What? Well, I got to cease.
It should have been ended long
Well,
ago.
listen, my lawyers are on it, but I got a cease and desist. And I was surprised to get it because Evidently, it's been trademarked by someone previously. And that someone is Patrick Mahomes. So can I show you guys something that, in all seriousness, will blow your mind, I think? His regular season and his playoff numbers, they are identical.
Pretty good.
The passer rating to the 10th of a point. The touchdown interception ratio within a few hundredths of a point. The completion percentage within a 10th of a point. He's the, statistically speaking, Stink, he's the best regular season quarterback ever. And in the playoffs, he just does the same thing.
Yeah. What's disappointing is he can't pick up his game in the playoffs.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, kind of disappointing.
I expect Mahomes to be sensational. And for a team that they beat earlier this year by double figures, even though they turned the ball over 3 times and allowed a surprise onside kick, I don't think this will be competitive, unfortunately, for the Prince.
Let me look. There is only one bigger Patrick Mahomes fan on the planet than me, and he's sitting across the table from me.
Okay.
But because I'm not on his level in that fandom, I'm able to just look at the facts, all right, and remain objective.
All right,
and Nick, look, I do expect Mahomes to be great, but I found some numbers. You know, I was digging. Right, that scare me.
Okay.
Okay. Well, first of all, Jacksonville. I know they weren't sacking the quarterback early in the season, but lately, my goodness. 5 of their last 6 games, Nick, they have 3 or more sacks. Okay? That just made me say, Okay. All right, then I looked at Mahomes. In his last 4 games, playoff games, last 4 playoff games, Patrick Mahomes has 5 interceptions. That's 2 more than Josh Allen has in his playoff career, 7 games. All right? And then 2 of the biggest games, the 2 out of those 4, the 2 games that were the biggest, the Super Bowl against Tampa Bay, last year in the AFC title game, he had 2 interceptions in each of those games. Then this is the kicker.
Okay.
In his last 4 games where he's been sacked 3 or more times, he has 2 interceptions in 3 of those games. So I'm just saying, if Jacksonville's able to put pressure on Patrick Mahomes.
I want you to say it, though.
It just makes a brother wonder.
I just want to say it. I just want to hear it. I just want to hear it.
No, I'm just throwing out some facts.
Listen, people can, as Wilds would say, look up Football Reference. They want your opinion.
I think the Chiefs will win.
Do you think Mahomes turns the ball over?
Yes, at least once.
Oh, okay.
At least, and that's not a terrible thing. At least once.
It is a very bad thing when quarterbacks turn the ball over. I know Josh Allen skewed our brain. Like, no, it's good.
Because they were basically in the same ballpark. Josh had 14 interceptions. Mahomes had, 12?
Let me give you the formula. How you beat the Chiefs. Okay, and I'll give you a stat that's going to lie. The Chiefs are 0-3 when they lose the time of possession battle. Okay? They've probably also won 7 games where they didn't have time of possession. But they're that good. That doesn't really matter. That's just a faulty statistic. You want to shrink the game. That's part of what you want to do. What does that mean? Well, it means we want to win the time position. We want to run the football. But what we want to do is take advantage of the hubris that the Kansas City Chiefs
What was
have.
Mark Schlereth trying to say about that stat lying?
So you play a shell defense. You say you're going to have to just throw it underneath. We're going to rally up and tackle. Because remember, when they did lose the Super Bowl to Tampa, they averaged 7.5 yards a carry or so, and I think they got 9 carries to their running back. Basically saying, yeah, that's not the way we like to win. So you're going to have to do all these things to win. That said, even if you do all those things, you'll still lose 9 out of 10 times.
Exactly.
I happen to agree with Nick, and I hate to do this because I don't like
me.
I like Nick, but I don't like agreeing with Nick. I think it's going to be a blowout.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be a double-digit win.
Jacksonville wouldn't.
Can I say something for Wilds for you to keep your eye on, or do you have a number you want to give us? Go ahead.
No, I have something I want to keep my eye on.
I made that.
Go ahead. What is it?
Well, I also think it's going to be a blowout because I think that Mahomes and Andy Reid need to throttle the Jags to make sure they don't come back. If you just watch them come back against the Chargers, it could be 27-0. It's like, hey, you want to take the foot off the gas? And Mahomes will be like, no.
Speaking of comeback, I'm waiting for that jacket to come back in style.
Oh! Wow!
Shots fired!
Mike Kelsey stat can wait till Nick picks. That was great!
Shots fired!
Thanks for watching. Subscribe here to get more from...
Come on, bro.
SeatGeek is the ticketing app for fans like Boomstick Lady. No free throw.
Welcome to the hottest show in all of sports television. It's the only television segment that Sean Evans distills and then bottles as the second to last hot sauce on Hot Ones. Because it's that hot, it's upset alert. Schlereth?
Yes.
The segment is very simple.
Okay.
I pretend that I'm a groundhog, and we choose upsets.
Okay.
You can start us off. Go ahead.
You want me to start you off with the upset? So you can imagine my dismay last night.
Oh.
Because I've been doing the morning show.
Yeah.
So I was nestled into my bed.
Nestled.
And all of a sudden, I heard my phone. So I checked it, and of course, production. The production team here at First Things First. And they said, we need a headline from you. So I got out of bed.
All right.
I flipped on my light. I started to, much like the committee does, burn the midnight oil, right? And I was sitting there thinking, headline, what's the potential upset? And then, bam, it dawned on me. I think it was an epiphany. I think it was almost like from heaven above. Like this epiphany hit me, and I said to myself, Fee, fi, fo, done.
Wow.
Yes, I said
love
that. I said it's about the Giants are so good. They're playing such great football right now.
The Giants, yeah!
Oh my God. Who is done? The Giants are going to win?
Well, the Philadelphia Eagles could be done.
Oh,
yes, Fee, fi, fo, done. It's a play on Giants. It's a play.
Okay, so headline notwithstanding, you've been...
Schlereth is so proud of himself
I love it.
for coming up with this.
I love it.
How do the Giants win? What do they have to do?
Well, listen, the Giants, number one, what they have to do is they have to be able to continue.
He's so proud of himself.
Be able to continue to run Daniel Jones.
Schlereth, what a treasure.
The thing about them
National
right now
treasure,
is
Mark
Barkley
Schlereth.
attracts so much attention that we think about Barkley, how many carries did he get, how many times did he catch the ball out of the backfield. But it's even the decoy nature of Barkley. He tracks so much attention. So when you run on the quarterback run, if you fake it to Barkley, guess what ends up happening? The whole backside of a defense does not constrict. They're so concerned, or if you swing past him out, it keeps the defensive end, the outside linebacker, the safety on that side, they all hang just in case Barkley gets it. So now the quarterback cutback lanes, the quarterback runs are wide open. Not only that, when you insert Barkley into the passing game underneath, he draws so much attention that it opens up the intermediate routes, the basics, the digs, all the things that Daniel Jones outside the pocket does an exceptional job.
So you think Jones runs as much this week as he did last week?
He has to. Their offense can't operate if Jones doesn't get 10 carries.
And
He's got to have that.
I'm going to add one other part of this. This Giants season started off with an incredibly gutsy call by Brian Dable in his first game ever as a head coach. The 2-point conversion to Saquon Barkley. We have seen throughout NFL history sometimes big underdogs in the playoffs, particularly with unproven coaches, coach in what I would call a cowardly fashion. Meaning, I'm not going to give myself the best chance to win. I'm going to make sure we don't get blown out. I don't think that's Dable's DNA. I think you're going to see like flea flicker, fourth down attempts, potentially surprise onside kick. I think you're going to see, no pun intended, one of the David Goliath games where the team that is the massive underdog opens up the chance that we're going to get rolled here, but I'm going to add some variance to the game. That would make me a little nervous, I would feel.
Wow.
End of game laterals, perhaps?
Okay.
Don't do it. Brew?
Stink, I love the headline.
Thank you.
The only problem is yours won't be right. Like mine was right last year, Fee-Fi-Fo, or last week.
You had that headline?
Fee-Fi-Fo done.
He does this sometimes.
Yes. But look, I got news for y'all. There aren't going to be any upsets this week. All right, there are not going to be any upsets. So I'm going to go back to the literal definition of the term upset alert.
Oh, it's an alert.
It's an alert. All right, there will be a scare. One of the teams, the favorites, gets a scare, though they win. And Nick, I showed you earlier.
Oh, I like
all
that.
the stats that made you shiver. I saw you over there.
shiver.
I
You
saw
were
the
cold.
sweat dripping from your forehead when I was
shivering.
talking about the sacks and all that stuff with Jacksonville. They've been getting after the quarterback
Sweating
lately.
and shivering.
All right.
I have
And Patrick Mahomes, you always like to talk about, Josh Allen throwing it all over the yard.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes has more interceptions in his last 4 playoff games than Josh Allen has in his career postseason. So here's the headline. Prince, you'll like that,
I can read it on the screen,
almost sounds the alarm.
Sounds the
trumpets.
He doesn't know what the fuck his own.
Sounds the trumpets. And in parentheses, and the snare drum. Okay, almost. I think this is going to be.
He didn't even write this shit on his own.
Than we think,
I'm glad you're coming
I've
around
been
on
watching
the Prince.
Kansas City, and I love Mahomes, but
Clearly.
Denver, led by Russell Wilson, the starting of the reserve, gave them some problems.
You say Denver's good.
Houston Denver's not good.
Houston's defense has been good though.
Houston gave them some problems. Well, Jacksonville destroyed Houston. They gave
Oh,
Kansas
did they?
City some issues. That's true. So I'm just saying it's a
I didn't know that.
Nights are better left unopened.
little closer than we think. There's a little more adrenaline flowing and trepidation. You might have to go out and walk your dog and, do what else can get you relaxed during the game. When I'm with you get out of the house, you get some fresh air. You might have to do that, Nick. And it's going to be a one-score game.
All right, for the
Kansas
last
City
time,
wins in a one-score game.
Never invite Chris Broussard to your home. I invited him to my home right after he joined the show. I had a stressful moment. I leave the house, I smoke a black and mild.
He left
and
me alone in his house for 35 minutes. Sitting there on the couch, looking at the TV by myself. He's gone.
Yeah, that's true.
And then comes back in like nothing happened.
Yeah, I had to take dog on a walk, and I was stressed
we were
out.
gonna have good
Can I just make one point here? Reference a Chiefs game earlier in the year against an AFC South team that wasn't the Chiefs game earlier this year against the Jaguars.
Oh,
when
fuck.
they rolled them. So this is not going to be a close game. That is a terrible upset alert.
I liked it. I liked it. It's now time for the anchor leg of upset alert. Schlereth, it's your first time on Upset Alert, but do you know why they call me the Punxsutawney Phil of football?
Let us fucking win. Just let us win.
Because I can.
Let us win!
Cowboys over 49ers. And I know everyone's like, oh my goodness, wow. What'd you have, too much Timothy grass this morning? No. I looked at the stone cold facts of the Cowboys offense.
Let us win.
Earlier in the show. Yeah.
I'm going to try to pick off a River Bluff here.
Are one of the best teams in the history of football. I
said they would.
I nearly gagged on
These
some
bots bluff?
But when you look at the real facts of it, Cowboys lead in all these categories. They say, oh, well, Wilds, what about the defense? The San Francisco 49ers have great defense. They do.
What? He calls him?
Was I just eating magical buttercups?
So we're calling to chop with this guy's ace.
First 14 games they were
Okay, this guy called with a king. I don't know about that call. He was trying to pick off this guy's bluff. Okay. So he called with a king to pick off this guy's bluff. Yeah, I did the right thing, I think.
Right now,
God almighty.
Would the Cowboys be your pick to go to the Super Bowl? I'm not trying to put you on the spot like that, and you don't have to be tied to it, but I feel like
strong maybe. A strong maybe. They're just here.
And he would tie
Dak's interceptions have clouded everyone's brain. That he was throwing it to the wrong team. The Jags' loss was really bad, and everyone just decided to write off the Cowboys.
I'll give you this, Miles. They definitely have a better chance than the Cardinals. You're real.
Who did you pick? That's a lot. You know what?
The Packers have a better chance than the Cardinals.
He's got a suited connector. What a fucking game. Look at this ace 4 offsuit for us. That's our big hand of the fucking 4 hours we've been playing. Ace 4. What a joke. It's actually funny. Oh man, look at this flop.
Is that 30, 21, and 2?
I mean, I guess I'm all in, man. I got a straight flush draw. Yeah, get him out.
4-2 weekend. Yeah, the Bucks pick wasn't great. The Vikings pick broke my heart. The other ones, never a doubt. Most notably, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Truly, never a doubt. This week, we'll pick all 4 games once again. We will pick them in order. Kansas City. Lay the 8.5 against the Prince.
Just a few levels left before we bag this 10K flight thing.
In his opening playoff game, he's won those.
I guess we'll come back Sunday.
18, 21, and 21 if you take.
We already have a ticket for a Sunday tournament on Ignition.
The Chiefs under our Andy Reid, is 27-4 off a bye. Mahomes off a bye, even better, 9-1 in his career. They score 35+ points. Mahomes is spectacular. The Chiefs -8.5. They're covering by halftime. Next, to me, the toughest game on the board. You have two teams that I haven't believed in all year.
Who?
So in that situation,
Wait, hold on.
is 27.
Hold on, I'm missing.
You know what? I'll just hand these out.
Wow.
You guys, everybody
Nick's picks. Let's go.
Doesn't matter. Here we go. We just threw money around.
Nick's picks. What's he going with here?
Because it grows on.
Okay, so in the wild card, he picked Niners favored 9.5, and he won. He picked Jags 2.5 dogs, and they won. He picked Dolphins 13.5 point dogs, and the Dolphins covered, so he won that one. And he also picked 9.5 point dogs for Ravens, and he covered. But he picked the Bucks and he picked the Vikes, and they both lost.
Trees, you follow Nick's picks. What is that on the year?
4 for 6, not bad though.
30,
Season record 30 and 21 too. It's pretty good.
Against the spread.
It's pretty good.
We upped that in the playoffs with a 4-2 weekend. Yeah, the Bucks pick wasn't great. The Vikings pick broke my heart. The other ones, never a doubt. Most notably, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Truly, never a doubt. This week we'll pick all 4 games once again. We will pick them in order. Kansas City, lay the 8.5.
They fought the nuts.
Prince that was promised. Mahomes blows teams out in his opening playoff game. He's won those opening playoff games by 18, 21, and 21 if you take out the game he was injured midway through. The Chiefs, under our Andy Reid, is 27-4 off a bye. Mahomes off a bye, even better, 9-1 in his career. They score 35-plus points. Mahomes is spectacular. The Chiefs minus 8.5. They're covering by halftime. Next, to me, the toughest game on the board. You have two teams that I haven't believed in all year. So in that situation, it's a divisional game. I'm getting more than a touchdown. The quarterback's banged up for the Eagles. The Giants, plus 7.5. Backdoor cover opportunities. If Jalen is not 100%, or if Lane Johnson has to leave the game and they go conservative, it's just too many. What did we see in the divisional rematches in the first round?
He's taking the Giants.
Miami kept it closer than people thought. Baltimore kept it closer than people
Let's
thought.
go.
The Giants, plus 7.5 against the Eagles. Now, to Sunday. Cincinnati plus 5.5. How about Cincinnati outright winner? Wow. Burrow.
He likes Cincinnati outright winner.
Third of 3 or more points.
I don't know. The O-line thing scares me.
Burrow, his last 7 games as an underdog of any amount. 7-0 against the spread.
So what?
1-2 straight up.
Sample of 7.
This team went into Arrowhead and won. They, of course, can go into Orchard Park. What type of name was that?
They act like when they go 7-0 that they're going to go 700-0, and it's never the case. So it's almost like he's more due to lose one than to keep winning one.
This game should be San Francisco minus 6.5, but the public loves the Cowboys, and the Cowboys looked sensational on Monday night. I bet it at San Francisco minus 6.5. I'm going to jump all over it at San Francisco minus 3.5.
Eat ball. We're hitting some hands.
Team in the NFC. There's a bad luck draw for the Cowboys. They could have given the Eagles a real fight. So
we're hitting some hands now.
Minus 8.5. Giants plus 7.5. Bengals plus 5.5, and the Niners minus 3.5. Let's go.
Pocket tens in the multi-day bag thingamajig.
Subscribe here to get.
Only on Verizon. I really am in the mood to see the Fox robot, you know, because it's like I'm just feeling that kind of like I cannot wait for tomorrow.
Okay.
It all starts off with Joe Burrow. Here he goes. Look at this.
Right. I mean, you said you wanted to see it.
Ace Queen and the hyper.
So don't worry about it.
All right.
Obviously, Joe Burrow, Josh
Come on, dude. A king turn. Give me a fucking break, man.
As they lead this great young quarterback class, them, Herbert, all the guys. But who's better? Who's going to lead their team to victories? You see their career playoff comparisons. Obviously, Allen came into the league earlier, so he's got a couple extra opportunities there. Joe Burrow's been Joe Cool. The road trip last year, pop, all the way to the Super Bowl, and he picked up, where he left off. I disagree with that being the focus. All I respect, everybody wants to talk about Joe Burrow and Josh Allen because they're the quarterbacks.
They're the second biggest stack in this fight.
I'm not saying it, which will be after the Bengals lose because he gets sacked 9 times. The reality, and this is not me picking on Cincinnati, so stop responding on Twitter that I'm a bad guy who eats his children, although they taste good. The reality is that they don't have an offensive line.
Yeah.
And you saw that against Baltimore. This is not hate because I enjoy it. This is now called keeping it real. You have 3 backup linemen who didn't play well against Baltimore. And while everybody wants to talk about Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen and that offense, you are discounting the fact that the Bills' defense is really, really good.
Sure, they are. And I think the Bengals' defense is very underrated. But the bottom line is this. Don't take my word for it or your word for it. Watch the film.
Right.
All you have to do is watch the film. Do you want to know how you feel about either the opponent or how you feel about yourself? Watch the film. How many underneath throws, how many quick hitches, how many 3-step drops, how many times did they get the ball out of Joe Burrow's hand instantly? Why? Why do they do that? Well, it's smart coaching, but why do they do that? Because they don't trust their offensive line. They're like, hey, listen, all you have to do is watch the film. We can't block people. And that's why we're getting rid of the ball. So you're 100% right there. So can you take advantage of that? Because the bottom line is, what do? You just load up, you press guys, you disrupt routes, and you say, we'll get to your quarterback before you can get the ball out.
Look,
that's the game.
The Bengals are a really good team. They went to the Super Bowl last year. They have the talent to go to the Super Bowl this year. I'm not discounting any of that. But they had a total of 230-some-odd yards against the Baltimore Ravens. There's a reason for that, because he was under pressure. He didn't have the extra, and it might be a second, it might be a half a second. You'd know better than me, of course, to wait for a guy to get open and hit the open man. And I don't care who you are back there, if you have an inferior offensive line, you are going to lose every time out. And it's like we forget about the fact that the Buffalo Bills are playing at home.
I feel like I've taught you something.
Yeah, see that? You're rubbing off on me. Look at me talking offensive line.
Oh, man, complimentary football, Craig. Get into it. Get into it, Craig. It's your time. That's not a flag. That's cereal.
That's it.
Honey.
That's what I got. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't want to be the bad guy. I'm tired of being the bad guy, but if I have to be, I have to be. Cincinnati Bengals get blown out in this game if that offensive line plays the way they did against the Ravens. That's just a fact. Now, the equalizer, of course, is what we talked about all week with Josh Allen. Are you being reckless or are you just being aggressive? He was being reckless, and that's why the Dolphins had a chance to beat them late. If he's not reckless, the Cincinnati Bengals cannot win this football game with
Brett Boski, and he called King 5 and he had King 7. Let's go.
Yeah, well, no, you're 100%.
Make him a believer.
When it comes to the difference between being judicious and doing it like in the context.
I thought you said you were going to work.
Early, you've got to be careful with the football.
Now you're telling us about 4-bet pots.
And the talent. And there's nobody that's more gifted than Josh Allen. I mean,
he's got a howitzer, right?
He's the most gifted, and he's 6'5", 250, can run over you. He's super smart. He's one of the best to do it in this league. But the bottom line is there's a time to take chances with the football, and there's a time to play it safe. And when you cross that line, you put your own team in harm's way. So he's the one that said it. I've got to get back on the right side of that line between
Yes.
being aggressive and being reckless.
Yeah,
and I've been reckless.
100% been reckless, and that's been the bugaboo about him. But yeah, if you guys want to put that full screen up again just to show touchdowns to interceptions in the playoffs, other than last week against the Miami Dolphins,
Ace-King suited time.
he has been
Come on.
incredibly efficient.
Sure.
I mean, prior to that game, if I have the numbers
We
right,
heard the
it
7,
was
jeez,
14
and then he's
touchdowns,
gonna hit
1
a straight,
interception.
yeah.
So these are the updated
So we're just
numbers. Don't
getting
look at the
completely
right 'cause I
fucked.
can't see there. I need glasses.
We're just
They
getting
ain't gonna lie
completely
about
fucked
it.
over. Okay.
You see there, 18 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Like, put that up against any quarterback that's currently in the Hall of Fame, and those numbers stand up. And to be fair, Joe Burrow's numbers are really damn good too. Just fewer games played, obviously. But this is not a knock on Burrow, but Josh Allen's been a money quarterback in the postseason.
And one of the things that he's got the ability, because he is 6'5", 250, and he can run like a deer. I mean, the guy can just flat out play, is when he is under duress or there is an issue that he doesn't like and he sees something that's not great, take off.
Right.
Go run. Go run over somebody. Go knock somebody, go knock some heads around. Like, he does that, and that keeps him out of harm's way. So he's got that extra added element of physicality and athleticism.
There's one little side story going on in Cincinnati right now, and that is Joe Burrow's contract, only because there's so much contract talk now with guys like Lamar Jackson and all the quarterbacks that are going to be probably like chess pieces changing teams. Tom Brady, maybe Aaron Rodgers, Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo. Joe Burrow ain't going anywhere. I'm not saying that. He has a 4-year guaranteed contract for $36 million. It's his rookie deal, and it's fully guaranteed. So the Bengals owner, Mike Brown, was asked about it, only because there's a lot of talk right now about moving quarterbacks. And it's interesting, he said he's going to have a long career. Certainly we want it to be here. But there's the fact that when you don't have to pay the quarterback some extraordinary amount, that leaves room to pay other players more, and therefore you can keep more players that are good players. Meaning Mike Brown, who has a reputation for being a cheap bastard. Sorry, that's the reputation the Bengals have had for a very, very long time, is already negotiating. That is not going to end well if you're going to play those games. This is your franchise quarterback. This is the best quarterback you have had since Boomer Esiason took the Bengals to a Super Bowl way back in 1988-89.
Boomer Esiason didn't take a team to the Super Bowl, did he? Maybe he did. I keep forgetting
You don't mess around
that.
with this kid. You get it done after the season. I wouldn't even let him go into that lame duck year 4 of his contract. I wouldn't worry about franchising him. This is the best thing that has happened to Cincinnati since Skyline Chili added spaghetti on the bottom of the bowl, making it edible.
Is that
all
a
right?
thing?
Huh?
That's a thing?
Yeah, 9-way, you get spaghetti on the bottom. It's absolutely delicious. I love it. The best thing about Cincinnati, right?
He has
This is
Queen
pretty
5. He cracks my
Breakfast
pocket
restaurants,
kings. He flops straight 5s. So I've lost with aces, I've lost with kings, and I've lost with queens over this 4 hours. That's definitely happened.
Deshaun Watson.
And we have nothing to show for anything except for a negative balance.
And he should get it.
And yeah. So
one thing, Mike Brown.
it just seems ridiculous. I mean, I don't mind. I decided this is what I was going to try to do today, was attack these ACR refund, bot refund games. That's what I'm doing. So I don't mind, but it's a little bit annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I mean, you can't play the hands any better than what I'm playing them, and it's just us losing with aces to a set of 4s and kings to queen 5, just over and over again.
Like, if they want
It's fucking pretty dumb.
The salary cap is made of monopoly money. Yes.
Right? It's pretty fucking dumb.
Around, you can shift it. You can do whatever you want with it. If you want to pay a guy, there are no.
I never knew the game was so hard. You know,
to pay a guy.
like,
You just start
been doing this.
It's fake.
As my only job for 6 years now.
Me crazy because don't tell me that if
I've
we
never
pay our
seen it be
quarterback,
anywhere
we
close to
can't
this
have good
ridiculous.
players. That's your job.
I'm just gonna sit here for 4 hours and think about the 3 pocket pairs I got cracked, and what I had maybe 3 suckouts myself. We had a set of 8s, we had a set of 10s. I mean, there's nothing we could do with 8s or 10s. We had to go all in.
1967, it's like an original franchise.
It's just not coming our way overall. It's the best way to put it. It's just not coming our way.
Cincinnati Bengals are currently worth between $3 and $4 billion. Pay the quarterback and then pay everybody else.
We got these 5 games here, and I'm going to buy into the Boski soon. We'll see how these go.
That offense, what ticks me off. Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. These guys have to be paid because you cannot win without them.
Carton,
Why
you just mentioned the guys who got paid. I'm sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. But
Now you interrupt all you want. I'm going to do to you.
You mentioned Watson. You mentioned Murray. You mentioned all that. Joe Burrow's better than any of those guys.
I agree.
I mean, head and shoulders above those guys.
I agree.
So
I agree 100%.
Quit making excuses.
That's what I'm talking about. Pay the freaking quarterback because you cannot win without the quarterback.
You guys are on the same team. This is awesome.
We're like Jeff with a G. We are excited about our football. Hey there. Thank you.
Listen to me, Tony.
All right, here's the deal. They can win if. So how can this weekend's underdogs pull off the upset? That's why Big Mark Schlereth is here. So we'll get into it. Jaguars, they're the underdog, 9 points against the Kansas City Chiefs. The Jaguars can win if
they control the
Hold on a second. Look at that's my guy.
Yes.
That's my guy.
Andy.
That's called coaching right there. That's called coaching. All right, go
Looks
ahead.
like a sausage casing. If they control time of possession, and I know that's a simple thing to say, but you've got to be able to run the football. You've got to be able to control the clock, essentially shrink the game if you're Jacksonville. Here's the other thing. Run the ball. So let's simplify this.
Okay.
Run the ball and make Kansas City or invite Kansas City to run the ball because they don't want to. Right? So
How do you do that?
So you show them or you present to them a shell defense, basically 4 guys, 2 high safeties, and you say, hey guys, we're going to invite you to run the ball.
Just got to go 20 more minutes in this dime thing, and then we're bagging up.
Run the ball, man. They want to be dynamic. They want to throw the ball down the football field. They want to create explosives. Go back to the Super Bowl against Tampa Bay. They averaged 7 yards per carry. That's ridiculous. 7 yards per carry. Right. I think they got 9 carries in that game.
20 minutes and we're bagging.
Football hubris. We don't want to run the ball. So what you do is you play that shell defense, you make them throw it underneath, you tackle them, you make them put 8, 9, 10 plays together to have scoring drives, and you eat this game up, you shrink it, you run the football. You do that, you've got a chance if you're Jacksonville.
So just tell me if I'm wrong. So if you do that, the other byproduct of that then to me is that you're trying to eliminate big plays. So like if you're playing all those guys back and everything's kind of underneath, you don't get beat for the 50-yard bomb.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly correct. The other thing it does is it limits possessions. So if you eat up time, right, and you control time of possession, now a normal game is about 12 possessions. Can I shrink that game? When I say shrink that game, can I get it down to 8 possessions for Kansas City's offense?
Here's a good comparison.
Okay.
When the Chargers were in the middle of choking last week against Jacksonville and not running the football and playing into the Jaguars' hands, they had a total in the second half of that game of 4 possessions.
Correct.
If Kansas City only gets 4 possessions, listen, I still think they're going to win.
I do
but
too.
now you're saying you better score touchdowns on 75% of your possessions. That's a lot to ask anybody to do.
I've got a note here from
Go
Troy.
ahead.
The note says all 3 of the Chiefs' losses this year came when they lost the time of possession.
Yeah, I wouldn't put a lot of stock into what Troy writes down.
Thank you, Troy.
I wouldn't.
Thank you, Troy.
I wouldn't. And I'll tell you why.
If Troy writes it, it's gospel.
Listen, Troy's trying to make us feel like he's valuable here. Which brings
Okay, so he kind of misspoke when he was talking about that stat on First Things First. It didn't say.
Giants can win if. Now let me walk you through.
It didn't say when they lose time of possession they lose the game. It said in the 3 games that they've lost this year, they also had lost the time of possession. But yeah, there was probably a bunch of games they won where they lost the time of possession. Maybe they don't always have the time of possession because they score quickly.
He said because
the other teams are actually trying to control the time of possession.
40 or more times, you can beat Philly because he's 1-4 in his career when he throws the ball 40 or more times. Hey, Troy, how many times this year did Jalen Hurts throw the ball 40 times?
Well, none this year. But
I'm sorry?
Last year he did.
So this year, the year that we're currently talking about.
This guy's just jamming 25 bigs.
In a single game, is that correct?
Not this year. No.
You're fired. Let me go back to the football expert.
Every nice thing I said about you,
I'm out.
forget about it.
There he goes. There he goes, out the door.
See ya.
All right, how did the Giants beat the Eagles? Obviously, I've got some thoughts about it because the Giants are in my backyard, but go ahead.
You got to make him throw it over 40 times. That's but you do. Listen, so I was covering Wink Martindale. I was doing a game. Wink Martindale, the Giants defense coordinator, when he played for when he coached for Baltimore.
Okay.
And so they were playing a very prominent quarterback, and I said, and I've got a relationship with Wink, so I can say, hey man,
We hit it this time, so this time we actually want to be called. We are called when we want to be called. We are called when we want to be called. It's an amazing feeling.
And I was like,
seems counterintuitive.
Right, yeah. And I go, well, why? I go, well, he goes, let me get into this. And so he's like, I fully expect him to stack this in a 5-man front. They play a 3-4, but there'll be 5 guys on line of scrimmage, right? They'll run blitz. They'll try to make Jalen Hurts beat them over the top. Now, Jalen Hurts has done it.
Yep.
Right?
And he's got 2 legitimate studs
Big
who can
time.
go deep and make
big
plays.
time. And he's got one of the most underrated tight ends in Dallas Goedert, I think, in the league.
Okay.
I think the guy's a great player. But the bottom line is this. If you let them play the smash mouth game, they can do that. They can get to the edge in their running game. They've got the quarterback run. Then you've got no chance. Because when all those things are operating, now we've got the one-on-one play action stuff. So bottom line, make Jalen Hurts throw it 40 times. If you can do that, you've got a legit chance to beat the Eagles. I think that will be the game plan.
Yeah, by the way, the Giants defensively are healthier than they were when they got blown out back in December.
Sure.
And offensively, over the last 4 weeks, if I exclude Week 18 where they didn't play their starters or most of their starters, the Giants' offense has been trending up.
Yeah.
Scoring 30 points a game in a couple of those games. It is a different team that the Eagles are going to see than the one they saw when they blew them out in early December. Plus, the Eagles are the most overrated #1 seed in the history of the NFL. More on that coming up when Philadelphians wake up. So we'll get to that about, 3 o'clock this afternoon? All right. Cowboys, Niners. Cowboys getting 4 or so. The Cowboys can win if...
Cowboys can win if they dominate the edge. Set your edges on defense. Do not let the 49ers attack.
This guy really leading a 5.
In the run scheme, meaning outside the hip of the tight end, inside hip of the tight end, outside hip of the tight end. If you
We just got these chips.
Back, so you set strong edges in their run game and turn it back to the pursuit of your
Why would you want to
defense,
lead on a river ace?
Remember, all of the 49ers' big plastic
Why?
plays come off of that.
Why would you want to lead now? Does he really have ace X of diamonds?
So if you allow them to dominate, capture the edge, if you allow them to run outside.
Oh my God, man.
Debo and that's Christian McCaffrey. It's like a run, but those little swing passes with blocking downfield has been very successful.
And it's all the crossing stuff. So everything that you get pushed like
2-4
to the outside right, and you don't capture that edge. They run it.
We just got those chips. It was like the only hand we had coolered a guy in all day, and then we gave him right back. When this guy rivers his straight with deuce 4.
Defend the run. So if you defend the run on the edge, then you can defend the passing.
And he's the type of guy to play 2-4 that way, then he's the type of guy that I'm not going to trust isn't bluffing me on the river, you know? So
at halftime, Seattle was. And don't forget, the Dallas Cowboys
I
are
don't regret calling him.
When they hold the opponent to under 120 rushing yards, which is going to be a very
so
tall task
ridiculous.
because whether they're going to Debo on a jet sweep or just a natural handoff to McCaffrey, they both can
2-4 donk leads, calls the raise, calls the big turn bet, and then gets rewarded on the river.
Doesn't mean they're not going to win. I have an interesting take on that later.
That should be the way it
and
goes.
Finally, Bengals-Bills. I've made my point very clear. It's all about the Bengals' patchwork offensive line.
We finally cooler somebody, and then that's got to happen literally the next fucking hand, right?
If they take care as a coaching staff of that patchwork offensive line. So it's not just about the big guys up front getting the job done, but it's your coaches putting you in the right position. I actually built a full screen. Well, I didn't build it. Somebody that knows how to do computer stuff built it. There it is.
Somebody that's new at computer screens.
Yes.
We are 9 of 17.
Wow.
17 minutes left before we bag.
Run out of graphics for the show.
So we've got screens and swing passes, quick throws.
Queens in the Boski.
Get the running backs doing all those things. Bam.
This guy's 3-betting me when I have queens in the Boski. I'm going to be going all in. There's fucking 21 big blinds in the middle.
Two separate things. There's play pass, which is using 7- and 8-man protections.
Come on, Queens Boski. You can do it, right? Pocket Queens Boski. Is that a good enough fucking hand? Is there a way for us to win a cooler with Queens in the Boski? Is there Any way
which
possible
is the
here.
boot keep game, all that stuff where you really
Is there
fly
any
the
way
ball out there,
possible?
you show it, then bam, you're out the back
He's
side,
got Ace 10
strong side flood
against
or
my
weak side
queens.
flood on that other side of the football field.
Oh, you just said a whole lot.
2, 3, 6, deuce, 6, and the queens hold.
I mean, you just
It's
didn't know.
beautiful.
I mean,
So
that
we
was
win a
awesome.
cooler in the Boski there.
I know what he said, but
Right after we buy in, we double in the Boski, boys.
it sounded like you knew what he's talking
A near
about.
double.
I saw a picture for you in the break.
And he's a very good artist, by the way.
Cincy is what I
Yeah. By the way, that was awesome.
That was a great.
Whoever
you
on
guys,
your graphic
hey,
guy
yeah,
is.
you guys spent a whole boatload of time and energy on that graphic. I mean,
This is the most well-funded show on the Hey there, thank you so much for watching the Carton Show.
Here's very good. I was or a week everybody up, and you're only running a couple of guys. They've got the receivers to do that.
It was a terrible graphic. It's, I don't know. It's not bad. It's not that bad. Linda Flavio.
Two truths and a lie, Greg.
Excuse me?
Two truths and a lie.
Okay, be careful. I thought you said two Jews in a lie.
Oh, no, well, that is-
Relax there, Tiger.
In a way,
All
it is
right.
kind of a show, too.
Okay. 1, 2.
Well, two truths and a lie. I'm going to take you through four
Hold on,
NFL
I'm
teams.
sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. Can you put that screen back up for a second?
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure I saw that correctly. Was that Abraham Lincoln on that screen? Is that what we did?
Yeah.
Ah!
That's good
All right,
work.
so hold on a sec.
That's quality.
So I see Pinocchio. That's the liar. Abraham Lincoln, Honest Abe. Where's the second truth teller?
Well,
And
actually,
I see they got the lie done like it's a lie detector test. That's very good.
It's two because it's not only that, your face is there in there too. So there's the two truths.
There you go. All right, I'm just saying that's very, very deep. Very well done, guys.
Multiple layers. Well, I'm going to take you through four teams. I'm going to give you two truths of stats and one that is a lie, and it's up to you guys to figure out which one is the lie.
I like it. All right. Me versus Mark.
You versus Sting. Here we go.
Let's go.
We're going to start with the Buffalo Bills. The Bills have not lost a game by more than 6 points since last November 2021.
Wow. Okay.
Second one. Despite their lack of recent playoff success, the Bills have not lost a home playoff game since 1966.
Okay.
And last,
Haven't had
Josh
many
Allen
home playoff
leads
games.
all NFL quarterbacks with 57 turnovers since the start of the 2020 season, including the playoffs.
And I'm going to say, just top of my head, because that's the only way to play this kind of game, the Bills have lost the home playoff game since 1966. That just, to me, sounds
Yeah,
like
it
it's
seems.
too much time.
Oh yeah, it could be a lot.
This
Well,
part
no,
of the
because they
game
went
in
to the
there,
Super
we're not
Bowl
even
those times. Went to the
thinking of
playoffs.
where the Bills, like, oh,
They
we're
lost to the
gonna win
Titans,
the
but that
game.
was in Tennessee.
Didn't they lose the playoff game?
That was in
the
Tennessee.
That was at Kansas City,
Was
though.
that in Kansas City?
Yeah.
The 13-second one?
Yeah,
was
so
it?
they probably haven't had many home playoff games,
Okay,
and
I'll
then
just
yeah,
go,
so it's
I'll
probably
go
true.
The lie is number 3. Joe.
Okay.
The lie is probably number 1.
Which one of those is?
Oh, yeah, the lie could be 3.
Incorrect, Craig. You are correct.
Oh, it was
Despite
2.
their lack of recent playoff
What?
success, the Bills have not lost a home playoff game since 1960. Yeah, 1960.
So they have lost a home playoff game. Who was it to? So Josh Allen does lead all quarterbacks, most turnovers since start of 2020, including playoffs. Damn.
Let's go to team number 2.
He's played in more games than a lot of those players, though, because he has played in the playoffs every year, pretty much. And a lot of other quarterbacks wouldn't have, so that's going to skew that stat. So these stats are dumb because they're always using it to try to get you excited about something that's not even really true. So it's like, why are you trying to get us extra excited about all these turnovers when obviously him playing in more games is going to skew how many turnovers he has total, unless you're doing turnovers per game. Like, people are too dumb to be that smart to know all that, and it's just some bullshit.
That last one's the lie because with McDermott, he's won a bunch of games. Taylor, of course, won 3.
This guy 3-bet me, and I call, I've got 10 high on this flop. He's checking.
The last one is of the remaining AFC
I'm gonna
playoff
check.
teams, the Chiefs allowed the
Ace
most
10 against
yards
Ace
per
Jack,
rush
huh?
during the regular season.
Yeah,
Ace 10 against Ace Jack.
You think that's the line?
Is what they're
'cause I
doing to me
think that
there.
If you start adding up the other wins of, you said, of the AFC coaches,
Yes.
like Doug Peterson's got a whole bunch of playoff wins, not with Jacksonville, but he's
Sure.
got them, right?
Yeah.
So I think that last one, there's got to be a team that was worse defensively against the run than that.
More career playoff wins than the remaining AFC head coach.
I mean, he's got a lot, but I don't think he's got more than everyone
I
combined.
got Queen 10 on the 10-4-3-9-2. This guy checked the flop. I checked. He bet the turn. I call. Now he's betting the river, and I'm calling. And he's got aces. Yeah, why wouldn't you have pocket aces when I flop top pair? Ace king against ace 8. This guy hits an 8.
I'm going to go 3 as well.
So this is just not real poker, I guess, right? It's just fake poker. I mean, how much crap do we have to deal with before we get a good hand? We had one good hand over here, and there's been 5 bad ones since. So does it even count anymore?
That's right. They lost to the New England Patriots.
You know, this is a very
Yeah, none of these guys are good enough to bluff until I get bluffed off of the one hand I folded like earlier. Then they're bluffing. They're bluffing when I stop bluffing. They're gonna have the fold when I stop bluffing. They're gonna have the bluff as soon as I decide to fold. Then they're gonna show me a bluff. It's just amazing how perfectly these guys are playing.
Number 2, the Eagles have
Top pair, he just bets 2 streets with aces. He doesn't get max paid like he could have if he bet 3 streets. Like, he's costing himself a ton of chips there. He's costing himself so much there by not playing it more aggressively. But whatever.
So I think they have the same number of wins.
I'll just keep losing to fish. It's fun stuff. 10 minutes left before we bag over here.
The Giants, the Texans won that last game. So I'm going to say that's not the lie. That's true.
Right.
Well, that means you said more. Say it again.
Which one?
The one about the total number of wins in the last calendar month.
Okay, the Eagles have fewer wins in the last calendar month than the Texans and Falcons.
Yeah, so they have the same number of wins
Right.
as the Texans. So that would be the lie to me.
Okay, you're going to. I'm going to go number 1. The Eagles have not lost a game this season in which they've rushed for 100 or more yards.
What a staggering game this is, because you're both wrong. It is number 3.
Come on.
The Eagles have not won a playoff game since their Super Bowl championship in 2017. They beat the Bears.
They beat
Huh.
Bears.
All right. Yeah, but what about the one? Are we sure? Did we fact check this?
I mean, well, I got to make sure you know this.
Sure?
Troy fact checked this.
I mean,
so
the
let's
last
ask
month the Eagles have
Troy.
they lost 2 games, right?
Uh-huh.
They lost to the Saints, they lost to the Cowboys, and then they beat the Giants, right? Oh, there must have been one more game there, I guess. I'm missing a game. The game they had to have prior to the Saint game, I'm guessing. Huh? Or prior to the Cowboy game.
Well, speaking of the Cowboys.
All right, fair enough. So I'm still winning 1-0. Go ahead.
You are, but speaking of the Cowboys, we're going over to the Dallas Cowboys. First stat, since the start of November, no QB has accounted for more total TDs than Dak Prescott's 25.
Since the start of when?
Since the start of November,
Okay.
postseason included.
All right, go ahead.
All right, number 2, since 1996, the Cowboys have the most playoff losses among all NFC teams.
No, that's a lie. They've barely played in the playoffs. Go
And
ahead.
last, the Cowboys have lost 6 straight divisional round playoff games.
6 straight divisional round playoff games. I'm saying number 2. You got to go with your gut. I think number 2 is the lie.
All right, I have no clue, but I'm going to go.
6 straight sounds like a
Yeah.
lot of divisional playoff. Well, that
Yeah,
means,
I'm
well,
gonna-
hold on. When were they last been in the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, I just
Maybe
gotta do the
that's
math
the
on
lie.
that one.
No. Yep. I'm going with it. Number 2. I'm staying number 2.
I'm going to go number 3.
Number 3, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is a clean sweep because Craig Carton wins 2-0. He gets it right. Number 2 is the correct
For
answer.
those of you that wonder how I got this job, it's my sports knowledge. Hey there. Thank you so
He
much.
calls my
for
3-bet,
watching the Carton
covering me on the bubble of the bag. Pocket tens. Tens in against sevens now. And the river is going to fucking be a card that we like to see and we hold. I mean, I guess I'm bluffing here. He folds. I mean, it's not very much fun having to take pocket tens and turn them into a fucking bluff all day long, you know, which is pretty much what I've been having to do here for the better part of 4 hours. Like, I get the best hands possible, I actually have to, like, bluff with them. The best hands we see, I have to turn them into fucking bluffs. It's just agonizing, torturous agony, you know? It just feels like as we're playing that it would be really, really difficult to script it going this bad, you know? Like, how could it go this bad? How can there just not be a hand sprinkled in there that brings us a shitload of chips? Where's my aces against kings and queens? Where's it at? Like, we can just play for this long and never see it, huh? Just play for a fucking year and never see it happen. E7, I'm folding. Queen 3, I'm folding. 8-9, I'm folding. Like, I'm a fucking patient player, and then I get these great hands, and then they all go to shit. It's like, how am I supposed to win then? We're 2 minutes away from the bag. I got ace queen here, and this guy is wanting to 3-bet me. This guy who's fucking 3-betting everything. I guess I'm all in. Yeah. about to be bag time. There we go. We made it to day 2. Good shit. Good shit, good shit. These might be our last 4 games of the night. I mean, we could play more, but we got tomorrow to grind these little shitter tournaments. Don't have much in the account. And yeah, like let's just try to bink one of these 4 and then let's play some Dragon Quest and chill. I missed that Dragon Quest game, man. I can't believe how fucking good that Dragon Quest game is, yo. That shit is absurd. I already thought it was a great game when they rolled the credits, and now this like end game, second part of the game, whatever the hell is going on right now, is like so fucking good. It's so fucking good. And finally, like the first part of the game was just too easy. So I like put all this time into getting all these different items, all this different gear, and we didn't even really have to use it much. But now that we're at the end game, there's all these really tough boss fights and shit where you gotta really be strategic. And we have all the items that we forged at the forge, so now we're actually finally starting to get creative with it. Ah, the Pat McAfee show had picks for the playoffs. East 5 suited here, big spot.
Make some picks and let's get the hell out of here on this.
Give us the 5, god damn it. Fuck this shit. I think this is going to be our last 3 birds, boys. It's our last 3 birds, boys. It's our last 3 birds.
Feel good. Divisional round starts tomorrow, Friday. Jacksonville Jaguars traveling to the home of the Chiefs. 8.5 point spread. AJ, your thoughts?
Man, 8.5 does feel like a lot for this one.
Can I just bluff this?
But, you know, I was wavering a little bit before Kirk came on, but Kirk gave me a little bit of confidence in Trevor Lawrence and the Jags. So I'm not saying they're going to win, but I'll take the Jags plus 8.5.
I've been on the Jags plus 8.5 all week until this moment right now.
Wow.
My spirit, my soul just told my brain.
Dude, this Soap McTavish guy just check called me? With what exactly? What? Like, how can he see my cards? Like, I just want to know, like, can he actually see what I have? He thought his best chance was to just check call a guy down out of position in a 4-way pot with jacks and then pick off a bluff and then on an ace board still call and just keep picking off a bluff. He thought that's what his best chance was to win.
Pal, Super Bowl last week for Jacksonville.
True.
Pal, what are we talking about? It's the playoffs. Showtime, Patty Mahomes is getting an opportunity to showcase.
He has no
to
spade.
40 million people why
He's just gonna play it this way.
Destiny. I love the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He loses if I have a 2. He loses if I have an ace. He loses if I have a straight. He loses if I have a boat. And he's just gonna fucking be a hero. And he's not gonna lead out of position on the turn either.
Why did I do this?
It's like his plan is to let us suck out on him or for him to force himself to say that we have a bluff instead of denying equity and getting paid by someone who's gonna station him with a worse hand than jacks. I mean, it's just kind of confusing for me. Like, you'd think he'd want to bet the turn, right? I mean, I guess unless he can see our cards and he knows that he needs to let us bluff or improve.
Plus 8.5 with the Jags. Let's go to the next game. New York
Just
Giants,
unbelievable.
Philadelphia Eagles.
When I go to run a bluff, they've got a beautiful call with jacks. When I slow down, then it's a hand I could have bluffed. All fucking day on the site. Every time. They just impeccably play so perfectly. He's not deterred by the trips out there. He's not deterred by the
So
ace.
I'm not going to beat around the bush.
He's
here.
just
You know, I
going to
don't
say
like
that I'm
give me
full
the
of shit.
Eagles minus 7.5. I have a feeling you're on the Giants.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor to say that for this particular game, I am on the side of AJ Hawk.
Wow.
Minus 7.5.
I was going back and forth on this one too, but I like the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a loss on this one to you. Like, I think that is just whatever you would have picked here, I would have picked. And I assume if I was on set somewhere making the picks, you would have probably done the same thing because this could go either way. Bruce Bronovich is up near a microphone. Bruce, last week you gave us like a woe is me type speech. What do you think this week with the Giants taking on the Philadelphia Eagles?
The Giants are going to cover the 7.5. It's the first time really good on good this year. Much was made about us benching our starters in the second matchup, but in the first one, our entire defense is basically out. They're going to be, ready to go for this one, and Dory Jackson will take away A.J. Brown, and we'll cover the 7.5.
I have some news for the world.
Okay.
I'm taking the New York Giants.
Wow. I was going to say, you're big on
Whoa.
vibes. They've been grittying and dancing all week.
Yeah, they have.
The Eagles are 24-7 against the Giants in the last 31 meetings, though.
Great. Money line, Eagles, 7.5. That's a 10-point game could happen.
I believe the Giants,
Yeah.
Bruce, you might know this for a
Yeah,
fact
put
or
the
not,
X
but
on
I
it.
believe the Giants
I put the X on the other one, too. I put this is the button. I push this little back button. Boom. Look at that. No more X.
We'll circle back.
This one's tough.
I think they're 6-0 versus 1 seeds in their last 6 games.
I believe they are as well.
Who cares about any of that?
The Giants.
The Giants. I mean, they've only lost in the divisional round.
We get the bluff through. Good shit.
Whole different
That's how the bluff works.
I don't know, Dayball.
All right, I'll take Giants plus 7.5. It's a divisional game. Feels like it's going to be close.
Yep.
Let's go.
Like the Eagles, though. I do think the Chiefs and the Eagles might come out a little slow.
Yep.
Maybe. There's a chance. Or Chiefs come out and just score 40 off their first 5 series somehow.
Also possible.
Seen it with the Chiefs. I mean, that 24-0 game against the Texans, that was a divisional round.
Let's go Bengals and Bills. Obviously, there's an energy about this game from both sides. The Buffalo Bills are pumped to be hosting a divisional round, and they're on a mission to right the wrongs of last year with that overtime coin toss when they weren't able to get off the field and let Josh Allen back at it. If you look at the stats of Josh Allen in the playoffs, he's the guy of the playoffs. He is fantastic. It feels as if the whole team's going to be wearing 3s on their chains whenever they arrive on Sunday at the game. Tamar Hamlin might be back in the building. He might have the ATV leading the whole team out there. And that feels like a moment that Joey Burrow and the boys would love to ruin. Joe Burrow and the boys seemingly love to go into your house, into your trap, and take your trap. They did it last year. They went in Tennessee. They went in Kansas City. Then they went to the Super Bowl against L.A. in L.A. Almost fucking won that thing. Going into Buffalo and winning this game would be a huge moment in the sucking the soul out of a stadium category.
Yeah.
AJ, who do you like?
This is another one. I mean, are the spreads usually this big for the divisional round? Do we know?
Yeah, why are the spreads so fucking big on all these games?
Look at now, but these just feel like big spreads.
8.5,
All of
7.5,
them.
certainly large, more than one score games. But
Why?
also, I think that's because how much respect we have for all the teams that are playing. You know, this isn't standard Jacksonville Jaguars. This is obviously a new Jacksonville Jaguars. They're playing in the divisional round. So 8.5 is big. Like, that feels like that's big in all of our eyes. Giants is a brand new Giants. Like the Eagles #1 seed, but the Giants as of late have been an absolute buzzsaw playing vastly differently.
Maybe just
So
because of the
7.5,
recency
that feels like a
bias, we
big
think it should be
spread nonetheless.
closer.
I think it's just the respect we have for the teams, AJ. I think.
Yes. Okay. Well, nonetheless, with that being said, give me the Bengals plus 5.5.
Give me the Bills minus 5.5. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Jesse Bates, the third.
I mean, it's only a
Davis.
touchdown.
Give me the Bills minus 5.5. Jeez.
From what Gabe Davis looked like after you asked him about DeMar, for some reason it gave me the feeling that yes, he will be walking out with the team.
So what?
Does feel like something.
Something.
We are different on every pick. This is good.
That is good. And
Well,
last
let's
year,
do it,
thinking about
man.
The spreads, also the.
I miss the Forge. I really do miss it.
I believe that was a bigger spread because that was a 1 seed versus 4 seed, and then Niners Packers I thought was a little closer because of the weather, but the spreads definitely weren't this big across the board.
I was trying to read a stat on Patrick Mahomes over there on ESPN across the bottom. I think he has 3 straight games of 3 something or whatever the case. I thought it was going to maybe make me smarter, and I thought I saw a Bills one too.
3 pass TDs.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he's great. Let's go to the last one here. Cowboys, Niners. AJ, it's the last game of the weekend. Woo. Got good on good in a lot of places that are going to be entertaining one-on-one matchups. Your thoughts?
I mean, honestly, I would not be upset at all if the Cowboys won. I am fans of what they have going there. Big Mike. Give me the Niners -3.5.
Okay. AJ loves Big Mike, loves the Cowboys.
The spreads seem big, but then the Niners are only favored 3.5. Like, I'm just so fucking confused.
Opinion on a lot of these TV shows with graphics. You got the Cowboys star, not to cover. No, not getting 3.5 points. To win straight up. These people all have stats and analytics people, and they have inside sources, and vibes are high, apparently, for the Dallas Cowboys across the board.
Maybe that's what we're missing. Maybe the Cowboys are better than we're thinking.
The Jungle Cat that plays.
Maybe we are underestimating them.
Edge rush most of the time for their defense. Bosa is a fucking animal. I understand the Micah also.
They got Micah.
He's got to stare down.
Ace Jack suited against Jax.
Also fucking animal.
He has Jax when I have Ace Jack suited dealt to me.
With Purdy at quarterback, it has been awesome.
I mean, it's just not fun. I mean, it's just not real poker.
But he has become a legit bona fide through the
Yeah,
air threat.
I wonder what'll happen when I check raise you here. You just gonna re-raise me or something?
Christian McCaffrey, they trade for in the middle of the
Like,
season.
they're gonna play
He's above their
perfectly
point
for what
guard.
I've been
He's
dealt.
still unstoppable, running through contact when he should be taking it easy because if he gets hurt, normally the team he's on is terrible, but that's not the case with the Niners because they got Deebo Samuel, who just got back from being injured and banged up.
So, do we get to win a big pot here?
Different gear to outrun
This guy's
everybody
checking to me
somehow.
now.
Ayuk has come full circle, not only with Brock Purdy, but he's
You check raising me all in? No, I wish you would have been because I have a set. So we wanted him to go all in. He doesn't do it.
Yeah.
Why not?
I like the Niners as well.
He's been aggressive
I like
every
Brock
other
Purdy,
fucking hand.
And I am excited that we have 4 more weekends of football
It's
that
not
we
that
can
time,
talk
huh?
about. I am excited that we have a
This guy's
divisional
limping a
round
lot,
on
man.
Saturday
Fucking
and Sunday
whatever, I'll
where we're
check
going to be able to be entertained and we're going to be able to watch thrilling matchups.
If I jam
this
it, it'll call
weekend.
me with a trap. If I
Take
check
this
it,
in,
we'll
let's
lose
enjoy it.
to
Let's win
fucking
all of
2-3
our
off.
bets. Hell yeah.
There's no way to win. We'll take comfort in the fact that there's no way to win anyway, so this is just how I'm deciding to spend my time.
Snoring, keeping you.
Is it arm for the Giants in their NFC East playoff battle with the top-seeded Philadelphia Eagles? Philly 2-0 against the G-Men this season, including the Week 18 win when they rested all their starters. We know Jalen Hurts still has a sore throwing shoulder. Can I never say sore shoulder?
Sore throwing shoulder. He's got a short shoulder. His shoulder's sore. His shoulder's sore.
Loose seems like the best way to describe this young Giants team entering their matchup with the Eagles.
The G-Men.
Quarterback Daniel Jones broke down the team and did the gritty. Yes, that Daniel Jones, the Giants starting quarterback. I asked Coach Brian Dable what he saw from his team this week. He said consistency. It's exactly what he wants. It's exactly what he's preached this entire season when he's told his team continuously the next game is the biggest game. But these Giants They know it's at stake. As Saquon Barkley said, you've got to win or you go home.
The vibe around the Eagles this week is of a group that is loose, rested, and confident heading into Saturday's.
I don't know why the spreads are so big. I think that the public is really dumb at picking the games compared to the mob, obviously. They must know something we don't.
Definitely caught this locker room's attention. So too did the
They must know something we don't, Will. Oh!
humility in check for this number 1 seed. Defensive end Brandon Graham pointing to the Week 16 loss to the Dallas Cowboys in particular as a potent reminder of the importance of execution and details, knowing that you can get beat any given Sunday in its absence. And he said that he was happy with the way that the team came to work this week, saying, quote, other than believing in themselves, they don't believe the hype.
Tim back with us, and Tim, here it is. In Tim's report yesterday, he had mentioned how Jalen Hurts is still very sore with that shoulder.
Is he?
Said that. How do you expect him to be utilized in this run-heavy offense, knowing what we know about the injury?
Matt, I think they have to run him. He changes everything for their offense when he is a threat as a runner. You know, so his effectiveness as a runner and then the threat of him as a runner. They use him on critical downs, short yardage and goal line as a runner. In the red zone, they use him as a runner. And then the other thing that does is it creates the defense's responsibility to have to account for him in that way. And when you do that, it then creates one-on-one matchups for really talented wide receivers, which ultimately makes Hurts a better passer. So, listen, I'm not saying that you need to be reckless with it, but I don't think that you can go into this football game and
What's up, Jamie? Oh, this guy's got aces, yeah. Yeah, aces. There you go.
They're ordinary when he's not. They're exceptional when he is.
Aces time.
Hurts recorded 434 yards in designed rushes this season. That is third most in the league. So you talk about the impact it has with Philadelphia. We'll get an idea right away of how he'll feel first time he takes a couple hits. On the other side, Daniel Jones, we know he's mobile. He's a great athlete playing quarterback. But you want to see something out of his arm. We know he can run. What do you want to see Daniel Jones do as a thrower this week?
Well, I think that if the Giants are going to pull the upset here, Daniel Jones needs to have his best game as a passer. And the reason I say that is just put this in perspective. Daniel Jones threw for over 230 yards this season only 3 times. Remember, we are in a passing league, and he did it against the Detroit Lions and then twice against the Minnesota Vikings, one of which was last week in the postseason. And we know how bad of a defense that was. This is a totally different challenge against the Philadelphia Eagles. They're great at rushing the passer. They're good on the back end. And so I think Daniel Jones needs to, maybe of his career, have the best passing game of his career if they're going to have success against a much bigger challenge than he faced a week ago. So, look, I think everyone should be applauding him for how well he played a week ago, rushed for 7 first downs, really, helped his team get that win on the road against Minnesota. But this is a different animal this week against Philadelphia.
Such a funny juxtaposition with the quarterbacks. You want to see Jalen run, but you want to see Daniel throw. We'll see which one of those collides most in this game. Tim Hasselbeck with us all day. Thank you.
Is there any way this guy has King Jack or something? Queen Jack? Is there any chance of that happening?
Those moments
was asked about the underdog role. This is new on SportsCenter.
We all like the fact that, people are doubting you. I think that's part of human nature. I think it's part of the dynamics of each and every one of us. So, we all come from somewhere. But yeah,
Why do I feel awkward every hand? Okay, so now I have aces on a King 7-9 Queen Jack board, and we miss the heart draw. Like, this is how the hands go for us. We're so capped on how much we can fucking make. And it's like, we're capped by the horrible luck we're facing every day. We're just so capped. I can't uncap it. I can't do anything. I can't take the cap off. These are the hands I'm getting. These are the situations I'm getting, and they're all fucking undesirable as fuck.
Dak Prescott faced a lot of those. He was under so much pressure in the first round of
I'm getting the hands that you spend like 20 fucking hours crunching the hand in the lab. Those are the hands I'm getting dealt every other hand. It's like, give me something easy. Shit.
What's the most important aspect of his game that you're looking for to have success this weekend?
But you're right, Hannah. It's a huge challenge against the 49ers defense. And I think the key for Dak ends up being, getting a clear picture pre-snap. Because when he does that, I think he has the conviction to make great decisions. You go back to last week against Tampa Bay, and I thought Kellen Moore, their offensive coordinator in Dallas, did a great job of that. They started to condense formation, and with the motion, they're going to try to create a 2-on-1 horizontal stretch on that middle of the field safety with basically a seam to the left, and then a shallow cross to hold the underneath coverage to hit Dalton Schultz up the seam. That shallow cross prevents the linebacker level players to carry the seam route, and now you get that stretch on that defender, and you can just tell in terms of the timing from Dak, the assuredness from Dak in terms of the decision making, that he had a clear picture pre-snap. And I think when he does that, he's about as good as anybody in the league. And so against a very good Niners defense, that ultimately, I believe, is the key in terms of how Dak ends up playing.
And one of the biggest question marks of the weekend, and I'm sure you are absolutely fascinated with how this rookie, Brock Purdy, is going to handle a game of this magnitude. He is 6-0 as a starter, has handled the pressure so well, but pressure is exactly what Micah Parsons and company will be bringing on Sunday. What's the most important thing for Brock Purdy?
Well, he just needs to kind of continue to treat this as if it were a regular season game, because the moment has not seemed too big for him. But I would also say this, there's been a lot of talk about, hey, Brock Purdy, he's just distributing the football to Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, and George Kittle, and these talented players. But I'll tell you what, I've seen a guy who has created a lot of offense. I mean, he's moved around a lot. He's created plays outside the design of the offense. And as a quarterback, you can get into a lot of trouble doing that. And when you do that against an opportunistic defense, which Dallas most certainly has, they have plenty of players that do a good job of playing the football well when it's in the air, especially outside the design of the play. That's where you can get yourself into trouble as a quarterback. And so other than just kind of, not making the moment too big, being careful getting outside of the design of the play is also critical for Purdy.
And we've seen him at times, maybe when the moment was really big, not be at his best and then be able to bounce back. So he does seem to have that kind of mentality. Other big question, quarterback-wise, is the health of Jalen Hurts. So we're going to go over to Matt for more on that, Tim. Thanks.
Yeah, Hannah, it is a big question coming in. The other question, will third time be a chance?
Where I make my best plays.
Greg, I do have some bad news for you. We are wiping the slate clean, the regular season. Get out of here! We're giving somebody else a chance, but
I see what you're doing.
You're still up there.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna wear the crown one day. Okay, I'm just saying that. There are only 2 more shows.
They can't do 3 crowns for us?
I'm gonna figure it out.
Give us our crowns.
Oh yeah, guys, can we just do that? The last show, all of us are wearing nice crowns. Okay, everyone wins. Our little participation trophies. Okay, it is time to talk. Who is punching their ticket presented by Ticketmaster? Sin, let's start with the NFC games. The final game of divisional weekend, Niners-Cowboys. Give me all of the 90s vibes. This is the closest game of the weekend according to FanDuel. Last year's
Hope you feel better soon, Jamie. Take it easy, man.
So I'm looking at this one, and I have a 4-point for the 49ers, 25-21. We love some good weird scores with 25. Can't get out of it. But I really want to talk about Brock Purdy here to Deebo Samuel. Why? Because to me, that's kind of the X factor. That's the thing where I don't know what the answer is going to be, but when you see some injuries to that secondary and you see how versatile Deebo has been, not just this year, but also last year. Last year, he gave them fits. I think that's going to run it back and be the same thing again. This time, I'm watching last game, you saw what the Cowboys tried to do, like switching over where their slot corner was, and then they switched up their safeties a little bit. And now that's going to be different because Aaron Curse has been on the injury report. So is he healthy? I don't know, but I do know that Deebo Samuel is going to have a big game.
Ooh, it is so hard to pick against this 49ers team right now. They just feel like they're a bunch of superhumans.
You
so
won't do it.
I'm not going to do it. But I am going to thread the needle here. It's going to be a theme. So threading the needle means we think the game's going to be closer than that score on the screen, but I am taking the 49ers to win the game anyways. The reason I think it's going to be close is Dak Prescott is by far the best quarterback in this game. I don't know why this became a debate. It's no slight to Brock Purdy, but there is absolutely nothing Purdy can do as well as Dak Prescott can do. Dak Prescott, throughout his first, 8 years in the league now, has reminded me more of Peyton Manning than any quarterback to come into the league since.
What?
He wins before the snaps. He adjusts during the game. He could do everything like that. And just like Peyton Manning back in 2005, Dak Prescott is 29.
Is this guy smoking dope?
I just feel like he's ready to have his run.
One left. It's
All
29.
that's left is you to pick Dallas.
I don't know.
Pick
That's
Dallas.
clearly
You
where
can
my
change
heart
your
is
score.
going.
You can change
I'm
it.
just trying to give Patrick a chance to catch up in the standings. 'cause
These 4 are dumber than like any 4 people I've seen pick these fucking games so far. It's like a whole new tier of.
One of those superhumans is Trent Williams, because nobody's arguing. Nobody has anything bad to say about Trent Williams unless you're a disgraced former NFL executive in an email. But
This guy has said Dak Prescott reminds him of Peyton Manning.
And that's playing multiple spots on the line at the same time. Because
What?
Micah Parsons can rush from the right side. We saw him do it earlier in this season against Joe Burrow.
What
We
the
saw him do it
fuck?
last week against
Shit's
Tampa Bay.
That shit's
One
funny.
problem facing the 49ers is dealing with Trent Williams. We just moved Micah Parsons over, and I think Dan Quinn is going to solve that little bit of the equation. The Cowboys win it 24-21 on a Brett Maher game-winning field goal.
I can get
I still
behind
believe.
that. I can get behind that. I love that. But on the other side, Robbie Gould is absolutely perfect. 25 for 25 on field goal attempts. You do have that working against you. I'm gonna go. Give me the 49ers. I am all over Christian McCaffrey this weekend. I think he is going to absolutely ball out.
Why are we listening to you?
Second in rushing defense. He's done nothing but be amazing since he has touchdown. I heard this incredible story of George Kittle. He was playing video games, and his friend was like, "Oh, bro, have you seen Twitter?" And he's like, "No, what's going on Twitter?" And they're like, "You just signed Christian McCaffrey." And he's like, "Bro, I didn't even know it was happening." And it was just all rainbows and butterflies after that. So there you go.
Seems like a really accurate depiction.
I think that is exactly how both of them sounded.
Like he was
I think that's what happened. And then they did one of these, and it was like, "Oh, I love wrestling." This guy or that guy? Let's get into it. Greg, both quarterbacks threw for multiple touchdowns last week. Who is more likely to do it again on Sunday?
Well, I just spent 5 minutes talking about Dak Prescott. So it's Dak Prescott, of course, but I do want to say why I think Brock Purdy will go under 1.5 touchdowns. It's not about Brock Purdy. It's about the 49ers running game. That is ultimately why I picked the Cowboys to win this game. I think they're going to run the ball.
Hold on. The show.
Somebody call Dr. Floyd.
The show.
You have to switch it.
You can switch your pick.
Okay, I guess I'm switching it.
Let's go.
Why not?
Let's
go under on Purdy.
I love that.
I love it.
I love that.
I don't even know what's going on. He's switching his pick. Do we give a shit what your pick is either way anyway, dude? He just said all these nice things about the Cowboys. Now he's switching his pick to the Niners? I'm just so confused.
Because I don't think either of them are super likely to play. However, between the two, I actually think Tony Pollard has a better opportunity. Why? Because he's the guy who breaks more tackles. I understand a lot of the red area carries go to Zeke, but I think if a rushing touchdown is going to be scored, it's not going to be on a goal line stand. It's going to be on something where he kind of breaks for more yards, maybe a deeper red area, like 10, 15-yard type of situation. So more likely, Tony Pollard, but neither are particularly likely.
Also, he's much better at football than Ezekiel Elliott.
I would like to be Tony Pollard's agent because I've been singing his praises. I'm like, what this guy needs? Hey, Tony Pollard. Hi, you can call me at Steve Freeland. Tony Pollard needs a big raise this offseason.
Okay, Patrick, over to you. Big days for both Brandon Ayuk and Debo against the Seahawks. Who has the bigger day against Dallas?
I'm going to take Debo Samuel, especially if we're talking receiving yards. There's just so much opportunity for Debo to get yardage after the catch, in which I think that Kyle Shanahan is going to get Debo the ball early and in space. And it's Debo Samuel, especially Debo in the playoffs. Just look. Corners trying to move with him, linebackers, I just don't see it. I think Debo has a big game, but again, it can't all be Debo. I think the 49ers are going to come up just a little bit short. And Greg Rosenthal.
Are you regretting?
Officially agrees with me.
What's up, Teddy? They're running.
Like Freudian.
These are our last 3 games, then we're freaking forging.
My subconscious is never wrong.
We'll check in later in the show if he regrets it. Okay, let's take a look at some of Cynthia's numbers in this game. She's got a Christian.
This show is 35 minutes long. I don't think I can listen to these people for 33 minutes. I mean, this chick is kind of cute, but like, you know what I mean? This analysis.
Agree with you, Rachel. I think it's good. Bro, I think it's going to be like a big game, bro. That's me trying really hard. That doesn't work. But look, when I look at Christian McCaffrey's opportunity, this is
what is going on here?
The straw that stirs the drink. When he came here, it changed everything on that 49ers offense with the obvious change at quarterback. So Christian McCaffrey's utility, I think, is going to be really on showcase here. So yes, I think both both types of scrimmage yards, rushing and receiving yards, I think that's going to be a nice big day for him, potentially even a touchdown as well. And then on the other side with CeeDee Lamb, I think that is the matchup that you want. I saw some Charvarius Ward. I think he is a very good corner, but he is beatable, and I've seen CeeDee Lamb turn people around. It's no slight on Charvarius Ward, who's had a good season, but Lamb is just really, really good.
All right, well, this is going to be such a fun game, and guess what? We've got even more fun games. All right, it is time for Pizza pregame predictions presented by Little Caesars. I heard those MVP chants. I don't know about you guys. Eagles, Giants, the primetime game on Saturday. Greg, the Eagles swept them in the regular season. Is it a clean sweep?
I believe it will be. It's another thread the needle game for me where the Giants keep it close for a while, but the Eagles win 29-22, and it's because of the guys up front. You think of Philadelphia as this analytically driven team with Howie Roseman and this big analytics department. But what do the numbers say, Cynthia, often? They say pay the big men. Like, give all your money to offensive linemen and defensive linemen, and that's where they're at their best, and I think that's where they win this game. We're watching Jalen Hurts throw these dimes down the field because he has all day to throw. They make it easier on him, and he is one of the best deep ball throwers in the league. Their defensive line is also incredible and can win their matchup up front. So the numbers, Cynthia.
The numbers
to
say
pay big men. I feel like that's underrated.
Absolutely pay big men, but also pay a really good wide receiver.
Okay, he's
pay the entire defense. Like, the more better players, the more better the math. That's just kind of how
There was a team that elected to not pay a wide receiver, and he's one of the reasons that Philadelphia has been pretty good. You know, analytics is a big umbrella. I think sometimes people get included in that umbrella. Maybe because before Devontae Smith was drafted, there were a lot of BMI fans that were like, oh, he's too skinny. He won't get off press coverage. Well, teams tried to press cover Devontae Smith this season. It did not work. It also didn't work with A.J. Brown.
It can't be more better.
Blew out the Giants in Week 14. So what do they
Can't be more better. It's just better. You don't say more better. Something's better than something else. You just say it's better. You don't say it's more better. You can't be the most best thing. These people don't even know how to talk. Jamie Field, I don't know what's going on with these people. I want to watch another sports show because I'm bored of playing these 3 tournaments, but like, this is not even like, these people aren't even trying to convince you that they know anything about football, you know? They're just there to be like, yay, here we are. This is our show. Who are these people?
Nice things to say about you.
Yeah.
He was not pleased with me picking
Wow. Yeah, I heard the DMs. He read them aloud.
Amazing.
I mean, what are their qualifications? I don't think any of these people are football players. What do they know about football?
Talk about one of those Giants. I want to talk about.
I mean, it's nice to have like a host to lead the way or whatever, you know. But like, these are like 4 people that are just like hosty type people. It's like Mario. It's like Mario Lopez, and then it's Mario Lopez, and then there's a chick there, and then another chick, and then that's the show. It's like, why? Why is this an episode of Saved by the Bell instead of, you know? It's like the cast from Saved by the Bell instead of a football show. I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
Because, you know, he's the perfect weight. He's just the perfect weight. But, you know, look, Isaiah Hodgins has been scoring touchdowns, so obviously he has the trust of his coach, and it's a good one to watch. But ultimately, I think that it's the Philadelphia Eagles with their very, very strong defensive front and back and O-line and wide receivers.
Everything.
All of the strong.
I mean, this chick is giving analysis. This chick now here, she's kind of like holding a paper, so maybe she's supposed to be like the host. And then this other chick and these 2 dudes are doing more of the analysis, even though this chick is picking too. She's picking games too.
24, just like you guys, I do think that the Giants keep it rather close. Brian Dable says, there is only one Jalen Hurts, and I'm sad that we had to miss out on Jalen Hurts. And as much as I love Gardner Minshew, we weren't able to experience the full Jalen Hurts season because he was injured. I wish that he had one more. I wish that they almost didn't have the buys, that we could have seen a little bit more of Jalen Hurts. He could have gotten back into the rhythm of things, but he had one more. But you can look at it the other way. He had one more week to heal up. But I'm going Eagles 27-24 over the G-Men. All right, Greg versus the model.
She knows it's the G-Men.
Talk. All right.
I don't know if any of these people know. I believe the football players and the football coaches more often when they say things. I mean, hell, they've played. Is that so wrong of me to say? When I'm watching ice skating, I'm usually looking for the announcers to be former ice skaters. Okay? That's normally how it goes.
Okay, I don't know what the model thinks on Dallas Goedert this week,
But
I just think from a football perspective, I
yeah,
look at the
do what you want.
Giants
Do what sells.
and I look at them as food. You know, I think Jalen Hurts looks at them as food. Like, they are the weakest part of this game, the Giants linebackers, and so I think Dallas Goedert beats them in their safeties and coverage. Just lots of yards, all the yards.
Lucky sevens.
I'm actually the model knows football, and the model is completely.
Come on, Peter. You know how to 4-bet jam, don't you? Oh, he just calls me.
It's Greg and the model, not versus. It's Greg and the model in this one. Why? We know one thing. We know that this Giants team is going to blitz. You know how you stop the blitz? You throw a shorter pass. That means that there's space at that linebacker level. So the food, a.k.a. the linebackers, and the space all aligned for Dallas Goedert to have a nice big day. In fact, for DFS purposes, he's my absolute favorite pick at the position of tight end.
This isn't what they want, though. You know.
He's betting so big.
And like yelling at each other.
No, we don't want that.
All right, maybe another version of that. I've never skipped.
Why is he betting so big?
Against the model here, I hope. I'm going points, score fest in Jacksonville, Kansas City. I feel stronger about this than like any.
I guess I'm just gonna check column. I mean,
There'll be so many points in this game, more than they.
I'm not. I don't know that I can just fold a hand this good.
Even if there's turnovers, it doesn't matter.
Once again, it's not like the most comfortable spot in the world for me with a hand like this and a board like this against a player like this. But these are the spots we get.
But I think it's
I haven't beat. Let's go.
wait, that's not it.
Let's go.
Listen, it's all about being copacetic. No,
I mean, that was a tough hand to play, wasn't it? Like, holy shit. Nothing's easy. I mean, obviously, we got to navigate some tough spots, but like everyone else does. But holy crap, man. The most part of today has been shit like that.
Well, what happens?
It's been tough sledding. We're drinking some coffee. We got 3 games left. We're going to clear it.
Will the model become sentient and start hating?
Hope so.
I don't know. This is too much for me to think about. I'm freaked out. This is a new movie.
We're putting everyone in an awkward position.
I get to be Shannon. Woohoo! It is time for Tip of the Cap presented by New Era. We love pizza on this show, okay? And we also love hats and props. We also love hats and props. We were all split on how this game would play out a few weeks ago, but what do we think about this Sunday, Sin?
Okay, I got it. Give me that. Look a little cute. It's so cute on the back too. It's perfect. I'm not going to put it on because somebody spent a lot of time on my hair. But I got the bills.
I'm spent too much money for that.
You spent too much. Perfect. This is fantastic. So I've got the Bills winning this game 28-23. I looked at the injury report, and the Bengals are missing not 1, not 2, but 3 of their starting O linemen. Lyle Collins, obviously already on IR. Alex Kappa not playing. Who's on the left side? He's not playing either. Jonah Williams. So look, at the end of the day, I don't like the opportunity to sack Joe Burrow. When I'm looking at Joe Burrow's opportunities to complete short passes, absolutely, Jamar Chase in space is a thing, but I still think it's too much over 60%. That's a lot. 60% of your line.
Yeah, you can't lose.
I'm gonna do it.
Lose too many guys. Oh, she's gonna actually put the head on.
Oh, that's a good luck.
There it is.
That is a good luck.
Yeah. Yep. This is great.
Congratulations.
Shady figure over here.
No, I just don't put it on when I don't have like the good hair, you know. Bad hair. Go ahead, Patrick.
I'm also gonna take my talents to New York.
Your hair looks fine. What the fuck is going on with this show?
28-26.
I have Ace Jack, man.
But as Cynthia mentioned, the losses up front.
My hand is so good on the button. Think about all the hands I'm opening on the button, right? Think about all the hands I'm opening on the button here. And this is how good my hand is. But it's not good enough, right? I mean, it's just silly. It's actually silly. Oh, was that hand not good enough? Oh, my bad. My fault. Well, excuse me. I just had Ace Jack. Jesus fucking Christ.
All of the guys up front. I think Frazier's going to be able to adjust, even without Vaughn, who we wish was playing in this game. Wish everybody was healthy and be able to play in this game. But I've got the Bills here. Too many losses, too good of a defense. 28-26.
I don't like this. I like the Bengals this week. I can't believe they're 5.5-point underdogs. This Bengals team, who might be the best team in the entire NFL.
It's the O-line.
I think everyone's overreacting here to the offensive line.
I think people are underreacting to it.
Put the hat on. But let's talk on Aruma. Well, we're sharing hats potentially. I don't even know. Okay, Bob.
There's
All right. I don't even know.
Right?
Okay, here we go.
Bloody Screech.
I'm gonna talk Anarumo here. Like the Bengals.
Bloody Dustin Diamond.
Win this game. I think he's better at adjusting in game than given credit for. Maybe they'll go all out in terms of blitzing, like Miami did, and then they'll change it right back up. But it's the players ultimately. It's Jesse Bates. You can bring him on the blitz, but you can also have him protecting the deep ball. I love their linebacker group. Everyone talks Milano and Edmonds, but Logan Wilson is getting it done week after week. His guy, Jermaine Pratt, is the one who stood up Tyler Huntley last week to set up the play. The fumble in the jungle, that's what we're calling it now. And just this group, to me, is the best defense in this game, and I think that Josh Allen Bills have shown a little vulnerability. Come on.
Greg, did you bring out the cigars I brought for the both of us? Because we're gonna need them, baby. Ooh-hoo. I'm going Bengals, and you know what? I will talk about Joe Burrow under pressure. Hasn't Hasn't he always been under pressure? I feel like over the past, since he started in the league, we are like Joe Burrow has just been hit and sacked the most times every single season. He made it into a Super Bowl last year. Wasn't he also missing some guys
He
last
was.
season?
Same guys are back now this year.
Oh! Where are the cigars? Light them up. I have got the Bengals winning this one. Although I will say, if DeMar Hamlin comes out before the game, which is a possibility, I've heard that he's been walking around the facility. If he does, that place is going to lose its mind, and it is going to be one of the most beautiful things that we have ever seen in football, and I cannot wait. Sticking with this game for a minute, you like big things for Gabe Davis, and with the Bengals offensive line struggling, work to establish Joe Mixon early.
Playoff Gabe. Playoff Gabe. Look, I think that we see the playoff Gabe Davis. We saw a little glimpse of it last week. But Gabe Davis in this interesting matchup, the corners, you didn't mention, you know, in your amazing defensive argument, Greg, you didn't mention either corner.
Yeah, because they're not as good as the other players that was helping to prove my point.
Right, got it. So the opportunity for Gabe Davis to not just get more than 55 rush or receiving yards, but also score a touchdown goes way up. And then on the other side, you got to run the ball to stay away from the pressure. Obviously, the Bills would have more pressure if Von Miller were there, but running the ball early and often will be one way to keep Joe Burrow upright, which is that's how he throws passes when he's standing up, not on his back.
All right, our next segment does not involve the hats, but I have fear of what is going on under these hats, but maybe we should just keep them on. It's time for Quick Picks! Let's take a look at all the games this weekend. Everyone's in agreement about who the top quarterback will be this weekend. Oh, well, everyone except Joe Burrow.
I do, because honestly, if the Bengals are going to move the ball at all, it's going to be Joe Burrow throwing the ball. I think Patrick Mahomes is going to have a great game. I also think the Chiefs are going to be able to run the ball. Maybe there's some tight end runs for Travis Kelce, Jerick McKinnon. Andy Reid's going to do a whole bunch of stuff because they can. The literal only way that the Bengals are going to move the ball is Joe Burrow throwing. Maybe even throwing on his back. Who knows? But I think that's the only way it happens, so I've got Joe Burrow with the most passing yards.
All right, I love to see it as the one wearing the Bengals hats. We love to
I know, like you look confused here talking
You can
up our
change.
boy,
You
Joey
we're
B.
going to say game script that they're going to have to keep passing the dog.
Game script that they're playing from behind and have to pass.
Whatever. So let's look at the running backs. I am the only one not riding with Miles Sanders this weekend. Tell me why I am wrong. Christian McCaffrey against that Dallas rushing defense, I feel pretty good about it.
Well, it's less about the running, right? Like rushing yards. Like I think Christian McCaffrey will have the most scrimmage yards, but for rushing yards, I think that Miles Sanders will have the most in this matchup. The Giants have been the most susceptible to the run, especially outside runs, and I'm pretty sure that running back room absolutely knows that. Plus, when you see where the running backs are actually a little bit maybe not as great, it's picking up the blitz and figuring out on the passing down. So run a lot, so you're in like third and short, and then you can throw. You can keep it all nice and unobvious, so that the defense can't clue in on what's going on. So
I
run the ball.
Admit, I just took Sanders because I thought everyone would take McCaffrey, and I thought it'd be cute.
Wow.
Now I got.
You've switched too many picks already. It's not fun anymore.
Switch it.
All right, Greg, absolutely no common ground between the four of us on who will have the most receiving yards this week. Tell us why it's CeeDee Lamb, and we will all look at you with looks of...
Oh, why would you do that when it comes to CeeDee Lamb? He wins everywhere. He wins in the middle of the field. I kind of think this 49ers defense is vulnerable there. Hufanga has given up a lot of big plays this year. I know he made the All-Pro list. Gibson, their other safety. Like, CeeDee Lamb gets it done after the catch, and he's the true one. All these other teams spread it out a little bit. It's all about CeeDee Lamb.
Jamar Chase is a true one.
I'm just saying you have Chase and Higgins splitting it up. You know what I mean?
We shall see. All right. All right, it's time for In It to Win It, presented by Intuit TurboTax. Greg was the only one that didn't believe in the Jags last week. Greg, I think that you should take the floor, find your camera, and I think you've got some apologies to make right now.
I mean, I'm not apologizing to anyone. It was 27-0. I was looking at that Just Greg and celebrating in my kitchen, and I'm picking against you again, 37-30. I do think it's going to be close. This is the fourth straight thread the needle game I picked.
Wow.
But there's only one Patrick Mahomes in this game. The talk about Trevor Lawrence is exciting. Like, is he a top 10 quarterback or not? What a great improvement. Think about what Patrick Mahomes was doing in his second season. He was the MVP, and he is better now than he's ever been. The game has slowed down for him, and I know the Jaguars pass rush has been better lately, but I'm just not worried about it when it comes to Mahomes because he sees the plays evolving in slow motion. Andy Reid creates plays for him, but he creates more plays on his own than Lawrence does in a high-scoring game. You got to take Mahomes.
Yeah, it's hard not to. It's hard not to. Am I going? No?
You go ahead. You started talking,
I'll take
so
it
why don't you
because
go?
we're talking about Patrick Mahomes, so I'll talk about Patrick Mahomes too, because he's very good. And I'm not going to get caught up in the quarterback comparison thing, but we should appreciate number 15 while we can, because he's one of the best in the game. You could argue about the all-time stuff, but it's so. There was one thing that happened when these two teams played earlier this season. Hasn't happened since the Jaguars only brought 5 guys one time. It's the fewest amount of blitzes that Patrick Mahomes has faced all season. It's the fewest the Jags have blitzed all season. And yes, Travon Walker, the #1 overall pick, has come on more. He's played better as the season has gone on. But it's all Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs doing his thing, running. We saw the Chiefs get the Bengals bring 3 guys, drop 8 into coverage a whole lot. That was the last time the Chiefs had a playoff loss. And they saw it a lot this season. They're better against that look. 34-29. I do agree it's a score fest, but Patrick Mahomes running is the difference here.
Oh, it's amazing that when you see the thing over and over again, you get better against it, right? So who would have thought? Look, I have a thread the needle situation here too. 30-22, an 8-point win for the Kansas City Chiefs. And some things are different, like a lot of the pass catchers, but some things are exactly the same. And one big one would be Travis Kelce. And the interesting part about this game is that one of the most vulnerable areas of this Jags defense is their ability to allow slot receivers to catch passes. Not only do we see some interesting things where Travis Kelce is obviously, he aligns in the slot when he catches passes, but he's also out wide. He's also creating different looks, and they have different pre-snap formations. So I still think that, we're going to see this monstrous Travis Kelce game yet again, because in this case, everything's still the same, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of other guys, and Patrick Mahomes has been spreading the ball out so much this season, and absolutely, he deserves to be the MVP. And I still think that Travis Kelce, though, is his security blanket, and that's what's going to be the key to this game.
Clean sweep. It's the Chiefs. I kind of love that we all have it. It's not a blowout. Like, we're all kind of giving the Jags a little bit of a shot here. I know that you saw Trevor Lawrence go and celebrate at the Waffle House.
Flats me with Ace King suited. We chop Ace King to Ace King.
And he was just like, yeah, that was really neat. I wonder what I'm going to do when I win my next play. Like, it was already like he's like thinking like this.
I know where he's going.
Got to.
Look at Cynthia.
Oh, Little Caesars. Wow.
Get it?
Pay the woman her dollars.
See it? See what I did?
Okay, up next we've got more or less. Greg and Travis Kelce had a touchdown in every game during last year's playoffs, so let's make this interesting. More or less than 1.5 touchdowns against the Jags.
Ooh.
I mean, I feel bad because Cynthia just talked about how Travis Kelce's going to dominate, and I don't have a model or anything, but Travis Kelce scored.
Model takes a stray.
I'm just saying.
Model or anything.
Really made some movement in your relationship earlier.
Really okay, Skip.
I was about to do the math.
Yeah,
that was all I was saying about the model was like I could do some simple math. Here it is. He scored 12 touchdowns this year. That's the most he's ever scored in a season. That's great.
Yeah,
one of the best in the league. But that's less than the amount of games played. So he's averaging less than 1 touchdown a game, and you got to score 2 to get it over 1.5. That just seems
good math. You know who's
all in the Boski.
Sin Jerick McKinnon has a touchdown in 6 straight games, more or less than half a touchdown Saturday.
I think he gets in the end zone.
5-ball.
I think it's a really big and important thing in this game to establish the run in the playoffs. We've seen it at the end of the season. That's kind of how they got there. Plus, if you're running the clock out, you want to be mindful of how that clock works because we've seen Trevor Lawrence score very quickly. So you want to be in control. I'm not suggesting they're going to play ball control. I'm not suggesting it's going to be a slow-paced game, but I do think it's going to be important, especially in the red area, to make sure 0 turnovers. McKinnon's the way to do it.
Woo! Okay, Patrick, 109 rushing yards for Travis Etienne last week against the Chargers, more or less than 69.5.
It was a bit of a layup last week against the Chargers rush defense. A little bit tougher here, but I am going to take Travis Etienne to have over 69.5, over 75. Because we saw after it was 27-0, Travis Etienne actually out-touched Austin Eckler in the game. Doug Peterson is never going to get away from the run game, and why not when you have a guy that's this explosive that can do this kind of damage on the ground? I think Travis Etienne's going to get the opportunities, and I think he's going to get the yards as well.
Love that.
Love to see it. Okay. All right, it's time for In It to Win It, presented by Intuit TurboTax. Greg was the only one that didn't believe in the Jags last week. Greg, I think that you should take the floor, find your camera, and I think you've got some apologies to make right now.
I mean, I'm not apologizing to anyone. It was 27-0. I was looking at that just Greg and celebrating in my kitchen, and I'm picking against you again, 37-30. I do think it's going to be close. This is the 4th straight thread the needle game I picked.
Wow.
But there's only one Patrick Mahomes in this game. The talk about Trevor Lawrence is exciting. Like, is he a top 10 quarterback or not? What a great improvement. Think about what Patrick Mahomes was doing in his second season. He was the MVP, and he is better now than he's ever been. The game has slowed down for him, and I know the Jaguars' pass rush has been better lately, but I'm just not worried about it when it comes to Mahomes because he sees the plays evolving in slow motion. Andy Reid creates plays for him, but he creates more plays on his own than Lawrence does in a high-scoring game. You got to take Mahomes.
Yeah, it's hard not to. It's hard not to. Am I going? No?
You go ahead.
We're talking about Patrick Mahomes, so I'll talk about Patrick Mahomes too, because he's very good. And I'm not going to get caught up in the quarterback comparison thing, but we should appreciate number 15 while we can, because he's one of the best in the game. You could argue about the all-time stuff, but it's so. There was one thing that happened when these two teams played earlier this season. Hasn't happened since the Jaguars only brought 5 guys one time. It's the fewest amount of blitzes that Patrick Mahomes has faced all season. It's the fewest the Jags have blitzed all season. And yes, Travon Walker, the #1 overall pick, has come on more. He's played better as the season has gone on. But it's all Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs doing his thing, running. We saw the Chiefs get the Bengals bring 3 guys, drop 8 into coverage a whole lot. That was the last time the Chiefs had a playoff loss. And they saw it a lot this season.
Fought the double gutty.
34-29. I do agree it's a score fest, but Patrick Mahomes running is the difference.
Oh, it's amazing that when you
He
see
checks it back.
Then you get better against it, right? So who would have thought? Look, I have a thread the needle situation here too. 30-22, an 8-point win for the Kansas City Chiefs. And some things are different, like a lot of the pass catchers, but some things are exactly the same. And one big one would be Travis Kelce. And the interesting part about this game is that one of the most vulnerable areas of this Jags defense is their ability to allow slot receivers to catch passes. Not only do we see some interesting things where Travis Kelce is obviously, he aligns in the slot when he catches passes, but he's also out wide. He's also creating different looks, and they have different pre-snap formations. So I still think that, like, you know, we're going to see this monstrous Travis Kelce game yet again, because in this case, everything's still the same, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of other guys, and Patrick Mahomes has been spreading the ball so much this season, and absolutely, he deserves to be the MVP. And I still think that Travis Kelce, though, is his security blanket, and that's what's going to be the key to this game.
Clean sweep. It's the Chiefs. I kind of love that we all have it. It's not a blowout. Like, we're all kind of giving the Jags a little bit of a shot here. I know that you saw Trevor Lawrence go.
It just doesn't really feel like we can get any of these hands to go our way. It just feels that way, doesn't it? Like, we've had it happen our way a few times. We outflushed that guy that one time. We had a good hand down here 20 minutes ago. Like, a couple of times, it's gone the way we've wanted it to. But it feels like most of the time today, we're just banging our fucking head up against the wall. We're just banging our fucking head up against the wall, is what it feels like. This guy's donk leading into my 2 pair. Well, what am I supposed to do?
So let's make this interesting. More or less than 1.5 touchdowns against the Jags.
Ooh.
I mean, I feel bad because Cynthia just talked about how Travis Kelce's going to dominate, and I don't have a model or anything, but Travis Kelce scored.
Model takes a stray.
I'm just saying.
Why are you guys really made some movement in your relationship earlier? Okay, Skip.
Didn't we just hear this? Did she just say that again?
All I was saying about the model was like I could do some simple math. Here it is. He scored 12 touchdowns. That's the most he's ever scored in a season. That's great. Yeah, one of the best in the league.
Turn's an ace, you guys. It's an ace.
So he's averaging less than 1 touchdown a game, and you got to score 2.
The turn is an ace of spades. When he calls us after he donk leads and we raise and he calls us.
Jerick McKinnon has a touchdown in 6 straight games, more or less than half a touchdown Saturday.
I think he gets in the end zone. I think it's a really big and important thing in this game to establish the run in the playoffs. We've seen it at the end of the season.
We put it in the head, didn't we?
If you're running the clock out, you want to.
We beat him, but we lost.
Because we've seen Trevor Lawrence.
We beat the Russian, but we lost anyway. I mean, I can't play any better than that. And he gets the card, right? He gets the card.
I do think it's going to be important, especially in the red area, to make sure 0 turnovers. McKinnon's the way to do it.
Woo! Okay, Patrick.
And then he gets the card.
109 rushing.
I mean, look at that hand.
Last week against the Chargers, more or less.
I thought it was actually going to go our way for once. He donk led the flop. I raised, he called. And then he check raised me on the turn. I went all in, he called. And then we get unlucky.
Because we saw after it was 27-0.
There's no way to beat these guys.
Outtouched Austin Eckler in the game. Doug Peterson is never going to get away from the run game, and why not when you have a guy that
They have donk lead, call ranges, blind versus blind, like big blind gets button or whatever the fuck that was. They're just so ready to click the perfect click every single street like a fucking robot would. It's like absolutely insane. These are $20 and $5 and $10 buy-ins. We can't beat these guys. We just can't beat them. They're too good. There's no winning. There is no winning in sight. We get the best hands we've seen for hours, and then we just still lose. Do I know how to play these spots? No, because I don't know how the fuck they're playing the spots. I could have jammed the King X suited against his open, but I decided against. And now I'm raising this hand, and it gets through. And, I mean, I guess I have to raise this hand. This guy is going to small 3-bet me. I think a middling hand like this, we would jam. Probably jam lots of hands, honestly. There's not many hands we aren't jamming.
starting safety, Tayshaun Gibson, and their starting defensive lineman, Charles Omeni, who's like my little brother. So I was like, why am I so infatuated with these Niners? It's for those reasons, but I got to talk about the pressure. Brock Purdy is under an immense amount of pressure this game. Shady, when you are known to be the weak link of a team, I think there's no more pressure than that. Brock Purdy looks to his left, he sees Trent Williams. Right. He looks outside, he sees Deebo Samuel. He looks behind him, he sees Christian McCaffrey. He looks outside even further, he sees Brandon Ayuk. He looks closer to him, he sees George Kittle. But then he looks within himself and he's like, wait a second, I am a 7th-round pick. Although I have been balling to this point, do I still have enough juice to keep it going? So for that reason, I think Brock Purdy is under so much pressure in this game that everybody will be watching. But Dave Hellman, you cover the Cowboys. I say it all the time. You cover Dak Prescott. You know the pressure he's been under. He was drafted in the 4th round behind Tony Romo, one of the most beloved Cowboys in the history of the football franchise. Dak Prescott inherited one of the most talented teams in Cowboys history, modern history. He's been in a very similar situation to Brock Purdy. Who's under more pressure in this game, Prescott or Purdy?
Yeah, but Dak has been in this situation, and that's why I know the answer is Dak. Because when you're a rookie, you don't know what you don't know. Like, I hate to keep pounding that drum of Mr. Irrelevant. Honestly, maybe we could retire that. It seems kind of very relevant.
Flippin' in the Boski.
But he was Mr. Irrelevant. We're talking about year 7 of Dak's career versus game number 8 of Brock Purdy's career. Brock Purdy was never supposed to be in this situation. I get it. There's a lot on the line. But what happens to Brock Purdy if he loses this game? We're certainly not talking about his legacy. We're certainly not talking about whether or not he can get over the hump. We're saying, well, you're the Niners' 3rd-string quarterback, and that it's not surprising that you're run-ended here. Whereas Dak Prescott, I mean, we did all of this last week. If he loses this game, he will be 0-3 in trips to the divisional round. That
Well, I wasn't planning on necessarily bluffing this spot.
There's a certain pressure that comes with here, even though
But now we're 3 off the money.
I don't know about y'all, but when the lottery gets up to $1 billion, your boy starts buying tickets. Now, you're not supposed to win the lottery. You're not at all supposed to win the lottery.
I'm gonna bluff.
If you see out of those 5 numbers, those first 4 are on point, you're not supposed to be here. But now that you're here, it's a lot of pressure on that.
I have him covered 3 off the money.
Brock Purdy might not be supposed to be here, Joy, but now that he's here, now that the Niners are here, 2 games away from the Super Bowl, I'm thinking to myself, there is a lot of pressure on this young stud, but Dak has some truth.
This is what we're doing in a $4 buy-in on ACR here.
On Brock Purdy, but it's not the pressure that Dak Prescott has going into this weekend. It's just, I don't like to say the word fair, so I'm not going to say the word fair. But there is a built-in excuse, a legitimate reason that we will have if Brock Purdy struggles in this game.
Yeah, true.
And it's not going to be Brock Purdy's fault, even if it is Brock
We're
Purdy's
2 off the money now. This guy's trying to sneak into the money and call me or
He had an
something.
amazing run. We got a little excited. It's fine. He did well, and good for him. It'll be like good for him.
Yeah.
It'll be
Pat on the back.
Yeah. Well done, young man.
We're just, yeah, he's waiting to try to sneak in.
Talent, and they have their coach, and everything's in place. But
Well, he's got a king high flush when we block a flush, when all the pressure is on him. So I guess we just have to lose that hand too.
we've seen other teams be on their 3rd-string quarterback.
In a $4 buy-in, we're going against the king high flush.
And what San Francisco has done. But
World beaters everywhere.
under pressure. Everything Dave just said. Everything that
I was gonna not bluff the river too, and then it came diamond like that with the straight, and I was like, damn, that's a good river card to bluff on. That's like the one to bluff on.
And really, when we go all the way back to the beginning of this season, which feels like 7 years ago, Mike McCarthy is on the hot seat before the season even starts. We're revisiting how their season ended last year. And there's questions about if Dak Prescott is legitimately the one that can get them to the promised land. Well, this is the moment. You have everything you need. You can want more things, but they're mostly healthy. Dak's played well since he's come back from his injury. They've had an incredible season, so the pressure is on Dak Prescott.
Shady, I've heard from the brilliant perspective of people that have covered the sport for a long time. You played the sport for a long time. Let me try to paint this picture for you. My sophomore year, I'm at the University of Texas. We go to the national championship playing Alabama, Trent Richardson, Julio Jones, Mark Ingram, amongst others. I'm a true sophomore. I'm starting. Let me put you in my shoes. In front of me is my brother, 4th-round pick. Lamar Houston, second-round pick. Sergio Kendall, second-round pick. On the outside, Aaron Williams, second-round pick. Other outside is Chalky Brown, fifth-round pick. Nickelback, Curtis Brown, third-round pick.
Yeah,
behind
players
me,
in Texas.
Behind me is Earl Thomas, future Hall of Famer, first-round pick. To my right, Roger McElroy, starting linebacker, fourth-round pick. To my left, Keenan Robinson, starting linebacker, fourth-round pick.
He relived
Then
this
there's
game
me.
a lot.
Then there's me. And the reason I bring this up is I'm sitting here having a whole bunch of pressure because I'm like, if somebody's going to let the team down, it's not going to be Earl Thomas. Somebody's going to let the team down. It's not going to be the 2 first-round picks up front or my brother, fourth-round pick. If somebody's going to let the team down, it might be me. In 2009, I believe you were a rookie for the Philadelphia Eagles. Y'all are in the playoffs. Donovan McNabb's your quarterback. Brian Westbrook starting out there as well.
Do I want another bullet in 22? No. Well, it's up to you, man. If you guys are going to send me money, it's up to you, man. I'm not making any deals with you. I don't want to play anymore tonight. No. I said these were my last few games.
Somebody's going to let the team down. It might be me. Break that down from a player.
No, I don't want to play anymore. It's a waste of time on this site, dude. It's just a waste of time.
Great job of being the guys to get the job done for him.
It'd be better to do almost anything else with your time than play on this fucking ACR site.
When I was a rookie, my only job wasn't just get yards, get touchdowns. I wasn't even thinking about that. To be honest, I can't mess up. I can't let my guys down. When you have an older group like the Niners have, they have other stars around you. They make the game so much easier for you. You don't have to make that great pass. Birdie, I'm still gonna catch it, right? You don't have to make that great block for the quarterback. No, I'm going to make that block for you. Yep. So they're making everything and they're simplifying it for them. Even like running the ball. The first drive, what, 60, 70 yarder? Yep. As a rookie, like, thank God. Instead of I have to make that 70-yard pass, he is. Or the running back, McCaffrey did. So yep. I would say definitely the real pressure is on that. Okay. I can't wait to answer that question. Since you asked him, can I jump into that?
Go ahead, please.
So I think it really is Dak. First of all, this is the first playoffs he's never turned the ball over yet. Did you know that?
Didn't.
That's his thing. Turnover. He has to turn it over. You can't have a great performance like
in
that
one game
against the Bucs on the road and not have pressure this game. The same team that beat you last year, you play them again. It's revenge. That beat us. Okay, bet. We're gonna beat y'all in your house. Okay, and then if he loses this game, what are they? 2-4 in the playoffs?
Yeah, he loses 2-5.
All these.
What?
He doesn't have any pressure because he's not any fucking good. He's just
matter.
gonna lose.
I surely think that
In the money.
pressure is on Dak Prescott.
We made it fun. We made it a fun journey into the money.
Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, but let's dive into the
We always make it fun.
Who needs to win the game more when you think big
Oh yeah, and then this guy's all in right away.
Off camera before the show. In my mind, Brock Purdy is playing for
That's
his
funny.
future as a starter in the National Football League.
It's actually
Remember,
funny.
The 49ers spent 3 picks on Trey Lance, quarterback they acquired 2 years ago. But Brock Purdy can take this team to an NFC Championship game. If his record through the duration of the season can wind up being 8-0, 9-0,
3
or
X's
worst
here.
case, maybe 8-1, then you cannot put Brock Purdy on the bench. All of a sudden, he goes from Mr. Irrelevant, for those who don't know, Mr. Irrelevant is the label that you are given if you are the last pick in the NFL draft. He goes from Mr. Irrelevant to suddenly being a starter. I think he actually needs to win this game more than Dak Prescott. Joy, where do you stand?
It is an interesting thought. I thought about it this morning as when we were discussing it, that I guess we haven't allowed ourselves to get into that conversation.
I'm all playoffs right
we're
now,
still
but
in
it's
the playoff mode.
We
but
win a flip.
Yeah, this game does have a lot of implications for the Niners and for Brock Purdy. Life comes at you fast. Woo! He's 7th-round rookie pick, and now we're talking about if you should be the starter next year, and you're playing in. I mean, that's how it is, and good for him because he's stepped up to it.
He's ready. Yeah,
it's incredible that he's in this situation. He's won either way, but he could make things very complicated for the Niners after this game, depending on how it goes for them. If he wins, what do you do with Trey Lance? You can't not play Brock Purdy at the beginning of the season next year. If he goes to the NFC Championship game, that'd be crazy. Now San Francisco has done things like that before with Jimmy Garoppolo, so it wouldn't be unheard of for this organization. But yeah, for job security purposes for next year, I would say that there's more pressure on Brock Purdy. But he's playing with house money at this point.
Yeah,
don't you think though, like regardless of what happens in this game or the next game, whenever the Niners season ends, Brock Purdy has earned the right to be part of whatever the Niners do moving forward. You know, like he probably going to next year as the backup at the worst, or maybe he gets a chance to compete. Even if they lose this game, I think he could potentially have a chance to compete. And then on top of that, it's a long season. Like, and Brock Purdy's under contract for 3 more years after this. Like, he will have opportunities after this. I think he's played well enough. Whereas, again, we talk about this all the time. The reason it's so important to win early, win young, is because that's when a quarterback is cheap. Dak's cap hit only goes up. As hard as it already is for the Cowboys to put a good roster around him, it gets harder. CeeDee Lamb can start negotiating for a contract as soon as the Cowboys season is over. Trayvon Diggs can as well. You've got to think about things like a player like Tyron Smith retiring. Tony Pollard needs a new contract. You probably got to figure out what you want to do with Zeke Elliott. It gets harder and harder to keep a good team together.
But if you're Dak, this would be the one game, Shady, that Dak is finally allowed to win. When he lost to the Packers 2016 playoffs, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was the Packers, it's Aaron Rodgers. Sure. Like, we're not going to be mad at you for necessarily losing that game, but we kind of were because the Cowboys were the 1 seed, if I'm not mistaken. So even then, not really allowed to win. When they lost to the Rams, the Cowboys were a good team that
He just induced Jack 10 off? What the fuck? What is he doing?
At your house. But this game, you lose to the Niners, like, we're not going to be mad at Dak, are we? Like, how can we be?
A, I think it depends on how he plays. And B, yes, you can be mad because, again, the Cowboys are now at a point where every year that goes by where you don't get to the NFC Championship game, it's just another year. I think this will make it 28. You realize, again, this will be the 3rd time Dak has played. Nobody has gotten over this hump. The divisional round might as well be a brick wall. The last guy to do it for the Cowboys' name was Troy. He won a few rings. Nobody else has been able to.
This is the 3rd time this week you did that. Why you keep giving this guy a pass? Dak Prescott. Hold him to the same standard as every other quarterback. Why do you do that?
If the Niners are as good as their stats say they are defensively.
Acho thinks the Niners are going into Canton as a team.
To be honest, out of all the teams, other than my guys in the green, other than them that first seed team, with the all-pro quarterback. Anyway, other than them, I think the best team built-wise to go against the Niners is the Cowboys. Let's talk about it. Please. And for me to say that,
let's go, Shady. Yeah.
Listen, on defense, they're fast group. They run to the ball, right? They can stop the run. They can get to the quarterback. You got Bosa with the Niners. You got Micah with the Cowboys. Trayvon Diggs in the back, holding it down corner. I mean, collectively, they do well, I think, secondary with the Niners.
But don't you think Dak is overmatched? That's where I'm at. Like,
if Dak... CeeDee Lamb, yo, listen. In the beginning of the year, we were skeptical about him. He is balling.
He is.
CeeDee Lamb is elite wide receiver. He is. Debo is. Yep. So is CeeDee Lamb.
2nd team All-Pro.
2nd team All-Pro. Real quick. The running backs. I would take the Cowboys running backs. Christian McCaffrey is probably the best back. We would say that. But if we look at this year, is it Pollard this year? And then your backup is Zeke? Let's just keep it real. The offensive line. Say what you want. I watched the game last week. They look good to me. They was pulling, they was throwing people on the ground. Pancakes, all syrup everywhere. I'm just trying to keep it real. So, like, when you look at
we lost that bluff hand on the Stone Bubble, but we're right back in a top 10 stack.
They match up with them well. And you got to stop doing it. The problem is, you don't want to put pressure on Dak. It comes down to Dak. If Dak plays well, they should win this game.
Acho, do you, like, allow your brain to imagine... I know you don't think it's possible.
Take your heart out of it.
Can you, like, if Dak plays against the Niners the way that he played against the Bucs, that is a hell of an equalizer.
What about a step down?
A step down.
I don't think that's what happened again. But a step down.
Shady and I had this conversation in the weight room. Okay. We both in there getting it. Shady doing the ropes. He doing the ropes. He doing the ropes. I'm on the stair stepper. I'm on the stair stepper. I'm stepping. Shady like, hey. You think the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, hey, you think the Cowboys and Dak can do to the Niners what Dak did to the Bucs? I said, no. He said, why not? I said, Dak took advantage of mistakes the Bucs make that the Niners never make. Yeah. And that, to me, is a pivotal difference. Like, Dak took advantage of mistakes that the Niners don't even have it in their ability to make.
Subscribe here to get the latest from Speak, and go watch a few segments from our other shows on FS1.
Help the goat out, dealer.
My eyes, your eyes, all eyes on Jalen Hurts. This man, number one, the dude who balled all season long. One of the most phenomenal seasons an Eagles quarterback has ever played. Second team All-Pro, meaning only one quarterback was better than him at what he does in the National Football League. But it can all come to a screeching halt on Saturday. The biggest game of Jalen Hurts' career, the furthest he's ever advanced in the playoffs, not necessarily because he won a playoff game thus far, because he was that good in the regular season. The issue at hand, it can all be undermined with one bad performance. Remember what Jalen Hurts said during the season, not my words, his own. He said, look, I've been 8-0 before and lost a national championship. Just take it day by day. Take it day by day. We haven't accomplished anything yet. What Jalen Hurts said back in November 3rd, is, hey, I don't care about being 8-0. I don't care.
Hope it goes by fast, Will. You'll be on the felt before you know
I
it.
care about one thing, being undefeated every time I take the field in the playoffs. So a lot at stake in this game. It's a whole lot at stake for LaShawn McCoy, for Jalen Hurts, for all of the Philadelphia Eagles. But the most important thing at stake is what in the world is going to happen to Jalen Hurts and the memory of this season if indeed they lose. It might all be undermined. Shady, you bleed green quite literally. If I were to cut you, it would bleed green. And you're wearing green. What's at stake for that superhero wearing that number one for the Eagles, Jalen Hurts?
We call it money green. Dave, get it?
Ooh.
Eagles money.
Thought it was midnight green.
Take it easy. Listen, what's at stake? Embarrassment. Wasted season. Seriously. We fight all year, right? We get the best record in NFL for the first 8 weeks, 9 weeks.
Yep.
We take our first loss. Then we run off a couple more. It's like 13-1.
Yep.
So my thing is, like, our quarterback last year had a tough year. Got in the playoffs and got embarrassed. Now, not embarrassed for the team, but more just to the rest of the world. Oh, he can't do it. He can't do it. What did he do? He didn't complain. He grinded, right? He worked on all the deficiencies that he did have. He worked on them and worked on them. It got better and better.
Guy was flatting Eases.
Then he comes in there and plays MVP caliber for the
Let's
whole
hit the
season.
flush.
When he got hurt, we lost. When he plays, we win.
What have I done? What have I done?
That'll be a wasted season. That'll be a letdown. You know, I think we should beat this team. I think we're a better team. I think they're well coached, the Giants. I think they have some pieces, but we have more pieces.
I have ace queen now.
If we don't win this game, what's at stake, I think, is the embarrassment and a wasted season.
We're going against the bot from Belarus.
At the end of every season, there is a coach's meeting.
It's a fucking winner's tilt jam. Call me with ace jack. It's winner's tilt. He calls with ace 10.
What the coaches will try to tell us is, hey, man, we got a lot to be proud of this season. And we fought hard.
Yeah!
We ran out of time. We didn't get beat. We ran out of time. But in our chairs, Shady's sitting in the front row to the right. I'm sitting on the third row in the linebacker row. And we're all sitting here thinking to ourselves, come on, coach. The season was worth it. Why is it that all of the accomplishments for Jalen Hurts, and he accomplished a whole lot, could be undermined if they don't win? Like, take me into that mind of a player. Why isn't it true what the coaches are saying? What is it about being an excellent player that's like, look, I didn't get it done?
Right. First of all, every coach but BA. BA gonna tell you how it is. Bruce Arians. Anyway, yeah, no, you're right about that. I think just going into that locker room, right, and like a player like Jalen Hurts, who we all, not just the players, the city, the coaches, we're dependent on him. He's our guy. When he's there, everybody believes. The defense, the special teams, the offense. So, yeah, coach might say, hey, you guys did great this year. Nobody had us doing this well. We don't want to hear that, coach, because we knew we could do that. Once they see how Jalen Hurts came back and rebound from last year to this year, everybody believed. Then Howie, I got to give love to my guy Howie, he goes out there and gets players and pieces in the draft, free agency, to build this team. This team is a championship contender team. So a coach can't tell us, you know what, you played great, we ran out of time. How can you say that to us, coach? We know what we got in the locker room. On defense, on offense, we're the team to win, man. So nothing. If we don't get to the NFC Championship game, it's a big problem. It has nothing to do with the coaches, it's the players. But that won't be a problem, so don't trip.
I ain't tripping.
Don't trip.
Powerful. Joy, talk to me on this one. Jalen Hurts, what is at stake in your mind?
Has nothing to do with the coaches.
I mean, Nick, I'm saying, Nick has done a great job, but he ain't out there tackling, he ain't out there catching.
No, but when Jalen wasn't there.
If I says it's the players,
Okay.
Jalen won't be out there.
I think the legitimacy of the season is at stake. I don't think it's the end of the road for Jalen Hurts. I don't think Sirianni is going to get fired. I don't think there'll be some big overhauls next season if they don't accomplish their goal this year. But they were great during the regular season, and the expectations were raised significantly during the season because of the way that they performed and the way that they looked and the dominance that they showed. So if you go out in the first round, were you really like that, or were you dominating during the regular season? No, that's not really a fair question to ask, but what do I say about fair? That's what it is. This is a competitive industry. There are results that are expected, and when you raise the level of expectation, when you raise the bar with your own performance, the expectations should change as well. Now, I don't think that's going to happen either. I think Philadelphia is going to win this game. But this would be a huge disappointment for them to lose their first game in the postseason, particularly since they lost that way last year. Now, obviously, they had the bye, but then it becomes a question of, is it rust? Do they really need the bye? All these narratives start spinning. And again, because you guys know Howie, I don't think this is how it's going to go, but you guys know better than me. There were questions about how much they were going to commit to Jalen Hurts before.
Stop running on the treadmill. That and get
for this season. So if they don't get it done in the first round with a bye at home after the way that they looked all season long, are those questions going to continue? I don't think they should, but that was the conversation before the season started.
The most frustrating thing, Joy, you ever say on television that you're right about. The most frustrating thing. I'll say this. Yeah, I mean, back when Carson Wentz had his MVP season, and Joy will interrupt me, he didn't win MVP.
He didn't.
And she's right. And I think for Jalen Hurts, this season could go down very similar, yet worse, because the Eagles won the Super Bowl without Carson Wentz for that year. Jalen Hurts isn't going to win MVP. Carson Wentz that year didn't win MVP. Jalen Hurts through 13 weeks had the best record. Carson Wentz through 13 weeks had the best record. But when you look back on it retroactively, Carson Wentz can say he won a Super Bowl because Nick Foles did and he had the ring, but he can't really say too much. And if you try to, like I do, somebody can rightfully interrupt you and say, wait a second, he ain't win MVP. Wait a second, he ain't win that Super Bowl. Wait a second, Jalen Hurts ain't win MVP. Wait a second, Jalen Hurts ain't win a playoff game. Dave, there is a lot at stake riding on this. What's in your eyes?
The narrative is at stake.
Jackson off is the hand, apparently.
For the team and for Jalen Hurts, Shady, that's an amazing point. It's easy to forget about.
Thanks, Dave.
I know. You do it often, Dave. My friend.
Yeah.
The Eagles telegraphed their expectation for the season in a way that we don't see very often. They traded for A.J. Brown. They ran out and got James Bradbury the minute he became available. Like, even during the season, the run defense isn't holding up. How's Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph sound? You don't see teams just be like, we're stockpiling. We're going for it all. They told you. And that's why I said before the season that there was so much pressure on Jalen Hurts, because that was the great unknown. Well, Jalen Hurts went out and played like an MVP. He played MVP caliber, even if we pretty much know he's not going to win. Now it's the playoffs, though, and here's why I always say I'm reluctant to rank players while this is all going on, because right now, you could like Jalen Hurts had a better season than Justin Herbert. Jalen Hurts had a better season than Dak Prescott for sure. But now what happens in the playoffs?
Prescott was hurt too.
I mean, in his first playoff appearance, they lost. He completed 54%, a touchdown and 2 picks. I'm not throwing him under the bus. I'll bring out the example I used in the production meeting. I'll bring out the same thing. Lamar Jackson, unanimous MVP, lost his first playoff game. You bring this up all the time. He's 1-3 in the playoffs, 56%, 3-5 touchdown interception ratio. Does that not color the narrative when we talk about these guys? And it will for Jalen Hurts as well. If he doesn't win this game, it'll be, like, he was pretty good, but like, is he better than this guy? Like, really? Jalen Hurts is top 5, top 6 in the league? Is he even top 10 in the league if he really stinks up the joint in this game? All of a sudden, again, don't forget, he doesn't have that 5th-year option. And a guy like Howie Roseman, if anybody's going to weigh all of those options, I think Jalen Hurts' job security is perfect. Don't get me wrong. But you open the door for those sorts of narratives of, can he win the big game? Is he the right quarterback? I've seen it play out with Dak. I've seen this happen before. To go from cool story to good player to, is this guy good enough to get the job done? And if the Eagles can at least win one game in the playoffs, that is the narrative that will begin, and it doesn't matter if it's fair.
You sighed, you laughed, you gave a lot of expressions as he was talking. What were you thinking?
I hate when he always brings up the old Jalen Hurts. They're 2 different people.
That's on the resume. I don't know what to say.
That guy was Jalen. This is Jalen Hurts. And I think We should win this game. But you are right, though. If we lose this game, there's going to be some questions. Is he this good? Is he really this good? Oh, this had some good games in the regular season. Because we should beat the Giants. The Giants are playing well. They're coached very well. But this is a game we should win. If we don't win, questions, and you know how we can be. Hey, happy to see you, Acho. So anything is possible.
What I think is fascinating, and the narratives mean so much. Remember, throughout the entirety of the season, we asked ourselves, are the Eagles really that good? They ain't beat nobody yet. We did that the whole time. The Eagles had that one dominant win against the Vikings, and we said, are they really that good? All they beat is the Vikings.
We have Ace King on the button now. 2 minutes left before break. Let's win a big all in here before break. Come on.
But they ain't beat nobody yet. Then finally they were
Hey.
12, 13, and 1.
Hey.
They won a lot of games. They have to be good. But today's point, if you do jump into the playoffs and you get bounced by a Giants team that has a losing record versus playoff teams, by the way, out of the 8 playoff teams, the Giants are the only team of the 8 that have a losing record versus playoff teams. If you somehow get bounced by the Giants, I do think, Joy, questions have to be asked. Because if it's not the players, is it Sirianni? Like, if you can't beat the Giants, or if you
Ace 10 here, big spot.
with Hurts,
Big flip. We flopped the ace from space. That turns a queen.
Jason Kelsey, and then on the defense.
And the Rivers a 6. We win.
You can't win if you can't beat the Giants with this roster.
Ace King on the 9-2, Ace 9. I checked so he could run a bluff if he wanted to or whatever, but he decided not to. Now I'm betting the turn, and now he can do whatever the fuck he wants, so I'm just never going to fold Ace King, and he folds.
I really hate that. I was about to roll. I was about to go to break. Set my stakes up.
We got to try to get his worst ace hand to go broke there, don't we?
Shady sees the clock.
You know what?
We need to break him. Another Ace King hand. Wow! A raise. Reg Aposentado's thinking it over in the button here. He should jam a lot because I'm opening the cutoff wide, and then there's 2 USA players on his left. But Reg Aposentado gives it up. It's up to Generated. And his big blind, he defends 7-5-4 flop. I'm checking it back. We get a jack turn. Now what do we do? Do I just check it down, or we river a queen, which is nothing? I guess I'm just gonna try to win with my Ace King high. We do win with our Ace King high. That's amazingly, stupendously amazing.
I'm getting vaccinated.
Oh god, these vaccine commercials or something. Never in my life have I seen so many commercials about something, one thing, over and over again. COVID's so bad that I don't really know anyone who's fucking died from COVID. That's how bad it is. Obviously, there's a lot of people affected. We keep them in our thoughts and prayers. But what is all this hubbub about this fucking COVID for? I don't fucking know. The grand scheme makes no sense to me. Imagine if we talked this much about anything else that killed us.
We're starting Jaguars, Chiefs, Kansas City -8.5. Who you got here?
Is there a public lean on this? We had Joe Fortenbaugh on earlier. He liked Kansas City giving the points. I like Kansas City giving the points. Is there a public lean on this?
There is no public lean on any of the 4 games this weekend.
Really?
None. They have gotten these lines exactly right.
Split kind of down the middle. Is there any way Jacksonville makes this a game? I mean, I can't see it. I know Kansas City has not covered this whole year. But let me put it this way. If Trevor Lawrence throws 4 interceptions in the first half again, Andy Reid is not Brandon Staley. And I like Kansas City. So should I go the opposite of I love Kansas City.
If every instinct you have is wrong, then the opposite would have to be right.
I go Jacksonville just because I hate it that much?
8.5 is too many.
All right, I'm going the other way. The KOD pick, which is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook, make every moment more, is Jacksonville plus 8.5.
#KOD. The kiss of death.
God, I hate that pick. What's next?
All right, we're going Nuno versus Hembo and Cam. Giants at Eagles. Philadelphia -7.5. Who you got?
So the Jalen Hurts of it all, I think, is baked in here. And that to me, is a story that as much attention as it's gotten, it's not enough. Like, this is the whole game. Jalen Hurts at his best, the Giants have almost no chance. Then it becomes one of these games where you need everything to go your way. You need, 2 fluky turnovers and a punt return for a touchdown, and a field goal kicked, a blocked run back for a touchdown, like that becomes that game for the Giants. But if Jalen Hurts is not himself, and again, every sense I'm getting coming out of there is that they are much more worried about it than they're letting on. And to me, this is a very close game. If there's no public lean?
None at all.
See, this is what I was looking for. He said that the rumors are that the Eagles are making it sound better than it is. And I just saw that they took Jalen Hurts off of the injury report. It could just be gamesmanship, though. You know? It could just be gamesmanship. Like, oh. You know? He's not hurt, but he really is. Final 48 of this $4 2K. Late Reg has just ended in the 22 10K that reached almost a 12,000 prize pool. And we got almost a top 10 stack going.
My inclination is to like the Giants plus the 7.5, so I got to go the other way.
If every instinct you have is wrong, then the opposite would have to be right.
The pick is Eagles minus 7.5.
Because he feels like it should be Giants.
My picks. All right, go ahead.
All right, let's get down to business with Cowboys 49ers. San Francisco minus 3.5. Who you got here?
Well, that line has moved 3.5. When I say moved, it just is as far from what I expected as I could imagine.
Yeah.
If you had said,
Why isn't it Niners favorite 8?
I'm great at picking these things, but I'm not terrible at it. If you had said to me before that line, before I had seen it, Greeny, what do you think the opening line on Dallas at San Francisco is?
San Francisco favored 7.
6.
Yeah, 6, 7.
6. The fact that it was 4 and it's now 3.5 really surprises me.
Which means something's up.
Recency bias, having the Cowboys having played so well so recently, and the Cowboys like Alabama, like the Lakers.
I think it's because people like the Cowboys. That's what my point was. People like the Cowboys, so bet on the Cowboys anyway.
I want the Cowboys to win so badly. So you tell me, in what way am I sending my mojo?
People are going to bet on the Cowboys no matter where you put it. You need to make the line to where people will bet Niners. Otherwise, it'll be all fucking uneven. Look at this spot here.
You should pick the Cowboys because you think the Niners should be favored by 6 points.
I do. No,
This is silly.
I win. I want the Cowboys to win. Then I should take the Niners.
No, you should take the Cowboys.
Then I take the Cowboys. I want the Cowboys to win. The official KOD pick, Cowboys plus 3.5.
Hashtag KOD. The kiss of death.
If it helps, I'll take the money line.
I flop a jack.
The Cowboys in the playoffs next week for my talk shows. All right, Bubba, one more.
All right, last one is.
I mean, what can I do when I flop a jack?
We got Buffalo minus 5.5. Who we got here?
I mean, everything about me tells me Cincinnati is the better team. They're playing better. The quarterback is more careful with the ball. They're hot. I don't think they are in any way concerned about playing on the road. The offensive line does concern me. 5.5 feels like a lot.
So many. So many.
So everything about this game screams to me take Cincinnati. So the official pick.
If every instinct you have is wrong, then the opposite would have to be right.
Has to be Buffalo minus 5.5. So let it be written.
Hashtag KOD. The kiss of death.
So let it be done. All right, Bubba, a few more questions.
All
to
right.
finish up.
Speaking of divisional weekend, if you had to pick one team playing this weekend that you guarantee makes the Super Bowl, who you got?
That is such a good question. So I'll change. I don't think you can guarantee any of them, but I will change.
I think you have to just let him bluff.
If I may, alter it to, if I had to just pick one team and bet an amount of money that mattered to me on just one of them to make the
I gotta call him.
My gut, boy, oh boy.
Same hand. Holy
I
shit.
take San Francisco. I think their competition is infinitely less strong. I do not believe Jalen Hurts will be fully healthy the rest of the way. I think they have a huge rest advantage against Dallas this weekend. And the Jalen Hurts will be fully healthy. That mattered to me on just one of them to make the Super Bowl, which would it be? My gut, boy, oh boy. I hate to say this, but I think I would take San Francisco. I think their competition is infinitely less strong. I do not believe Jalen Hurts will be fully healthy the rest of the way. I think they have a huge rest advantage against Dallas this weekend. And the AFC is a toss-up. You could tell me any of 3 teams are coming out of the AFC, and I wouldn't blink an eye. So, I mean, I would guarantee Kansas City to win this weekend. But to make it to I'm not guaranteeing Kansas City going to beat Cincinnati or Buffalo.
Well, you got to win this weekend and win next week, though.
I get that. But this, the very specific nature of this question, I'm going to go San Francisco. I think they're the light. Who would you say?
I would say Kansas City based upon the probability.
Yeah. Thank you for.
He goes, eh.
I'm getting vaccinated.
Oh my god.
Prevnar 20.
Because
Oh, you can mute it and then skip it? Oh, that's interesting. Well, then why would we ever not do that? They must really be wanting to sell these vaccines, man. They must have made way more than they sold. I don't know what's going on. It's every commercial, everywhere you look, everywhere. This fucking vaccination stuff, man. It's creeping me out. You think people haven't heard about that yet? Pretty sure the people who want it have it. Now we're talking. Fucking McDonald's ad.
10-piece chicken McNuggets and
See,
a Big Mac.
tell us about the deals on the McNuggets. That's what we really want.
Cannot be combined with any other offer.
That's what we really want is the chicken McNugget ad, because we need to know when you got the special fast food stuff in there when it's discontinued. We need to know what's up. Ailes! He snap calls. Weirdest snap call ever. He must have aces. I have the ace of hearts. I'm committing myself to this guy. I'm calling you. Ten jack offsuit. The hand of the day. 10 jack offsuit. Yeah. That's the best hand ever. People are inducing jams with jack 10. They're not folding jack 10 to preflop raises. That's the fucking hand. Oh my god. Jack 10 offsuit got us. You are gonna love it. You're gonna love that hand. I'm ready for the Forge. I'm tired of this poker bullshit. I'm ready for the damn Dragon Quest XI Forge. Ship it. Not sure if I want to 3-bet or not. Feel like if I 3-bet, I'm just going to bloat the pot into Vanazar, and it's going to be tough for him to 4-bet jam me with a worse hand, so I opted for the flat trickery and hoping that somebody would squeeze or something. Type shit, right? Yeah, they're giving us a vaccine advertisement. Like, they care about us being healthy or some shit. Why do we need a fucking trip to the doctor's office while we're trying to fucking watch ads, while we're trying to listen to stuff or watch TV or whatever? I don't fucking know. But that's what they're doing. And then the next thing, commercial, is for a fucking 12 chicken McNugget. Like, who are you fucking kidding here? Jack 10 for the win. Yeah. Should have put him on Jack 10. My bad. Oopsie. I assume my opponent didn't flop trip 10s and I paid the price. I was hoping he was going to have like fucking King Jack, you know? We just haven't beat. This is a hand to play here in the final 34 of the $4 2K guaranteed on YouTube. I'm just going to go all in. I'm not even going to 3-bet not all in. I'm just going to jam all in. I'm all in, dude. You played too many hands. You played too many hands. I have a good hand. I'm just going to push it all in now and let you figure it out, dude. What you think, bro? Yeah. Yeah. Give me the pot, please. Hello? Hello? We alright? Oh, blinds are up, yeah. Okay. Does that mean everything has got to fucking come to a startling halt all of a sudden out of nowhere? Wow, we got a hand here. We have a hand here. We have a hand here. Fuck. I fold. I min raise. I fold to the Kazakhstanian. Red Jumper Satado's letting it go as well. We flop the nuts. Second nuts. Now we have the fucking third nuts. I have the third nuts now. Do I let him river a flush? and then vanquish him, or do I bet now and act like he's got an ace? I'm gonna do it now, I think. I could let him river a wheel, though. Let's let him river something. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me right now? Now I have like the fucking 6th or 7th nuts. Now I lose if he has ace 3. Now I lose to any ace. I lose now. We could get called by king high here. I'm gonna bet and try to get called by his king high, I guess. I'll bet fold here. What a fucking hand, huh? I mean, I went from trapping to now I'm check folding. Like, how ridiculous is that? On a scale of 1 to fucking absolutely ridiculous. Like, what the actual fuck was that? Oh, I lose if he has quad 3s. I lose if he has an ace. I lose if he has, like, what? Oh, should I have charged his ace on the turn? So I didn't get river aced after he turned an ace? Like, this shit is ridiculous. Maybe I should have bet the turn. Like, I wanted him to river a straight with 5-4 or 5-2. Like, come on. Obviously. Have you ever seen a game look more rigged before in your life? I mean, I don't want to sound like I don't have confidence in myself or whatever, but, like, I don't think we're going to make it to the end of these tournaments, you guys. Something's telling me that, like, I don't know. I'm going to flop a boat and then go get runnered on. Seems the most likely scenario. Like, every hand is fucking out of this world preposterous all day. The hands we win, the hands we lose, the hands we chop, they've all seemed pretty absurd. It's just the cruelest game. Somehow I might be able to win this for $2,100, you know? Like, it's a possibility. Do I know what I'm doing here today? No. Do I know why I'm here? No. But I am here, and I'm going to give it my best shot. Sting, I haven't really listened to a lot of his most recent work, but the fact that he's making it, I respect that. Final 31 players here. This guy's a fucking muppet. I'm coming in there with a wide open. I have a wheel draw. Trust me. Sharmuta doesn't know what to do. We caged Sharmuta. It's up to slow roll. Oh, he's gonna flat his button, is he? Oh, yeah. Oh, we gotta call this here against John James Rando. Even though he's really tight on the HUD, I can't fold ace-9 to an 8.5 big blind jam, can I? Wow, we get it in good against Johnny James. I mean, I'm just going to bet small here and hope this guy's just going to fold his 7-8 of clubs, 7-8 of bullshit. He doesn't fold it. Do we just give up now? Probably. He called me on the flop. He probably has a little something. He's not going to go away on the 9. And he could have the nuts, and we have no outs to anything good, so I think I'm just giving up. I'm not going to try to fucking, against this fish who has me covered, try to run some sort of miracle play here. I'm just going to give up. I'm folding over here. Let's go! We're in the fucking zone! Hey! I got my eye on you! Let's go! We have a hand here. We have a hand here. We have a hand here. Poker me later. We tricked him. Yeah, we tricked him. Hold. 7. 7 of hearts. Why? I mean, we had him. What the fuck, man? What is he doing? We can't hold dominating people that are jamming hands that are not supposed to be fucking jamming. Like, we're just so fucking unlucky, huh? Coming back at you. Let's do it again, man. Do I just jam? Final 29? Fuck that, let's just raise full to these guys. Let's just raise full to them. Yeah, I'm folding. I mean, I'm guessing you got something pretty good, man. I'm guessing you got something pretty good.
No one knows your listening habits better than you with Spotify.
Look at this min raise here. Should I just jam them in? Alrighty, 7s are good for you guys. If only I played my 7s that way. If only I played my 7s like that, then I could win with 7s. That's the run out. I'm calling. What a run out, though. Oh, man. Let's go! He has a bluff! Come on! We raise, we get called by Big Blind, who has us covered, who's been playing a lot of hands. So if he checks, I guess we want to be checking this hand, right? It's a big bet. I could improve and still be drawn dead. I can improve and still be dead, you know? Seems like the type that would bluff. $20 off the money here on the left. This guy's all in too big. This guy's calling. Brunch box jams me in. I'm calling him. All right, folds around. I hit an ace here, but we're not sure where we're at. I feel like I should bet, so I'm betting. Huh. I'm just gonna flat him in position. We hit a queen, but we don't know where we're at. I'm milking him. Let's go! I decided to milk his ass. You are witnessing a rebirth. This is the guy who likes to jam King 2 suited. So I feel like I want to induce more than normal. Especially 10 off the money.
Introducing the new Starbucks Pistachio Cream Cold.
They're just going to try to ICM fucking jam me in. I'm going to call him with ace jack. I'm calling. My mind's already made up. I'd rather be calling this guy because I saw him jam King 2 suited earlier, and I don't know if this guy is capable of doing something like that. This guy's has not 3-bet once. This is this guy's first 3-bet, but it's just too good of a hand. I mean, obviously, there's some ICM going on here, but I think we should call. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit! The induce is good, boys. The induce is good. Wow. 9 off the money. We have an average stack on the left, and we have an above average stack on the right. We're battling. Jamie, one of the best things about the game is you don't need to ask anyone's opinion. You can just run it through the software, and you can put in the variables that you need to put in to get an accurate output, an accurate result. You can just run it through the software, and it'll tell you whether... It'll tell you the EV of jamming 8s, so it'll tell you the EV of min-raising 8s. And you're probably not going to want to do the same thing all the time, and you're probably going to want to do different things against different opponents, man. So the answer is just, like, super complicated. A complicated answer short. Do I think it's bad when you're jamming 8s with 14 bigs? Probably not. It's probably fine. In certain setups against certain opponents, it might be bad, and then sometimes it could be good, you know, so... It's a game of nuance. It's a game of nuance, Jamie. I think I could have jammed the 8s. I think I could have jammed the ace-jack, but I went for the induce because I think that these players at the stable are not scared to 3-bet jam stuff. This guy 3-bet jammed king 2 suited earlier, and he was looking tight on the HUD, too. Like, these players know how to play. They know how to play, you know, for the most part. So, I feel good about having some inducing. Hell, I know I do have enough stealing, so I gotta have some induces, right? We just self-evaluate. If you don't steal as much as I do, Jamie, then maybe you want to induce a little bit less and you want to jam those hands. I don't really know for sure, though. We gotta study, figure out the answers. It's a never-ending wormhole. Three off the money on the left. Wow, I'm gonna have to call him. Even though I don't really want to. He's obviously gonna have a speed, but I think we got the math to call. I don't think we can fold to him. I think he's too short. It's fucking close, though. It's a tough spot. So silly that this guy jams. If this guy jams, I fold. If this guy jams, I call. When this guy jams, I'm caged. I'm gonna call it off. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to. I'm pretty certain about this jam here on the right. I could play a little small ball against this guy, but I don't think with a hand like this. Sand's just too good, man. And he's been folding, so like that's why I'm thinking maybe I could pick on him, but I mean that hand can't do anything post flop. I mean, this shit sucks, man. I'm getting like 2.5 to 1 though. I just can't fold. I don't think. Sucks. He's gonna have something really good, but maybe we can hit an ace. Oh my god, I have him beat. That shouldn't be a thing. He's loose here. He's loose here. I mean, that's the benefit to being right on the line. If you're right on the line and then they're loose, then you end up winning. That was a loose play by him. Even though he's tight, that was actually too loose. Folding ducks. One off the money on the left. It's Jordan again. He was the guy we bluffed into on the bubble, right? And then we went down to 10 bigs, but we're still here. We're still battling. Well, Jamie, I mean, like I said, it's an answer that's going to depend on a lot of things. It's a close spot, man, you know? It's a close spot, so... Sometimes we're going to be wanting to do one thing, sometimes we're going to be wanting to do another thing. Sometimes I would just fold 8s. With 15 bigs in certain stack arrangements and certain spots in the tournament. You know? With 15 bigs. I would just be folding sometimes. I mean, it's just a really complicated game, man. I'm not trying to say that to sound like I'm the superior leader of poker or that... I'm not trying to sound like a dick or anything, but... It's just really a thing where you have to study the hands. You gotta run it through the thing because... You're just gonna end up asking questions like that all day, and a professional poker player's answer is always gonna be, it depends. Because what you're looking for is an easy answer. Like, okay, every time we have this many bigs with this kind of hand, we're always going to be going all in, or we're always going to be inducing, we're always going to be raise folding, right? You're looking for, like, some concrete answer, and why not? Because that would be helpful in determining how to play and stuff. I mean, it's one off the money on this guy. I'm fucking going to send him in. Like, it's his tournament life. It almost seems like he's 4Xing it to discourage a jam. We're one off the money. I don't really care. My hand's pretty good, too, so, like, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I got him covered. Yeah, see, his 4X is almost like a get out of the way. Get out of the way. Which is what I thought earlier when that guy donklet on me, that Jordan guy donklet on me. It was kind of the same vibes that I just got from Brunchbox. But earlier, Jordan was setting me up. He had the king-eye flush. He was being smart and tricky. Brunchbox is just being silly. We're in the money now on the left. It's not hand-to-hand. We're in the money. Final 20 on the right. Final 90 on the left. We're doing well. We're seemingly doing well. Boom, we're in there. Give us that shit. You knew Cena was a fish? I was ahead with A7. Do you know him? Have you been playing against him? He was 18-11 on the HUD, though, and it was one off the money, so you'd think he'd want to wait. He was following his bloody Chippy V charts. They're only going to lead you astray. This is tournament poker. This guy's name is Onion Chopper, and I'm literally chopping an onion up right now. I'm the fucking Onion Chopper, bitch. I'm the Onion Chopper. Blind versus blind. Oh, baby, that's a spicy turn card. Oh, come on, dude. We lose the blind versus blind all in the final 19. Why?
Thanks for listening to Spotify. No, really. You could have listened to the radio. You could have spun some vinyl. You could have played a cassette.
You could have played some No Limit Texas Hold'em MTTs. He just jams 17 bigs? Brunch box? Oh my god. We folded to brunch box. Jordan's thinking it over. It's your life, brother. He's on a pay jump bubble, or he could be. Okay, he walks us. Cool. Queens on YouTube. He's got sixes. Yep, so we've lost with aces, kings, and queens twice today, for sure, because I've been paying attention. So we can't win with our big pairs. Still can't win with our big pairs. That's the biggest problem we have. Out of all of our leaks, that's our biggest one. Not being able to win with big pairs in the hole. It's still our biggest issue. Honestly feels like I'm outplaying the fucking shit out of everyone. And losing. Literally just the best player I've seen so far today at the tables has been me. And it hasn't even been fucking close. I'm just destroying everyone. I'm making them look fucking stupid. Except I can't ever hold, so then I end up looking stupid anyway, I guess. Ha ha. I'm the big fat loser. Because I can't fucking hold. It's actually a miracle when I do hold. When I hold, the whole chat goes fucking bananas, because it's like, wow, he never does this. We folded ace-jack suited to that fucking waste of space brunch box, and then we immediately lose with a big pair the very next hand. This is why I'm over here chopping fucking onions for my pierogies instead of fucking ordering Ruth's Chris DoorDash right now. I fucking hate it for me. But what can I do? But it's cool, because I'm still in the tournament. And the next time I go all in, I'm going to have an overpair again. So, I mean, just keep making me lose my 80-20s, you know, I guess. Let's see you do it. Let's see you make me lose all my 80-20s all night. Final 2 tables on the right. 540 entrant field. And we're 10 of 15. Holy shit, I guess we're gonna win these, huh? We haven't had any luck for 7.5 hours, so I guess the luck starts, boom, right now, right? And we just spin everything up and we win thousands of dollars. We run like shit for 7 or 8 hours, and then at the end, we run great. That's all it takes. And win or lose, we're still going to be winners because we're going to be fucking forging. Both of these tournaments are 12-minute levels. He calls me. That's the flop. Fucking Jack 3 suit. Fuck this. I don't think I'm really supposed to fold that one. Maybe though. Mine's going up in 3 minutes. I should try to get this page up. I should try to get this $6 page up, man. No lie. If nines hold, we're getting closer to a page jump on the right. Nines do hold. Alright, we get the page jump on the left. Pocket tens on the left. This is the hand where we win. Because we just lost with the damn queens to this guy's sixes, right? So we're going to win with this one. Come on, tens. You know we're going to win with this hand, because we just lost with queens. And I told you, we're just going to wait for a big pair again, and then we're going to go with it, and they're just going to double me up next time. So that's fine. Yeah, so now it's double up time. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Well, there you have it. Definitely legitimate poker being played here on ACR. It's definitely not rigged poker. It's definitely real. Let's win this tournament and then let's hit the bloody forge, mates. Final 13. Next pay jumps at 12. We're sitting 10 of 13. Final 12. 9 of 12. Okay, so I think that the sim might say that 9s is a flat there and not a jam, but there's a lot of money up top. Final 12, guy at the other table sitting out. This 4 after 3-bet guy seems to be one of the better players around. These guys are not very good players, so I think he has a wider range. I think he might call my jam with 8s or 7s there and stuff. I think he might call my jam with 8s and 7s because he might think that he's wide on, I mean, he knows I think he's wide on the open, this and that, so I think 9s might actually be able to get paid by worse pairs, so we can win some flips. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think the sim would say call. It's like, was a tough decision for me as to what I wanted to do there. We got a big hand here, this hand, and I don't know. The way I kind of, part of me just wants to go all in, but I think Toolbox Jones is probably just going to put us all in on any flop, and he has been pretty active on the HUD, so I'm just going to let it Toolbox Jones do what he wants. Now, hopefully he doesn't have pocket kings and he ends up folding here, because I'm going to wish we went all in pre-flop. I have the nuts, right? So we're going to win this one, right? He does have kings, but he still goes in, so like, we could have actually deterred kings from going in some scenario there. Isn't that funny? I almost wanted to go all in earlier I went all in and they folded. This time I'm trapping and then we almost didn't get all the chips from kings, you know? Do you see how awful it is for me? I mean, obviously we're happy to win the cooler. You went with the kings anyway, but like, it's almost just like no matter what I do, I'm ended up sticking it to myself. And I'm really trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to make it so that I win. And they're sticking it to themselves, but I keep getting it stuck to myself while I'm trying to do that. It's like so frustrating. We're 6 of 11 now, 6 of 10 now. It's the sickest.
92% of households that start the year with Peloton are still active.
I mean, it's not that crappy. I mean, we're allowed to lose flips, you guys. We'll get them eventually. We're 5 of 10. Ace high calls? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. You the toolbox. You the Toolbox Jones. You're the toolbox guy. Yes! I shall be reborn! Here we go! 5 soul with the FT or something, right? Is it 9 max? No, it's 8 max. It's 8 max. Final 9 of the 8 max. We get a pay jump at 9. We're hand to hand now, D-Gens. We get walked. They're battling. If 9's hold, we're FT. What? Come on, Toolbox Jones, get it done, son. Ace 5 off, yes. And this guy was so tight. This jam is so bad by Toolbox Jones, right? Oh my god, the shorty wins again. Toolbox Jones, what are you doing? Toolbox Jones, why'd you do it, man? Jordan should not really want to be playing pots against me. I feel like I have a very good feel of the table right now. Last time he bet a third, I folded to him. He's checking this time. I think we're FT. Yep. We turn a gutty. He checks the flop with what? He wants to make a deal. Now he's betting a third on the turn. Alright, I'm gonna call him. I don't see a reason to fold. I don't see a reason to raise. Oh, it goes running sixes? Really? What if he has trip sixes now, huh? I guess it just means we lose, right? I feel like I'm gonna have to call him. He could just have a 5x. He bet small. I gotta call a small bet for sure. Wow, I'm out kicked on the 10. Cool. Well, that's good for us. Alrighty. Final table. USA, USA, Brazil, Georgia, USA, USA, USA. Brazil guy wants a deal. Or he just doesn't want people... Or he just wants people to think he'll deal or something. I don't know. I don't really care about all that deal shit. You're probably just gonna see me never click it. Unless I'm like heads up or something. Heads up against a good player, I'll click deal probably. And get the fuck out of the heads up match when I'm multi-tabling. Other than that, we ain't clicking deal. We can use all the poker experience we can get. I'm too much of an amateur player to click deal. I need the reps. I'm here for the reps. I'm here for the repetition. So we're 5 of 8.
I wanted to know why some people who get
COVID-19? Is that what you were going to say? Am I supposed to jam? Think so. Probably better to jam a lower pair than a mid pair too, but not really sure, obviously. Oh god. He jammed sixes on me there. Yeah. Standard. What's going on in this hand? He bets a third of his stack. Almost a third of his stack. Now he's in the cage. Why? Why are you caged? Your hand's really good, but you don't know if it's good enough? Oh, you just are gonna make a call like that? Dude, this guy just jammed A7 off, no club? What the fuck? That was the wildest shit ever. Maybe I should just fold pre here. This guy's been so fucking tight. It's only 30 hands, whatever. He might be mixing it up with a Broadway hand, and now we're checking it down. I'm going to try to check the turn and then bet one big on the river. That's my plan anyway. If he bets the turn, I guess I got to call. Now do I bet one big on the river, or do I just check and let him bluff? I don't think he's going to bluff, though, you know? I'm just going to bet one big, because I don't think he's bluffing when I check. Yeah, so I get to control shit there by betting one instead of caging myself. Alright, be back soon. Come on. We're 6 of 7 now.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a...
Final 7. Final 7 players. Wow. King Jack. I'm the shorty. Close spot, you know. Close spot. 6 of 6. Wow, that's a hand. It's our favorite hand. We could have 3-bet that hand on all in. Maybe I should have. 25 bigs. It's kind of like, why get cute? Why get cute with 25 bigs? Which maybe that wouldn't really be getting cute, though. Maybe that would just be the best thing to do. We're 5 of 5. Toolbox Jones just did something silly, didn't he? Toolbox Jones, you are terrible, bro. Toolbox guy just mega punted. Well, I'm going to be all in here. We got the hearts, babe.
Could you talk about the confidence level of this team right now?
Oh yeah, we're a very confident team. We kind of been that way throughout the whole season. Had our ups and downs, faced adversity, but our mindset kind of been the same. Just continue to come out, go out there with a competitive mindset, believe in each other, and that gives us the best opportunity.
Hey, Brian, I know generally that rule in the NFL is in the past, we're past it, but with the way that first game went against Philadelphia, can you gain anything from maybe pulling motivation from it getting out of hand?
Yeah, you can learn from the good, the bad, the ugly. Obviously the first game, they got up right away. Offensively, I think we did some pretty good stuff, but we could be a little more consistent. And at the end of the day, we know they're a talented team. They have how many Pro Bowlers, how many All-Pros. We're number one team in the NFC for a reason. So it's going to be a tough challenge, but you could definitely go back and look at film and also, like I said, learn from.
He just jams 100 bigs into a guy with 70 bigs. Whoa, baby.
I don't know. I don't really look at it that way. I don't think we look at it that way at all. We're here for a reason. You got to win football games to get into the playoffs. No one just invited. You got to get in, and we got in, and to make it to where you want to go, you got to win or you go home. And we did that the first round, and now we got another opportunity in the second round.
You talked last week about studying the all-time greats for a position that someday they can be considered one of them. Do you think you have to do it in the postseason to become one of the all-time greats, and is that something that you'll carry into this game?
Yeah, it's both. You got to do it in both. Regular season, postseason, throughout your whole career. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs, but you got to try to be a consistent player. And you want to create a legacy. You look at all the Giants greats, they did in the postseason. So, yeah, that's extra motivation. But when you're looking back and actually playing in my first playoff game, none of that even come to mind. You're just so locked in, so focused because every play, every quarter is so crucial. And the situation becomes so critical because, like I said, one game, if you don't take care of one game, you go home. So that's really what really pushes you. It's just your competitive nature just goes to a whole nother level. Your intensity just rises because of the nature of the game.
Saquon, was there ever a time where you thought, I need to do everything, or I need to do almost everything? And then, you got your first playoff game and you did a lot, but you didn't do everything. You Daniel had more carries than you. So is that kind of maybe a change where I don't have to be Superman, I can just be what I am?
No, I never thought I had to do everything. I think it speaks, to the coaching staff, to the players. Our identity our identity changed throughout the season. We're a team that can run the ball 30, 40 times. We've done that. We're a team that can throw the ball 40 times. I feel I speak to myself as a versatile player. I can run in between tackles. I feel like that you gave me a space. I could be dangerous in space and help us out there. My touches wasn't a crazy amount like it has been early in the season, but I think they were efficient touches, and Calf and all those guys did a really good job of putting me in a position to be successful and make plays along with the offensive line. So speaking to that, I think just you gotta give credit to the whole offensive coaching staff, the O-line, everyone, not only myself, but you can see just how we evolve and adapt week by week and throughout the whole season.
How much is your success as an athlete in your competitiveness?
For me, I think that's where I am, where I'm at right now. I think that's how I got to this point. I've been that way since I was a little kid. So I can't speak for everyone else, but for me, that competitive nature drives me in my work ethic, drives me in my in being passionate and want to be one of the greats, want to be one of the best. So for me, it helps me, and it's a big contribution to my success.
What do you think is the difference between the way that he was in the huddle or just conducted the offense Sunday compared to when you guys first started playing together?
The biggest difference was that you grow, you mature, you have experience. I know we don't have playoff experience, but we've been through a lot. Not only myself, but DJ, Katie. There's so many guys in the locker room, so you just grow with each other. I would say that's the biggest thing from day one to now. The leadership, the play, the determination to play on the field, obviously all that, but just I would say the biggest difference is that you just go through a lot, and you can see that. He's calm, he's poised. When he's pulling, he's decisive. He's doing everything that we need.
Final four.
We need that again.
You have not rushed over 100 yards against the Eagles since you were a rookie. Just what is it about them that is giving you and the Giants in particular trouble throughout the years?
They're a good team. They've been really good these last couple of years. Ever since I've been in the league, my first year.
Yes, we got called by eights. Holy shit, we both flop a set.
Been a really good team. It's real.
The 3 looked like an 8.
What are you expecting from the crowd, the atmosphere, now that it's the playoffs?
Wow, what a double. Final four.
What do you expect?
Pretty much the same, but my mom and dad definitely going to show up to that game. I'm not going to say it's going to be the same, but Philly's Philly. Like, their fan base is, it's crazy. They're going to be loud. There's going to be cheers. There's going to be boos, and there might be some double birds. That's Philly, It was funny when we were coming into the game last time. We were coming in, and we were just like a little kid and his parent, and I was just staring. I was like, I want to see if he's gonna flip us off. And he didn't. He just gave us a thumbs down. I was like, okay, we're going the right direction here. But playoff, yeah, right. Playoffs is definitely. I expect it to be a hostile environment. This is playoffs. I mean, that's how it's going to be. You know how Philly fans are, and growing up in Pennsylvania. Obviously, I was a Philly fan growing up. I had a lot of Philly fans. I know how passionate they are, so it's going to be fun. And this stuff that you dream about as a kid, in an atmosphere like was in Minnesota, and another atmosphere, a great atmosphere, and going to Philadelphia. That was crazy.
For you, the fact that you are from, I'm sure you grew up with a lot of different things. The fact that you're at the point and it doesn't mean anything to you?
No, I wouldn't say it mean anything to me. I kind of got over that phase when my first game at Penn State. That's when the only time was because I played at Temple in the first game, and coming to Philly. But other than that, playing in Philly, it means something because I represent New York Giants, and they're a tough opponent. And if you want to get to where you got to go, you got to get through a team like that.
Saquon, there was a stretch there earlier in the season where, say after week 1, where there was a significant number of loaded boxes that you were running against. As Isaiah's gotten going a little bit, Richie, Darius, have you noticed the last few weeks at all that teams are starting to respect the pass, which could potentially open up things more for you?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's football. we're becoming more of a balanced attack. Obviously, at the beginning of the season, everyone knew what we were doing. It was impressive because everyone knew what we were doing. It was still finding ways to win football games and still being successful in the run game. Now with Isaiah and Slay and Richie
2
and
of 4.
Belly and the way Daniel's playing, we're a balanced attack. And that's what you need to make a run at it. And that's what you saw early in the game last week against Minnesota. Whether it was me running or whether it was Daniel running or me catching the ball in space and all those guys catching the ball in space and DJ making plays. And like I said, you just got to give credit to all the guys on offense. And I think it speaks volume to our team, especially on the offense side, to see how we're able to adapt throughout the season.
Saquon, you guys, you mentioned how it's hard to play in Philadelphia. You haven't played in every one, but you guys had some real heartbreaking losses there. Do those multiply? Do they stay with you at all? I mean, I think 18, 19, and 20 grew double-digit leads at all. And you go back there, do those memories creep in at all?
No. Yeah, I was a part of 18, 19. I ain't playing 20 with my knee. But, no, you don't. It's like a fresh start. Like, it's a whole new season. I know everyone's like, oh, when the playoffs start, the season finally starts. Yeah, it's a whole new season. Anything that happened early in the season does not have a correlation to what's going to happen throughout the game. Obviously, you can learn from it in film and you can expect what's going to happen. But whatever happened 2, 4, 5, 8, I saw a stat. We haven't beat them since 2000, whatever. That's all in the past. Only thing we got is right now is opportunity coming up on Saturday night against a really good team.
How do you handle the emotion?
I'm chilling. I'm just locked in. That's really it.
Did you with somebody with your swing side where you caught a few defenders on their feet, like up their feet to get somebody?
Spin was my favorite move. No, I would say my jump cut's my favorite move. It's working. It's working right now. O-line's doing a great job in getting me up to the safety. And I feel like that's what I do best. I feel like making people miss. You got to be above the X's and O's. And they're going to scheme it up to get you one-on-one, and you got to find a way to create the extra yards. And whether it's the toss or spin or using speed or whatever, I feel like that's what separates me from a lot of other backs, and hopefully I can continue to show that throughout the rest of the playoffs.
So I jammed last time, but it was a different stack arrangement. I don't know, man. I went with the 3-bet not all in. Let him have room to 4-bet jam if he wanted to. He might be the type to 4-bet jam. I don't know. E7. Ship it. This guy doesn't jam this time? He's been jamming every time. This time he raises. I guess I call. Wow. Wow. Looks like he's sizing us up for the frickin' River Jam, doesn't it? Holy shit. I have the nuts. He's gonna bluff. We hit a hand. Dude. Holy fuck. Sometimes you just have to put someone in their place. Sometimes you just gotta stick up for yourself and put someone in their fucking place. That's what we did there with the Ace King. Obviously, I mean, it just seems like a snap call, but it's just so many big blinds when we can fold and probably ladder, but are we gonna ladder? Now I feel pretty good about laddering. He'll probably call too many hands, right? Maybe I should just call and try to take it away from him post. Just take a note on that. CL Final Four E-Jams. I'll just like check raise this. You know? Just check raise him. Who cares if he has an ace? Yeah, if he doesn't, then he folds. We just take it down with 9 high like a boss. So that's a fun hand. So this is fun now. But we still had to call off ace king. Like, I don't know if I run that through the sim. Am I even supposed to call off ace king? Shit's probably close, right? We took a big risk with the ace-king, but when I see the guy jam 4 fucking times over and I have ace-king, blind versus blind, how do I click fold? But, like, what if I had ace-queen? What if I had ace-jack? Like, at some point here, it's just a mega punt, click and call. And it might even be a punt with ace-king, click and call, except I know that guy... Well, I wanted to say I know that guy's jamming anything, but he's not jamming anything. He ended up having ace-10. He's jamming a lot of hands that we have dominated, to be honest, right? He's jamming a lot of hands we have dominated. He's jamming worse ace-x, and he's not jamming aces there. Final 3. Taking it away. Damn. Oh shit, they're going all in against each other. We're heads up. Do we want to play a deep stack heads up against this guy, or do we just want to deal and get the fuck out of here and play some Dragon Quest, you know? Should we just deal with this guy? I mean, it's just... It's just gonna be a long heads up. I don't really want to do it. He might not want to either. I'd rather get the fuck out of here. Let's see what the deal looks like, dude. We're gonna have to play heads up for fucking 2 or 3 hours potentially for $100. I don't want to do that. If he thinks that I'm gonna play any softer because I want to deal or something, that ain't true. I'm playing the best I can. I'll play for 3 hours if I have to, but if he wants to deal, I wouldn't mind it. Now I can look all spewy like I'm just mad he isn't dealing, click and deal, and then I can just hit a hand and win. You want to play heads up for 3 hours, man? Do you really want to do it? Shit might be over right now. You click and deal because you keep folding. I might have to unclick deal if you fold another hand. Is he a bot? Is it the 4 betting after 3 betting bot? Oh, we can deal make after this hand? He just clicked deal? Did he really? I'll just fold then. Or is that a trick and now he's not going to take the deal? It's just to get the C bet through. Nah, we're dealing. What's the deal? ICM calculator. They may not be edited. If bounties... What's going on here? These deal amounts are calculated by an ICM calculator. They may not be edited. If bounties exist, each player will keep their current bounty. This deal is only for the regular prize pool. Because we use ITM, ATM payments, the final payment you receive will be the deal amount minus your previous ITM, ATM payment. What? Wait, what? What is that? Oh, at the moment payments. Yeah. I mean, why don't I get more money, though? Oh, I'm getting $350 instead of $395. Final ITM, ATM. What? What does that mean? Is this a good deal? I get $350 and we stop playing. We don't have to play for 3 hours. I got $350. We accepted the deal with the guy from fucking whatever country, from Georgia, the country of Georgia. Chop it up. He doesn't want to. I knew he wouldn't want to deal with me. Like, it wasn't a meltdown. The guy was just bad, like straight bad. I mean, yeah, it was a meltdown, but it was, you know, it's just how that guy's gonna roll. He's always melting down like that, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, he's constantly in a state of meltdown. So we make a couple hundred. We also got into that day 2 Dimes tournament that resumes Sunday, so we've got a little bit to play with tomorrow. And we have 162 on Ignition we got a ticket for, so that's cool. So I think tomorrow we should try to grind this ACR shit, you know, kind of like we did today. Just chill, play a few games. This was a $4 buy-in, and we got $350 out of it on one bullet. It's pretty awesome. There's definitely seeming like there was some bot activity around. There's definitely seeming like there's some bad players around. I don't really know. It definitely seemed tough. It didn't seem easy. Wonder if the games will have bigger spewers because of the bot refunds. I mean, people didn't get that much money though, Scooty Mac. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure, you know, I'm sure it affects things a little bit. I mean, I'm a spewer who's been playing because of the bot refund, so there's that. Alright, you guys. It's time to continue our journey in the land of Erdrea. We've got some seedlings to investigate. We have a dragon to kill in the fjord who's causing paralysis. We have to defend from paralysis. But I think we have a good plan. Let's play a little Dragon Quest and chill. Thanks for hanging for the poker. We'll probably be playing tomorrow, like I said, and we got to root for the Giants tomorrow. We need the Giants for the future bet. Alright, y'all. Thanks for the support today. Let's do some Dragon Questing and some forging. See you on the No Delay in a few minutes. Peace out.